cups had like an alien necromorph on it, and the other one had a little face hugger on it.
A necromorph.
Fuck. I've been playing a lot of Dead Space lately. It's
okay.
Xenomorph.
There you go.
They had the big black Xenomorph. Why would you say that? They're both cool. They're both great. But one had the Xenomorph on it, one had the face hugger on it. They were $15 each. So didn't get one of those. Even though I guess technically they're not specifically Romulus related. They're just generally, if you're an Alien fan, those would kind of, I guess, be a thing you could get. I don't know if they said Romulus on them, then you wouldn't want to have it in your house. But if they didn't, then you could have it just be like a general kind of.
Get some touch-up paint and take out the Romulus part. Get some black touch-up paint.
Yeah. Just keep the alien and then remove the Romulus bit.
So you know what's going on with these popcorn buckets, guys? It's a scam.
Oh my
It's a scam.
God.
It's a scam. So I have this like little neighborhoody theater that not too many people go to, which is great because I'm like, I have a chance to get a popcorn bucket. And I get there on the first show, they are gone. So I go to eBay, right? Because I promised Chris a popcorn bucket and I got it for him for way more than I would have paid for. For this movie. Yeah, there's a dude who has 50 popcorn buckets of the alien heads. Like, how'd you get 50, mofo? Oh yeah.
Oh, I guess if you don't have a life to get in the way of you collecting alien popcorn buckets, it might be pretty easy.
It's a living.
Yeah.
Apparently.
It's a living.
Someone's got to get them.
I know exactly how he got them because that's how everybody got action figures back in the day. But it's like, come on.
There's a bunch of wells in Africa, and the bucket is just a recycled popcorn bucket from the movies that no one gets them from.
In 2 years, we're going to see the cobalt mining, and they're going to be using alien popcorn buckets to dig out the cobalt and then die of cancer.
Space cancer.
Whatever. Yeah, space cancer. Whatever it's good for.
Space cancer.
From the movie.
So,
not the mining.
Not real space cancer, just to be clear.
Yeah, well, of course, not real space cancer. So, hello, everyone. Hello, chat. Oh, you're not on the screen yet because I'm silly.
Hello, chat.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm so
you gotta
sad.
get out there.
Been seeing them say stuff, and I haven't even got them on there. It's like they're at the door knocking, and we're all chatting, and I'm there, but I haven't looked over yet. And they're like,
"Oh, they can see us through the window.
Yeah,
we're inside where it's warm, and we're having a good time. We're talking about movies, and like, hey, let us in. We can't hear you. Let us in.
Having a good time is.
We are having a good time.
Yes, we are. You're right.
We're not 100%. In the theater. This is the part where we talk about the movie.
100%. Okay, well, yes, Alien Romulus came out, which is the next one. That's how I don't know what else to say about it other than that. Oh boy, it took
Alien 3. What's the tag? Alien 3.
Just 3. Almost Cubed was the thing, right? Remember that?
Okay.
Yeah. 3.
Alien Cubed. Kind of. We have Alien 4 Resurrection.
Yep.
Then we have. That's when Prometheus happened, right?
Well, technically, Alien versus Predator. A lot of people don't count that, though.
Yes, I don't.
I think that we should.
All the other ones either.
What a wonderful film that was.
AVP's better than several Alien films. I'm just saying.
True. And several Predator films. So we have
most of them.
Let's see. Then after that, we had Prometheus happened.
Yes.
And then
Covenant.
I almost said Prometheus Covenant. Alien Covenant happened. Covenant. Prometheus 2, Black Goo Boogaloo, Googaloo, and then we have, I guess, then this happened.
Yes.
Unless I'm missing any.
The next one. And it's taken Twitter by storm, film culture by storm. Everyone's like, wow, Alien is back, everyone. Isn't that great news?
In the way that, like, a cancer could return, I suppose. Like, you think it's dead. Like, you think you've jettisoned it into space, potentially. But then it returns. Yeah, I suppose so.
Everybody involved in this stream and in the chat is too young to remember Beatlemania. Have you ever heard of it?
Big Bad Beetleborgs. Yeah, that was great.
No,
I love Big Bad Beetleborgs.
You know what? I'm gonna reverse that. I'm just too old for everything, so I'm sorry. I apologize to all of you.
No, you're referring to the Beatles, the British band from Liverpool.
Yes, and they did a Beatlemania. It's kind of like Beatlemania, but worse. There was a band. There was a group called Beatlemania. Oh, there was a basically a fake Beatlemania band. It was like a play or something that toured, and it was awful. It was
I
fucking
think
awful.
I understand why you're bringing that up.
Band, or
The Beatles were still alive when this happened, by the way. So yeah.
All of them,
Um,
or just the good ones?
all of them.
You know,
Which
that's
ones are the
actually
good
oddly
ones?
applicable to several elements of this film.
just so that we have it in as a recording. Which ones are the good ones?
What about Beatles?
The Beatles. Which ones are the good ones?
Yeah, which ones are the good ones?
George Harrison and John Lennon.
I was just making a joke.
Yeah.
Just
What about-
silly joke? They're
I mean,
all,
if
the
you say
good
the
ones. They're all the good ones in
ones-
my heart.
Yeah.
Okay.
George Harrison.
So
What about Yoko Ono?
you understand?
She's not canon.
We
Oh
got
my
a lot
God,
of
this
things to
movie is the
discuss. We've got
Yoko Ono.
limited Gary time to rant and ramble about Romulus. Okay, so try to take advantage of this
Ding dongulus.
alien rhombus. Right? That's what it is. So,
Rhombus.
oh, how do I properly preamble this? Welcome to yet another episode of our movie breakdown show, where we
Our
have the
movie
complete
breakdown
opposite
show.
perspective of the wider audience in the world. It's,
We have the correct yet unpopular take.
I was just thinking
yet
about
again.
how, like,
So far,
Guardians
at least.
3, Mission Impossible, fucking Dead Reckoning Part 1,
Deadpool vs Wolverine.
Fallout.
I like
Yeah.
those movies.
But Fallout was fucking phenomenal.
Wait, no, Fallout the fucking show, you
Fallout.
donkey.
Oh right, I thought okay. That one.
Yeah,
I was about to say.
Okay,
Okay,
that one sucked. That one
just because-
sucked. Back on track.
that was
That's how effectively my brain has shut out the Fallout TV show. That's
Yeah, that
by the
makes
fucking
sense.
putrid trash. And I think about Mission Impossible Fallout, that stellar action film.
I also enjoyed Mission Impossible Fallout a lot. It's a very good one. Anyway, this one, am I safe to assume, I don't know if I could speak for Cap on this one, but I was going in with like a, alright, entertain me movie, let's do this, Alien standard affair. Or were people feeling a little more
Yes.
cynical about this? What's everyone's feel?
Well,
I wasn't cynical at all. We had talked about it, so you know the answer.
Mhm.
But I was like thinking it'd be like maybe this will be like a Planet of the Apes, the remakes. You know, like it'll be fine. People will like it. It'll do pretty well in the box office, and it could be completely forgotten within 72 hours, like Avatar. You know.
Wait, when you say they came out and then the Planet of the Apes movie that came out and everyone forgot about them, you might have to be more specific.
You talking about the Tim Burton one?
Oh, not the Tim Burton one. The most recent ones with
Matt
Andy
Reeves
Serkis,
ones.
the Matt Reeves ones,
There's four of
and the
those now,
latest
right?
one. Yeah, yeah,
The chick on the cover, right? And no one talked about it or knew it existed or anything, right?
yeah.
Like a really recent one. Okay. These
Yeah, but-
these old franchises, there's just so many installments now. I can't keep them straight in my mind hole.
No one can blame me for that. So yeah, I was hoping to have fun.
I don't know if I'd say I was cynical, but I wasn't like super excited either. I don't know. I suppose I wasn't actually expecting that much, really, like going into it. I figured it was just going to be like fairly bare bones and basic. And so I was figuring, oh, it'll be okay. That was me.
Yeah, I wasn't optimistic, but I was willing to be like, okay, show me what you got. Maybe you've learned your lesson. Let's see what happens. I have an open mind. I'm ready to let it just wash over me. So,
Same.
I feel like
let me see what we got here.
if you go back to real BBC coverage of the trailer / I think open bar, I can't remember. I'm almost certain my two broad takes were, man, this is going to be filled with member berries, and I wonder if we're going to be getting any competent characters. My mistake, of course, was assuming there would be characters. Anyway, oh hey, J Longboat, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Hey.
Welcome. We're about to start talking about the film. We're on the cusp. We were just talking about how excited we were to go see it, which apparently nobody here really was expecting a lot anyway. But you know, like, hey,
Had pretty low
expectations,
and it failed to meet them anyway. So
Yeah.
here we are.
Yeah.
I was gonna say there's no controversial or clashing opinions here, from what I can gather. But despite that, outside of this selection of people and a couple of others, as far as I can tell, the world loves this movie. So.
Well, fuck them.
What if they said that to you, Rags? Whoa, you wouldn't like that, would you?
That's what they always do to us.
I
I'm
was gonna
used to
say,
it. I'm
that's what they
numb.
always
I'm
say.
numb to it.
I've
Like,
already
oh,
gotten
99% of the show doesn't make sense. It's probably really shit. Like, oh,
I've
that's
got
my
the
life.
torrent of you don't know how to have fun, you hate anything new that comes out, like you blah blah blah,
Yeah,
all the
yeah.
usual stuff.
Yeah,
So
it's
Gary,
like-
you've got a bit
I
of
had
that
fun
as
with it.
well, huh?
Oh yeah, I
had
got
fun
one.
with it. I laughed at a couple scenes. I had
You
fun.
There you go.
laughed, yeah?
Hey,
There you go.
we always find a way to have fun. Yes, I was accused of not liking a film since Return of the King. Checks out. No,
Yeah.
just kidding. But yeah, I've liked a couple since then.
I'm always surprised about how many times I'll get the, I've been with you with everything up to this one you've completely lost me. It's like, oh, all right.
well,
yeah,
okay,
it's gonna
well,
happen
let's
sooner or
explore why
later, I
you're
guess.
wrong.
You know?
Let's
Let's get
explore this, shall we?
Yeah, let's
Yes.
get out our notes and talk about why I'm correct once again.
Well, between us, we got some decent, I think, Alien franchise knowledge, so we can just start with the premise, which you get immediately. For anyone out there who's like, how are they making a new Alien film? Where's it going? Set between Alien and Aliens, if you didn't already know. It's
an interquel.
an interquel,
It's an
a
interquel.
midquel.
An interquel.
It's
God,
an
I can't keep all these
no, it's not a
fucking-
midquel. It's a subcategory of a midquel called an interquel.
I
So
don't like
really?
any of
God.
these words.
I
that
can't keep
leaves
all
it-
these. Can't keep all these genders straight now. Fucking
I know, right? So that leaves the door open for like an Alien 1.25, an Alien 1.75,
Oh my
an Alien
god.
1.99.
They
Yeah.
can squeeze a whole quintilogy in between
Yes.
1 and 2 because in
The whole
universe there's
saga
like
in between the
The whole
movies.
cinematic universe between
What,
two
like,
movies.
is
there's
it
like,
70 years? Is that what it
yeah,
is?
like 70, 80 years, right? That's how long Ripley was in
Oh my
the
God.
sleepy tube before Aliens
sleepy
happens.
tube. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like 20 years after Alien, 40 years before Aliens. That's what I gathered. I haven't got exacts, but it's something like
Around
that.
2050.
Yeah,
It
something
said around
and-
2050.
and
2150.
There's a whole ass movie that happens off screen, and then we get a movie. So 1.25 is definitely possible. There's definitely a chance they'll do that. Anyway, so you might be like, well, then how does it happen? What's the story? Tell us,
How does it
Uncle
happen?
Mutually.
How does this happen, actually?
Well,
How does
I'm
this
going to need
movie
some
happen?
help for anybody who can provide it. It seems to begin with, and this is using information a little bit further in the film, but I mean, we need it now, so I'm just going to say it. They go out searching for the destroyed Nostromo, and specifically the alien, and they find it. They being
They
Weyland
find it.
Yutani. This already, like, the first sentence
What?
creates problems. Like, wait a
Yeah.
minute.
What do you mean?
How is that possible? Why is that happening?
Well, I guess this means that
They can
The
survive
alien-
nuclear explosions.
they can survive a
multiple nuclear explosions.
well, yeah, the
Somehow.
Nostromo had like a
Somehow.
vaporization 3 times.
Dude, yeah. I just watched Alien.
Yeah.
That
It's
sucker
a-
blew up more than once.
This
It
is
is-
an
it
old
is funny to see
70s
the-
explosion.
The pieces of the ship where you're like, no.
No.
Yeah.
It's all
Dude,
clustered together, like it's all together in one
Yeah.
piece.
It's
even
just
though
like the Death Star crashing in Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it should be evaporated. There's big old pieces.
I can buy that there are pieces of the ship. They didn't actually atomize, probably. They flung off into space in a wide variety of different directions, accelerating. Actually, they're not accelerating because of space. Flying off into space in all directions for
Mhm.
decades worth of time, potentially. The fact that it's all just right there, floating together, intact. It's not intact, but all of the clumps are just right there. Really kind of undermines the power of the explosion that was in Alien.
Well, and there's also
And
a
it
big
also,
old alien clump, because that's where the alien
Yeah.
is.
The alien lived after all that.
It-
The alien made
It
it.
encased itself in alien rock to survive being in space after Ripley booted it out of the ship, and they collected it. How wonderful is that? This is just bad news all over. The fact that they found it at all, the fact that they knew to look for it, where did they get information from regarding this? How did that happen? What's going on? And then, of
No,
course,
but you understand they're like a secret part of Weyland Yutani. They were doing it, and they went out there to grab it, and they didn't tell anyone. It was a little
guess-
secret between all of them.
Because they told in the original, I guess, because Ash was, programmed to do all that stuff. I guess they were waiting for him to get that delivered. So when it didn't show up on time, which it should have by this point, I think then I guess they
But-
would have gone looking for it.
I'm pretty
Dead.
sure they found
But
a
then
knife
why?
with a map on it. That was what I think happened.
But then why were all of the Weyland-Yutani guys in Aliens? Like they didn't know anything.
It doesn't work.
No,
Because,
they thought it was
um,
completely destroyed. They say as much.
Yeah.
That's because, okay, look, Weyland-Yutani is structured such, in order for OPSEC, that's operational security, that they have compartmentalized Weyland-Yutani laboratories where they don't all communicate with one another. So all the people in Aliens, they didn't know that actually this whole time there was a different group in Weyland-Yutani who had everything covered, and they had it, they recovered it, all was well. And the entire purpose of Aliens, the movie, didn't even need to fucking happen.
It is incompatible with Aliens. This doesn't fit. You did not get it. And I think that the response to that would be like, well, wait until you see the full events of Romulus, and then you'll understand how it fits right in. It's not going to happen. When more things happen, it's going to get even more confusing, because at least right now all they do is collect it. If it immediately kills everyone on board and the ship explodes, I guess that's, something. And you'd be like, that is what happens. And I'd be like, oh, is it? Is that what happens? We'll see about that. So they collect it, and the film is very proud of itself because it shows the rock being cracked open, and there's an alien imprint in it as they collect the big lad, the big boy from Alien 1. And the film is like, ooh, look, he's back, boys.
Something I would be wanting to also talk about, since it's happening during this sequence, is they're doing the opening credits in the same style as Alien, which kind of bugged me, honestly.
It's a bit of a mainstay. You'd expect that, I think. It's just,
I think I don't know, it's just, I feel like I've seen that starting to happen more and more often, right? Of like signaling, hey, look, we're like the Back to the Roots installment. And so that means like, hey, we got to make sure that we have like the same graphics, right? The same sort of like opening title sequence and stuff like that.
On its own, not necessarily a problem, but when you weigh it up with all the other things they do in this movie, it'd be like, hey, remember the thing you like?
Oh, yeah. We got a fucking laundry list.
Remember that.
If I really liked the movie, I would have thought it was cool, but I don't, so I don't like it.
I also just don't like this kind of storytelling where they say, man, isn't it nuts that there was that whole other living quarters on the Nostromo that the main guys never talked about that actually split off and had its own alien on it and then its own movie? You're like, no? And they're like, oh, okay, well, what about in Hadley's Hope, where there was like a little outpost filled with people and also 3 aliens? Remember that? That happened, and they're making a movie about that. You're like, can you stop? Can you make your own thing? They're all like,
Can you stop being a
tumors.
leech? Can you not be a parasite? You
Get
only
off.
exist because of something else. You are a parasite. You require something else to feed off of in order to live.
In chat, did they change the layout of the Nostromo? It's like, no, they made it so it didn't blow up, technically.
It's kind of just all the pieces are sort of together, and the aliens survived all along, actually.
Anyway, introducing our main character/characters. You have an opening shot where Rain, played by girl from Civil War, if you remember her. Anyone who watched that film and remembers it.
Wasn't Rain the name of the
did.
protagonist from Ninja Assassin?
Possibly. Rain is not an uncommon name used for protagonists, I think. There's a couple of them, out there. And I'm glad they're all doing well. She is staring out at the sun on a nice field. And then, boom, wakes up in a metallic, drenched sort of world where everything is cold, hard, and she's very sad. And you're like, I understand.
Yeah, you see that and you're like, okay, so we're quickly establishing a motivation, but it was a little bit awkward when all of the text that comes up to describe the planet, the last one says, hours of sunlight, 0. Thanks. Yeah, I got it.
What you could have done is you could have just had the characters like be amazed at the idea that you could see the sun, or talk about wishing they could see the sun, and then having the planet constantly like underneath volcanic clouds and it's dark even during the daytime, or you specifically have people check the time and it's like, oh, 3 p.m. but it's super dark
You
outside.
know what, Rags? You don't even need that. If she's dreaming of seeing the sun, and then we see where she lives, and you can't see the sun, I think
That's
I've got
fine,
it.
yeah.
Like,
Well,
as science fiction.
You almost made it sound better than because it does the thing in the movie, right? It's like like information, and one of the last lines is like days of sun on this planet 0. As if it's supposed to be like,
oh no, it's Space Britain.
Have a little faith in your audience. God damn.
Well, it's so funny you say that, because you'd be like, okay, so we got the overt sort of this is her character, got it, and then that you're like, okay, that's one of 7 references to go before they make sure you definitely understand she likes looking at the sun. She wants to see the sun
in her dreams.
So,
yeah,
oh god, that line, yeah. There's a lot of dialogue we gotta get through in this one. So Andy arrives and he's telling jokes immediately. He says, "Did you hear about the claustrophobic astronaut? He needed space." Like, haha. And he says, "I just spent my full share on a belt that won't fit. Huge waste." Aha. And then he says, "Maybe it's because I'm on a seafood diet. I see food and I eat it." You know, it's in-universe dad jokes. The thing about those jokes, of course, is that they're not really going to make anyone laugh if they're designed not to deliberately anyway. They're just supposed to make you go, mm-hmm. I get it. All right, moving on. You know,
he's that character.
Yeah. Surprising how many of those there are in a lot of films where they're like, yeah, but he does the bad jokes on purpose. You're like, okay.
Why don't you give it a try to write a character who tells good jokes?
You could have had him telling dad jokes that make you laugh. That's possible.
That make you go,
yeah, because some dad jokes are like funny. There are funny dad jokes. They exist.
So we're
also
moving
how
through...
he says them. He has the like sleepiest, dopiest expression throughout the entire movie, and it's so insufferable.
How dare you? Everyone celebrated him as the best part of the film, and they're probably right. To be
Who
honest,
would ever design an android?
He is the best part of the film.
He is the best part of the film.
Not great.
He is the best actor.
Being the smartest retard is pretty much.
That is shockingly applicable as a title to his character.
Quite literally.
First off, yeah, that is the smartest retard. Is actually very good.
All right, well, so we're walking through the world. This is a planet controlled by Weyland-Yutani. Our characters work for the company, except we get more information on him in a second. We can talk about it. But Rain is excited because this is she's clocking out for the last time. She's completed her quota. And she says as much. I've met my quota, and I should be free to go now. I'm going to Ivaga, and it's fully terraformed, and you can see the sun out there.
Oh,
I was just
man.
like, yeah.
Oh, that's bad.
Well, thanks, I got it.
Are you talking to this lady, or are you talking to the omniscient audience?
I know, right? I was like, oh, they did it again? I was like, I already got that. Damn.
Going to the Ivaga, they've got salads out there.
The lady asks about
a salad bar.
Her general situation. She says, "My parents died 3 cycles ago from Lyme disease from the mines." I was like, oh.
Yeah, and it's already when you get to this point, it's like, okay, so there's probably a cap on how good this film can be.
Yeah, already.
I feel like we're setting expectations is what we're doing.
Yeah.
We're establishing.
You know, it's unfortunate, but she says, yeah, sorry, you're not eligible due to a shortage of workers. You're being transferred to the mines. Which is just like,
what did
6 more years?
What? Yeah, to be absolutely clear, she had 12,000 hours to work. She completed it, and the person's just casually telling her, "Yeah, well, now it's 24,000." Rip.
Yeah, doubled it.
Which
what did she do before? What was she working in before? She had a
not
was
clear.
Like
I can't remember if they
something?
were something like that. Yeah, but obviously getting transferred to the mines is like scary because a lot of people are dying down there.
Yeah.
Like if you have someone who isn't even trained for it and need someone who's doing something else, it's weird that you just be like, oh, we need more people over here, so we're just put. It seems a little like, I know Weyland-Yutani is evil. I got that, but like there gets to a line where I'm like,
this feels a little boring evil. Like
this is starting to get boring, uninteresting evil. Like why would this happen? Is the world such that this company could be like this? it looks like the workers could literally just say like revolt against the entire company because there's so many of them and they have
That's
so much
what I was
stuff.
thinking. If there was,
Yeah.
because it doesn't seem to be applied to her specifically. It's just the planet wide. Like it seems to be they have doubled the quota for everyone. Could you imagine the fucking response from the workers if that includes people who thought they were going home and have to serve another 6 years?
Well, yeah, because when I was watching this movie, I was thinking, so if I was in her place, I would just like, it's sabotage. This is the part where I decide I'm good. They're going to stick me here forever.
Yeah.
I am going to go around, and if I have to kill Weyland-Yutani workers and security personnel and destroy their equipment and sabotage and start it up right, that's what I'm doing. Because my life is basically, I've got nothing left at this point. I'm going to be essentially a
That's everyone
indentured
there.
servitude slave. Yeah.
And
And there's
by the
so
way-
many of them everywhere, and they have access to like ships and heavy-duty mining equipment and massive. Like, how do they keep order here with pissing off all these people?
And
Yeah,
if
a
it
riot
Mother-
should have definitely started at this point in the movie.
absolutely,
Yeah.
yeah, and I think that'll be interesting
Long
too to
overdue
see
for the
it play out.
revolution.
And they could have used like a riot to, as in like do some sneaky shit while it's going on, even try to cause one to get access to whatever things. But I found it odd because I was like, so this was news to
Oh, I think
her.
I got one.
Hmm?
I think I got one. All of the miners should have risen up against the bourgeois. Call them the moletariat.
Nice. Should have been in the movie.
I
Should have
like
been anti-dialogue.
Yeah,
Um,
it plays a lot better as just communism instead of corporate greed, because that's probably would have been there would have been more soldiers, more security, which we didn't see a ton of.
I didn't see
Um,
like any.
I mean-
Mother is the one that regulates. They do mention like highly regulated ships, and you have to be able to speak mother to, or motherfucker, to talk to them.
But any
And-
random robot apparently can just boop finger and you go.
Well,
you need
not
to
to
find a-
not to get
a
ahead.
special
What I
needs
wanted to
one.
say was that with this information having taken place, this would be news. Planet wide, everyone will be talking about this. Everyone's fucking quotas got doubled. That would be insane news. She finds out at the actual kiosk, and it feels like the worker there finds out while she's looking at her profile. Like it like
'cause the
glitches and
screen just
shows
sort of
the
goes
12,000
yeah.
to 24,000. It's like, well, but
2,400, yeah, 24,000.
how did you know?
Did
what I
you
mean?
do
It's
this?
Like, what? Yeah.
Did you do this, you bitch?
And so it's so weird. It's like, did this happen just now? In which case, if she'd completed a quota yesterday, would she have been cleared? Because that's.
I got the vibe that the worker there was the one who did it.
I thought it was applied to everybody recently. She says something like that. That it was.
Oh,
they've
maybe I don't
changed
remember
shit.
that.
In any case, like I said, it was a little bit silly to me. I think they should have opted to say you've got 1 more year rather than 6. It's just like, God, they would absolutely be a revolt. The workers would not fucking deal with this very well at all.
Yeah, the entire colony would be just completely overrun, and it would start. Yeah, it's just when the evil company do like actual evil companies where they're not like evil, they're just companies that can do evil stuff, but it's not like to the core everything involved. Like it's a massive, like it's not cartoonish, you know.
I
Like
just
some of them
I
hate their
preferred if they
jobs, some they do
even
some.
find a way to justify it through some kind of bureaucratic bullshit, as in, your conduct has not been perfect. You've littered. You've done this. You've done that. You've done that. Your whatever she does exactly has been like of lower quality, and that through
Thinking
penalties
about the
she's earned
sun
an
too
extra
much
year.
on company time.
Yeah, you dream too much, bitch. So something like that. I don't know, but yeah, as it stands, I was just like, oh, okay, and she gets distracted from it, of course, because her friend Andy is getting beaten up by mean people outside, and it messes with his
Kids, yeah.
circuitry because he is indeed a synthetic. His his problem is that when he takes not even a huge level, but let's just call it a significant level of trauma in any way, he'll like freeze up and glitch out. He can't do anything until he's reset, which is something
Some
they stick
people
to
are
for the
like
whole movie.
Yes, these kids just walk up to him and they beat him with some sticks
They're mean, yeah.
for seemingly no reason. Maybe
could
they
be.
know he's an android, even though you wouldn't have known, because at first I thought he was just a weird guy.
Yeah,
So
well,
and
So question, how was she able to keep that for very long before? Like, that's an incredible piece of technology that'll be worth, I got to imagine, a shit ton of money.
Well,
And
especially considering what we learn it has the capability to do with Wayland-Yutani
exactly.
tech.
We can
Yes.
get to that a little later. I'm just talking about the casual
can
sort
go.
of walking around with a Wayland-Yutani synthetic feels to me, especially when people know, because it's very easy to find out.
If
Wayland-Yutani, would there not be like a reward for, I don't know, telling people about that? And then, of course, would she not have considered selling it to get in a much better position? And then, of course, would it not be taken off her, I would have imagined.
I mean, it depends on how they portray it. I can believe either way. If you have an old robot that's decommissioned and it can't interface with Wayland-Yutani tech,
Hmm.
it's almost like if you you de-weaponize like a tank or something. You can go and buy them if you want. They're out there. You can buy, demilitarized military equipment. That's totally legal. It's just there's not much reason to have it. Um, so I feel like I could see it going another way. Would they care if some random old robot unit that couldn't really do anything was just walking around and doing stuff? Probably not. Or maybe they would for another reason. I could see it
Feels
going
to
either
me
way.
like they
but
would
I
want to dispose of them their way. I don't know if they would be comfortable with
Maybe.
just synthetics walking around. It is like they're walking products that can do or say, like it's just a liability, right?
I think if you're at the point where you're basically enslaving people on a planet, they may be past that in terms of this might make us look bad. Like I said, I can believe it either way if they gave me a little bit of information to work with.
Well, if it
Like-
didn't have the ability to just interface with all of their technology,
That's the killer. That's
Yeah.
the thing right there that makes me go, there's no fucking way that this robot should be allowed to exist in this state in her, basically as hers. However, there's, the potential for world building is neat. The idea that you have this like robot that's almost like a family hand-me-down heirloom in a sense, where like because the dad died, he reprogrammed it to help look after the daughter, and then because it doesn't age and whatnot, it's an idea that they might want to work with because the idea in a science fiction setting of you have like these human-like androids that can do all sorts of stuff, you can talk with them, they can help you out. What is their place in society? What do people do with them? That's not an unreasonable thing to think people might do. But we don't really get any of that for all the time we spend on things, which is kind of a shame.
yes, we
'Cause,
spend a lot of time at least bringing up the idea of like how should we treat androids in this universe, and then saying very little about it.
Yeah, it's very
Yeah.
non-committal and it's very weak. Like they barely brush against it when it probably would have been better to not even talk about it at all. Because I mean it's from the first, I think 'cause in the first Alien and in Aliens, you get that there's a bit of like, oh, he's a synthetic, he's not real, he's not like a person. Who's the name of the android in Aliens? What's the name?
Bishop.
Bishop, that's the one. I was thinking I had the wrong chess piece on my mind for a second. But the idea that he's like he understands he's disposable. Not disposable, but his worth is not like a human life, and he'll do things to help humans if it means that he might become damaged or left behind. That's just kind of like a thing that's given and understood by people. But there's also this element of maybe superficial camaraderie is a bit uncharitable, but like it's like a crew member, but it's just a little beneath everyone else in a sense. But it's still like a valuable piece of equipment, and But I don't really
Well,
get
we'll
into any
see
of it. They
the
want to.
consequences of them randomly ditching synthetics. We'll see what that could possibly lead to. So, unless I'm mistaken, someone wanted to ask is I saw a lot of praise for the Wayland-Yutani portion of the film being near the beginning. Have I missed any part now substantively that people would consider that a part of? Because we've got the plan is coming up next in the next scene.
I like kind of.
I suppose I kind of like the planet in terms of a design. I like this big sort of oppressive mining planet, but I mean, it's mainly the design.
It's all aesthetics.
Narratively, I feel like it's not particularly tapped into all that much. Because again, it's just like, hey, did you guys see? There's 0 hours of sunlight here, and look, the Wayland-Yutani just arbitrarily doubled the amount of time that people have to work here. It's like, yeah, all right.
The people who are in charge of the aesthetics and the technology and a lot of the technological sound effects and whatnot, I think they did a really good job.
Really
that
good
part
job.
of that part of the movie is easily the best. This is a very immersive, very believably alien universe world in those elements. The buttons, the knobs, the lights, the TV screens,
Costumes,
the
everything.
yeah, a lot of
I'd
the
agree with that.
costumes.
Yeah.
That part is like legitimately quite good. What a fucking shame.
Well, because I was gonna say I've seen praise about it, and I was just like, there's nothing else about the because I would buy the shit out of and watch a Wayland Yutani focused sort of storyline in the Alien universe. I've always
Well,
found the company super
yeah.
interesting.
Well,
Yeah, they're not
we'll get
interesting in
there.
this though.
Not really.
No, they're not.
No.
When we get to the end, we'll probably get into it later. But I think that you mentioning, like from a Wayland Yutani perspective, this would have been a much more interesting movie potentially. Because I don't,
It'd be
I don't
different.
mind I don't mind the general premise of this plot. Its execution is awful, but the idea of it is an interesting one, trying to secure the cryopods. But we'll get into that later.
So we get she teams up with some friends to have a little chat. They're going to introduce an idea to her. Now we've had she's got another 5 to 6 years to serve on this planet. So if only there were some kind of event taking place that could possibly give her a chance to get away from all of that. And so we get a big old expo dump, which is fine with me. This is how it would run. It's more so the specifics. So we have to take this piece by piece. It is said that there is a beacon, and Navarro, I guess I would say the pilot of the team, has been tracking it, and this leads to a really big Wayland Yutani ship drifting right above their heads, decommissioned, abandoned, probably some old relic, and it's probably obsolete. So before we get any further, there is just a huge Wayland Yutani
utter
space
nonsense.
station floating above the planet with nobody on it, apparently.
The Wayland Yutani isn't interested in, even though they obviously would be, because they
Well,
know what it is.
And also
At
just
this point,
timing as
Nothing
well.
to
like,
see
God
here.
damn, this is perfect timing for the protagonist to
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
a vehicle through which to make her escape at the most optimal time.
Yeah, the timing of that call right afterwards was,
Yeah.
come on, you could have let that
It's,
breathe a little bit.
Make it work for
Yeah,
another
a
fucking
lot.
few weeks.
A
Make
lot.
it
Yeah,
work
like
for
a
a few
month
weeks
later.
go by.
It's like
Yeah.
a couple of minutes. It's
Maybe
like-
we see her going on with life after a few weeks. Maybe she listens to some people who are thinking about, because they had the one guy earlier talking about Wayland Yutani shit and everything. So like maybe, is she thinking about joining one of these groups, or is she thinking about sabotage? Is she thinking
I
about
saw
running
people
away?
comparing it
What-
to fucking quarter portion shit in TFA. It's like, oh geez, I'm so down on my luck. If only something was different. But even Ray had like a few days before something happened.
I know.
This, she doesn't even get a chance to acknowledge the fact that she's got 5 or 6 more years. It's like, no, we got a plan. And yeah, I mean, as premises go, if you were talking to the writing team and they said, okay, what if an abandoned space station just appeared above the planet? How about that?
But then
Like,
your next question would be like, oh, above a Wayland Yutani planet, and it's a Wayland Yutani space station, huh?
And not even
they don't-
any random space station, a very,
No, what-
very important one.
Yeah,
Exactly.
to be
And
clear,
these
Time-
just so everyone understands,
twisted.
not a ship in the sense of a space station.
moving around, yeah.
Huge.
A
they think it's a
city-sized
ship.
space station. Yeah.
Yeah.
They think it's a ship at first, and then they discover it's actually
I don't
not.
even understand that. How do
don't
you
know how
think it's
the
way smaller
misconception,
than it is?
Because if you're tracking it and it has a beacon, it'll probably tell you what it is.
Well, it
and
wouldn't
whatnot.
change
And
anything
if it has a
about
beacon,
the
then,
point here,
yeah, it
which
wouldn't
is
change
that it's
anything.
insane that this is happening. It makes no
Yes.
sense at all.
Which is
Beyond
kind of
the
a big deal,
questions,
considering this is the premise of the kind of like the plot, how the plot begins essentially, and
Yeah.
it shouldn't happen.
well, we've already got a premise that makes no fucking sense, and now we have another one that makes no fucking sense. It's like, damn, we can be forgiving with as soon as you get into your story of like, I guess we got here through a bit of bullshit, but like, this is not helpful. Hopefully we will get answers as to how it was abandoned so thoroughly that no one is on it anymore and no one went there, and that these guys are the first to find out about it and to get there. That feels unlikely.
It feels like impossible.
Yeah, you might say
Impossible is a good
impossible.
word.
Yeah,
Like, Like, it's logically possible, I guess. Like, it doesn't break any laws of logic, but like Come on. No, it wouldn't happen. This wouldn't happen ever. This would never happen. I don't believe you.
And how long was that ship up there? Because like, there's the implication that the actions from the first Alien movie just happened.
So
like, how long?
I think he says 177 days. How long since they collected the alien to the current state of the ship?
Way too long.
Well, wherever it was, it floated in 177 days to where it is now. So
Around the planet.
I mean,
If it
that just sounds like it's a space station in the middle of nowhere, because I'm pretty sure the planet they're going to was described as the next closest place, and that's like, what, years away?
to be honest with you, 177 days not doing any particular impressive travel power, just drifting.
Well,
they
yeah,
would have
it's
just been
just
in orbit of
floating.
this planet.
anywhere that you can float to in 177 days
Yeah.
is just like a quick jaunt over in a ship with engines.
And it was pretty close to a giant planet with rings.
And it would
So
have been
it was
detected
descending into those
fucking
rings.
ages ago
giant
by
Weyland
Weyland
Yutani
Yutani.
planet.
Yeah, and they would have been like,
Yeah.
why is one of our space stations abandoned and floating toward us? What's going on?
And why
Yeah,
this
they
one
were a
in
little fuzzy on
particular? Oh
this.
god.
Like,
Little
bear in
fuzzy,
mind that
lot
Ripley
fuzzy.
got punished big time for what happened in Alien, which wasn't even her fault, but because of destroying the Nostromo was a big deal.
Yes.
Like, you just destroyed a spaceship that's worth a lot of money, and this is a
It
space
had what, 20
station.
billion tons of ore or something like that?
Well, yeah,
Some
not
insane
only,
number.
not only the ship, but what's on it, and like the idea that there would just be this massive space station. It's just like, I don't believe it.
In
I don't
in
believe
what
that they don't
in one
care.
of the other two only Alien films, they do mention Paul Reiser's character. I'm blanking on his name now. Mentions like, hey, don't
Vic.
when Ripley says thanks. Let's just nuke it from orbit. He's like, well, this is this base, a lot of money into this space. So I think they would care that their space station that they would probably want to recover is drifting into a planet or drifting into a ring.
Certainly
Yeah.
what we learn is on
It's
it.
so absurd.
Yeah.
man.
Yes.
Like, it's so weird as well because you're hit with that so early, and it's already just a moment of what the fuck is going on. Why did you have such a? You didn't have to make it this stupid. You could have done anything. But okay,
It could have just happened, right? Like make it a little more recent, and then it's drifting into orbit, and it's a big planet, so it would probably drift to the planet. The gravity of the planet would probably capture it, and it'd probably happen all pretty fast.
Wouldn't it have been? I don't know if this just doesn't work or something, but what if they had
Probably.
someone, on the inside, so to speak, a friend who they've spoken to who says, there's an opportunity to come up there and steal some shit in undercover of whatever, and that they've got their way to benefit from it, and while they're doing that job, they sabotage something by accident that releases an alien, and that makes the whole station have to deal with that. That sort of premise instead of we get like 5 people who are retards and that's it.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, you would. Why not just make a film about? Oh, we're the Weyland Yutani people who have to go and clean up after the space station thing happened. Boom, done. Makes sense. You get a whole crew, see it
Yeah.
from their perspective.
yeah.
Makes
More people
total
get
sense.
more
Like,
death scenes instead of just
More death scenes. You have like some Marines with you,
Yeah,
to
you could get
protect you.
absolutely.
Yeah,
scientists,
company,
marines, all kinds of
soldiers.
people with
Yeah.
intelligence. Maybe that'd be cool.
We get to see the interior of the corporate structure. We get to say, hey, they behave. What are their opinions on the company? You get some company diehards in there. You get some people who are just like, it's just a paycheck. Get some people who maybe would rather be somewhere else. A lot of potential there, and it makes sense. It just makes sense. This is what would happen in the universe. But we got to have our group of
Gen Z.
people.
So
I wouldn't mind them all being young people if the plot made sense and the characters weren't stupid. The idea of a young generation wanting to escape from this generational Weyland Yutani servitude.
I swear to God, they make
that's
them
an
young
idea.
in order to justify them being retarded. Like, I'm almost certain of it. They don't have to bother explaining why 50-plus-year-olds would make these insanely stupid mistakes.
I'm not going to argue with this.
So it's like they're all a bunch of teenagers who are fucking, super emotional and irrational. You're like, yep. I already know. It's gonna go
Human
great.
beings aren't rational, Mahler.
Oh my God, a throwback.
You can't have a plot of you can't have a plot if people are smart.
So the conversations continue, and they say that it's going to take 9 years to get to Ivanka. I forget the planet name. Doesn't really matter. But this ship, through the scans on the hyperlink, show the ship has a few pods left, being cryopods. So I thought, like, so you scanned it, and you know that it has cryopods on it, but you don't know, like, anything else about this ship. Not even that it's a space station. That feels strange in terms of what information you can collect.
Strange. By the way, this would have been potentially a really cool element of the world building is, like, you have all these workers here, and I guess this group has access to a ship. Okay, weird, but how do we keep them from just leaving? It's like, well, if you just control the cryopods, and then people can't leave. I guess they could, but it'll take them many years to leave. But if you have tight control over just one component, which is the cryopods and their energy, then people are basically never going to leave.
Also, for anyone saying they were also stupid in Alien and Aliens,
No, they weren't. You're wrong.
It's so unfair that those films, The Thing, or stuff like Predator, like they get like dragged down by the future iterations because it's like, yeah, it's always been this way. It's like it wasn't.
Well, that's because people say that. Because people do this with you mentioned Fallout. People did this with Fallout all the time. The Fallout show comes out and it's fucking stupid through and through, completely idiotic, and all of a sudden. Well, I don't know where these people came from, but all of a sudden, everyone decided, oh yeah, the games are shit too, actually, so it's okay.
Weird. It's a weird strategy to run of, well, no, the other thing sucks too. Like, in order to prop up the thing that you like, everything else has to suck as well.
Yeah, the thing we like is stupid too, so you can't complain about the new thing of it.
Really odd.
I think people need to realize there's a difference between things being so hopeless that you just can't help but fall into pitfalls and, like, disaster, and people deliberately doing stupid shit to fall into pitfalls, like and to end up dead because you're just doing stupid shit.
Yeah, like take for example Alien, where they're following the tracker. They think they found the creature that came out of Kane, the smaller version, of course. Bump into the cat, Jonesy.
Yep.
And then it's let go, and Yaphet Kotto and I think it's Sigourney Weaver in that scene. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why'd you let it go? Why am I forgetting his name?
Harry Dean Stanton.
Harry Dean Stanton. Yep. And he's like, well, it's a cat. And then they're like, yeah, but now that you haven't caught it, we'll fucking come over it again on the scanner, idiot. And that's the kind of mistake I can believe, where you're like, why would we capture the cat? It's a cat. And it's like, because we don't want to fucking bump into it again. And they're like, oh shit. And then they go get the cat, idiot. And so he goes off and gets the cat alone and then gets killed by the actual alien. That to me is way better than, for example, this is a big button that kills everybody. Don't press it. Then they go, duh, press it. Like, fuck. Just, there's a difference. You know, like, it wouldn't be binary of stupid and smart. It would be how you justify everything. Anyway, it's mentioned that if they get caught, it'll ruin their chances of ever getting a travel permit. And I thought that was quite funny. It's like, yeah, you probably won't be able to travel. You'll probably be in prison. For, like,
you'll probably just disappear.
Yeah, I would have thought the worry would be less. Oh no, we'll not be able to leave the planet more.
We're gonna lose our passports.
Yeah. And by the way, that
not even gonna get a raise.
That doesn't get properly addressed either. She says that, and then it's the British one that no one can understand. I'm a bit of a British whisperer, so I could tell some of the stuff he was saying. But he says, well, rain's not coming. And it's like, what he said is, well, rain is not coming, because she's clearly worried about losing her travel permit. But I was like, well, but wait, can't you address that? Are you guys not worried at all about getting caught, even though that's incredibly likely? Like, why wouldn't it be?
Yeah, why wouldn't this be built into your plan? How do you plan on not getting caught? You should tell that to the person you're trying to get in on the plan. All right, hey, Rain, we got this idea all set out. He's a general premise. We're going to be using this, and we're going to be using these old codes. So if they do find us, they won't know it's us. We've got these fake passport or these fake employee IDs made. So if they try to scan it from a distance, they'll think we're someone else. Like, we got these from some people who died in the mines, but we didn't tell them they were dead.
We've got a code for our ship that'll pass. We got an old,
we took some
Star Wars style.
Yeah, some people who died in the mines because everyone's just fucking dying of space cancer left and right. We didn't tell the company that they died. The company still thinks they're alive. We're going to use their IDs. So if they
Yes.
scan it, they'll think that it's them and they're dead anyway.
Would
Things like
appreciate
this.
all stuff like that, but they don't do a single thing. They're just like, whatever.
I
Okay.
just thought about. I just thought of that off the top of my head, which is like, man, y'all could have done something with all your many millions and all the time you spent writing this. It's like, come on.
Instead, they seem to be operating under the assumption that they're the only ones who've noticed the giant spaceship outside the planet, so it doesn't really matter because no one else knows it's there.
Did they explain why they have access to a spaceship that can get into orbit?
Do you mean, well, because their big old key is going to be Andy. That's what the scene tries to argue. That's the reason why our team here is special compared to any others, because they have a synthetic that can access everything. Of course, that creates problems, though.
Yeah, because you could just, like, it's a mining... I mean, it's like a Dead Space. Like, most of the weapons you use are mining tools. Like, if you're on a mining colony in the future, like, what, you think a little bulkhead's going to stop someone from getting into the ship? They'll just cut it open with all of their mining equipment.
That space station is it would be under-exaggerating it to say it's a gold mine for any scavengers whatsoever. That would be incredible, the amount of things you could get from there, if you can get a way in. Which, let's be honest, if you're a fucking scavenger of spaceships in this world, you will have a way into that doesn't involve having to get a synthetic or whatever. There will be hackers.
We can do it with our technology.
Yeah, there would be ways to cut into the ships and shit. So, like, it's very unsatisfying to be like, well, we're the only ones that'll be doing this because we have the synthetic. It's like, no.
The only one. You have the synthetic. The only one that they made. Okay, interesting. Fair enough.
Well, then, of course,
no more questions.
You don't know that he can get in. For sure. You don't know that
it's a huge risk.
Synthetics might have serial numbers or codes that get disabled. You don't know.
Why won't they run a test here? It's like, hey, we've got some of these other systems. We're gonna see if he can open these systems to give us an idea if he can get to the one up there.
We even see later in the movie that even though he can communicate with Mother, so to speak, he can't open certain parts of the ship. So there's no reason to necessarily think he could get in at all.
He could get in,
but the funny thing is, had they been at the entrance, he puts his finger in and goes, you'd just be like, all right, heading home, everyone. That was that. Like, good job. There's no reason to think that wouldn't have happened.
We got a plan B. Yeah, they could say we got a plan B. It's dangerous. We hope we don't have to use it, but we do have a plan B just in case. So you can still have a bit of attention involved.
As we can see, they didn't have a plan B. It was just, hopefully this works. And if it didn't, which it may well not have, because as Kat pointed out, he can't open every door. So yeah, like, what kind of plan is this?
A crappy one made by idiots. I was reliably told, by the way, this film was much smarter than the other sort of group of idiot teenagers getting themselves killed. We haven't even gotten to the parts of the film that people think is retarded. Because already unimpressed, with all of this. It seems very
not great.
They're desperately just trying to get to their main premise of we want a bunch of people on a derelict ship which has got spooky atmosphere, and it's like could have worked a little harder, but okay, I guess. And then of course we've talked about it earlier, but just why would Weyland-Yutani toss something like that when it's literally like tossing out keys to your space stations you in the garbage that anyone could pick up? That's not you wouldn't do it like that. So no. Ignoring all of that, it makes complete sense, I think, right?
True, as long as you don't think about those things, there's a certain sense to it,
And it's funny, she says, like, I'm not gonna let you use my brother that way, and then the British guy is like, he ain't your brother though, is he? He's just trash, innit? Trash Wayland, he's still in it, let it go. And then the other guy is like, stop it, don't say that, man. And it's like, just...
Because why are you making her upset? We need her for the plan. Stop pissing her off, you dipshit.
That's the thing, though, Rice. He's the dipshit character. He just gets to say and do all the stupidest shit in the movie, and they're justified because he's the fucking dumbass. He's the dumbass British guy. The chav.
He's got the accent that smart people don't have, I guess they think.
It is the equivalent. It's the hillbilly of Britain. That's what that accent is.
Yeah, I couldn't understand half of it.
Oh, shoot, he's one of them there synthetic organisms. He ain't
your brother.
Like me or Billy.
You can toss him right out of the garbage.
You think you're better than me?
And then it's also
synthetics are taking our jobs.
With knowledge we have from the future, it feels odd watching some of these scenes knowing that she doesn't intend to take him with her. So it's like, hey, I'm not going to treat my brother this way. It's like, you're going to abandon him. I don't know, it's just like, okie dokie. I guess the film has some awareness of it. They try to point out at certain points she's a little hypocritical on it, but I just feel like that's a little too far not to have it addressed by her. Like, how can she feel comfortable with all of that? Just, I'm going to abandon you, but I will protect you. Like, okay. By the way, a Critical Drinker just sent me a text saying Romulus is fucking retarded. I'm just amused. I guess he just saw it.
Just look at, just because something is full of retards and doesn't make sense doesn't mean it's retarded.
So she storms out of their little meeting and stands outside, and then Tyler, I think is his name, comes out and says, "Rain, I don't want us to end up like our parents." And then the film very cleverly shows us a shot of miners walking into a mine with their canary, and it's a bird in a cage.
That's her.
It's a
Baller.
bird
It's
in
her.
a cage.
That's her. Baller. That's her.
Symbolism.
She is the bird.
She's in a
Baller.
cage. She's the
That's
bird.
her.
Mine is
in
blown.
the cage. The bird is.
That's brilliant.
It's like a metaphor.
I laughed.
Yeah, the canary.
It's
in
like
the
an
cold.
anal
Poetry.
cheat.
It rhymes.
This was the part of the movie I laughed out loud.
I was
It's,
so I was like, is
Why
that
are
the
you
fucking
using canaries in the future? We don't use those today.
Man. Oh boy! Wow. Yeah. No. This is the symbolism befitting of what everybody can only admit is the third best Alien film at best.
Nobody's
This
got
is
the
the-
balls
yeah.
to say it's better than Alien or Aliens.
Exactly. That's because like that. By the way, that is actually the case because a lot of people saying, yeah, it's the third best Alien film. The third best Alien film. It's like, why not second best, huh? Like, why can't you bring yourself to say that? You love it so much. Why can't you bring yourself to say it's the second best, huh?
But
I see
yeah,
Because you know.
a couple of people on Twitter saying that, so it has to be.
Are
true.
you? Oh, really? Okay.
Yes,
Oh my god.
yes,
All
it's
right. Well,
unfortunate.
never mind.
mm.
that's
I don't know when is a good time to say this, but does anyone else not believe these little, like, stupid teenagers as actual mine workers? They just all seem like
no.
like models, essentially.
Yeah.
They all seem like programmers.
Yes.
They're
Yeah,
too
if they work at
clean.
all.
Here's the problem.
too clean,
They're
they're
too
too
clean.
modern.
Yes.
Yes.
They're
Yeah.
too clean. Even throughout all of the movie, they've got their makeup. They look nice. Their hair is nice.
They do the
don't
sexy
look-
dirty thing, right? Where they're like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
sexy
look
dirty.
at me, I'm a worker." Yeah.
You know, it's kind of
So-
funny.
Zoolander miners. You're right, Chad.
In
Zoolander
the-
miners.
In the original Alien, they all feel like real people, but they get real dirty and sweaty, and not in the like
Oh my
Hollywood
god, this
way. in
Alien
that
and
movie.
Aliens, one of its biggest attributes is sweat. Good god, those
Yeah.
films are sweaty.
Honestly.
man.
Yep, they
When they're
sweat.
drenched in the red light.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Tracker, and you just Hudson's face is just like drenched in sweat. It's
And the-
terrified.
the
Even in
dialogue-
this movie, they're
Naturalistic and totally viable. The Alien would be celebrated to hell and back as replicating worker dialogue. It is actually just perfect. Rewatched it with Rags before seeing Romulus, and it's such a casual moment, but you know when Parker and Harry Dean Stanton are walking in like the bowels of the ship or whatever, and Ripley says, "I'm on my way down." Both of their reactions, you got all the noises of the area itself, and they both have a different yet disgruntled reaction. One of them is like, "She better not get my fuck away while she's down here." The other one is like, "What's she gonna do down here? What's why is she even coming? What the fuck?" Like, it feels such like a supervisor's coming down, which could only be bad
Yeah.
news. It's
The bickering about the raises and
yes,
the bonuses.
money.
Yeah. It's great.
even in this
really
movie, when they play into, and we'll get to it, where they have to go into really hot areas, or when areas are told to us that they're very hot. No one looks hot. No one looks hot. No one's like sweaty and dirty looking.
Hmm.
And here's a question. I don't actually know this, but can humans actually survive somewhere with no sunlight? I don't think
Yes.
they could.
No.
Could
You
they?
have to take some.
I
Yeah,
guess
you have
they
to
were
take
having
some supplements.
for
Yeah,
Yes.
you have to
Supplements,
take
yeah.
some supplements.
Oh. They
Okay.
don't-
Yeah, you
it
can.
does have an effect, like a
Of
major
course, yeah.
effect on a lot of things.
Well,
If you're used to
Trust
it,
me.
if it's intergenerational and you get used to it, and
They
you
look
have
pretty
alternatives to it, then yeah, if you've got alternatives and stuff.
healthy. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so because they're lifting off and they go above the clouds, and they it's like I was about to comment on it as like an interesting sort of nature of the planet and how it works, but I realized like, well, no, what they're doing is making sure you understand that Rain wants to see the sun. If you didn't catch that in the past fucking half an hour, it's like, is that? Yes, that's our sun. They say Ivanka has the most incredible sunsets. They do.
Ivanka.
I've seen them in my dreams.
Oh my god.
Everyone in that room should have pointed at her and said, "Gay."
I remember listening to it being like, wait, when did she see them? Because I thought maybe they were setting up that she was there as a kid and she got taken away. They was like, no, I saw them in my dreams. Like, who the fuck talks like this? Like, what?
This is how minors talk. This is minor lingo.
Minor lingo.
Yep.
And yeah, then she
Workers.
says that, and Andy it like tightens up on him, and he's like, I can't wait to see that with you. Like, okay.
Wow, such chemistry.
It's what I mean. I was like, oh, is it gonna be like it's gonna be sad if those two don't make it together because he really wants to see the sun with her and she really wants to see the sun. If you haven't caught that, she's like a bird in a cage, you might say. Dialogue hurts. They're not spending
You
time
might say
doing
that.
anything other than repeating over and over that she wants to be free to see the sun. It's like, I got it. I really did. I don't get how this happens because the opening visual was already way more than enough. I got it. Everyone got it.
Mhm.
They keep going.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Gotta make sure you got it.
they attach.
Mahler,
Yes.
I want to see the sun.
Oh,
Mahler,
wait a minute. Yeah.
the bird is her.
Oh
The
my
bird is her.
god.
She's the bird.
Can
in
you
the
be
cage.
sure of
It's
this?
her.
Are you sure?
What?
The bird is her.
I thought she was the miner and she doesn't want to go into the mines because they showed a miner holding the bird. Bird in the cage was irrelevant. That was some bullshit. Nobody cares about that.
the bird wants to see the sun. I hope the bird's okay.
I hope the bird's okay.
Probably won't be. I'll probably die here.
Probably. So they go to attach to this space station, and it's established pretty quickly. They have 36 hours. And you might be like, well, why? Like, well, it's 36 hours until the space station crashes into the rings of the planet, or the ring, sorry, and it is incredibly lucky because they had no idea this was happening at all. Like, that's just added on. It's like, oh, by the way, this whole station's about to just blow up. You're like, oh, wow.
Well, they need a time clock to create tension.
They
That's
do
what
indeed
just like
need a
the
time
other-
clock.
What if Rain said, "Let's sleep on it"?
Other two Alien movies.
So that would have been
I'll decide tomorrow if I want to do this or not.
that would have been really unfortunate had they decided to take any longer, I guess. Yeah, whoops. But luckily they didn't.
Yeah,
And
'cause they were down to the wire.
It's just an unfortunate reality. It's heading into the rings. It's going to get all destroyed. It's not like Star Wars, as I've seen other people reference. It's can't survive going into the rings in this universe. So,
Yeah.
Thank God Soul
this
isn't
has,
piloting it or whatever.
Don't worry, I shall go get them. Ah, no.
Soul now. So yeah, they're setting up for their plan. That's just such a, on top of everything else, just another insane variable that comes out of nowhere. Like, of course, and you'd think maybe the ship itself just cannot be prevented from that from happening, and no one cares outside of them. It's just the premise. So insane, but you know what? Fine. We're all gonna buy it, right? Because now we're here. Yeah. We're on the ship, and now the story can truly unfold. Ignore all of that bullshit. That was the good part of the film, by the way.
Yeah. The good part of the film is
Mm-hmm.
you know,
Bird in the cage?
she is the bird and she wants to see the sun. This, I think, I'm trying to be nice.
I know.
I like the buttons, and I like
the
the
buttons were
knobs.
great. I'd love
Yeah, the
knobs.
buttons, the
with
doors.
knobs. I like the doors and the hallways.
I like the spaceship.
You know what I like?
like
when they have a loading bar
The set
and it's
designer
all,
needs a fucking raise.
it's all pixelated and it goes from like loading 0, 27, 53, 89, and then 100. I'm like, yeah, those old-fashioned loading bars that don't give you the full...
No. First, it needs to get to 99 and stay there for 16 minutes, and then it needs to go to 100.
They had a particularly good elevator in this one too. I like the
there
elevator.
you go, the elevator. Yeah.
Spot on.
Good production design. Good job, whoever did
Good
that.
job.
Yeah, whoever
production
did
designer.
the
Well
done.
production
Wasted.
design, you did a great job. I hope you're not fired like the rest of your coworkers.
So anyway, back to the story. Before
Andy's
they
actor can stay.
before they go on, Rain is like, "Hey Andy, are you sure you want to do this?" And he says, "I have just one directive: do what's best for Rain. Your dad wrote it." I was like,
And the exposition.
Oh,
Because it's like,
thank
man,
goodness he told her that, because then I wouldn't have.
yeah. Why would he need to tell her something she knows?
What?
Like,
Yeah,
like,
why is
if
she
he had just said,
asking? He doesn't
Why
have his
would she
own
be
fucking
asking?
autonomy. He has to do everything according to whatever the fuck she wants
Why
him to
would
do
she be-
anyway.
Why would she be asking now? Like, if he said, nah, it's like, oh shit, well, damn, you guys screwed that up.
Yeah, rip. Why would
what
you?
if
Oh,
she
here-
had to convince it that this was what was best, or what if she
That
had
would be
to?
interesting. We're not doing that.
What if Andy maybe throughout the film referenced his directive, but he never said what it was, and then we would come to learn that his directive must be to do what's best for her, and
No.
then we could just like pick up on that using context clues and stuff like that. But
No.
I guess we could just tell everyone in the audience that way.
Over and over again.
And over.
Well, later in
Yep.
the movie, she gives him a new prime directive by voice command.
Yeah,
so
that's
I like to
something we
imagine
can
Point of the
do.
directive. Your point of the directive is to go up to that satellite and open up the door. Okay,
I
I
feel like
gotta follow my directive.
the British one could have played around with that a lot if you wanted to.
Oh god, the missed opportunities. We'll get into it, but
Yep.
here's a direct comparison. All right, there's a famous exchange in Aliens that's so good they had to put a trigger warning on some of the aliens. I think it was on Netflix or some bullshit. Do you remember this, Gary? It's specifically what I'm talking
What?
about. Is when Hudson says, "Hey Vasquez, you ever been mistaken for a man?" And she says, "No, have you?"
Have you?
That actually
Ah,
That got a fucking trigger warning, like some kind of there are
Oh
there
my
are there are
God,
jokes that haven't
really?
aged well in this film, sort
What?
of bullshit. Yeah, I don't remember
Okay.
what platform it
Wow.
was on. I remember being like, why would that's like one of the best fucking lines in the whole movie. What's wrong
Yeah.
with you? Now, why is that line so good? Okay, you get that whole sequence is amazing. Aliens is like in terms of the blueprint for how to get across characters so quickly. It's just fucking amazing. So Hudson's a big ol' jokester, a goofster, gaffster, you might even say. He's can make some clever but edgy comments, right? He keeps getting in trouble for all kinds of things he says, especially with Apone. And he's like a class clown of the group, and he's very much full of himself, and that plays into every last fucking thing he says and does in the whole movie. Vasquez, on the other hand, would be surprising the audience somewhat, right? She's a little bit subversive. She's like strong as fuck, and she's not insecure about it. She's actually kind of witty, and she seems to know what she's doing. And they know each other's energy.
He's competent.
Like,
yeah.
Just with 2 lines, you get that, and it's kind of
Yeah,
funny.
They both know how to play off each other. Yeah.
Like it's a clever response, and it gets you the audience to just like, you know, I kind of like the if not both of them, at least Vasquez. It's just like, yeah, that's cool shit, and you get a sense that they're all connected. Now, the reason I bring this up is because there's an exchange between Tyler and the British character is called Bjorn, I think. So I'm just going to
Yarn.
read out. I'm going to read out this
Yarn.
back and forth,
Yarn.
and I wouldn't mind if you guys, because you guys saw this film recently, so I'm sure you're going to have plenty of interesting analysis about this. This is just a back and forth. I'll read it out. So first of all, it goes, "Hurry up, or you're going to freeze your balls off." "Oh, well, you got to stop obsessing about my balls. It's not healthy." "Oh yeah, well, you keep talking, and I'm going to chop them off." "Oh yeah, you really want to look for yourself? Hey, you want me to shave my balls or something?"
Oh, maybe it's good I couldn't understand Bjorn.
Well, so
Do
this
not
actually took a while for me to
understand the humor.
understand. I had to decipher that was even the fucking dialogue. They kept saying balls over and over again, and I was just like, okay.
Yeah.
So my take on this would just be like, you really want to go like crude, and you think that that's like strong dialogue, so it makes them feel, I guess, casual.
So, yeah. So we had
Still needs to be
writers. We had
clever,
writers in a time who understood like a bunch of dudes, a bunch of Marines, or as you say in the UK, working class people being around each other, especially back in like '86 at that time, was very accurate, very in tune with what that was. Now we have people impersonating it, not even knowing how people like this would have no concept of what a working man or woman would be, a miner would be, and how they would talk. That's blatantly it. Like, these are writers with no experience. Their only experience is being at home, being at school, and not working a job like
Yeah,
this.
they've
never
been like
yeah.
out into a working environment where you can be
No
crude
life
and
experience.
crass with people
Yes.
that you
Does it not feel
build up a
like
rapport with, you know?
a fucking Starbucks regular speculating on what a worker might talk about? They're like,
Yes.
balls? Their balls? Would they talk about their balls?
Would
I think they talk about their balls. Shaving their balls, chopping off their balls,
the workers in
touching
the
their
mines
balls.
would speak of their testicles often to one
Often,
another.
yeah.
In order to establish dominance, they would compare testicles.
My grandfather's grandfather was a miner. He mentioned balls. Like, okie dokie then. We'll make some ball dialogue.
I'm very glad these writers are getting paid more now. That's good.
Yay. So that's that. You know, this is what I mean. Every second counts for getting us to like these people. And when I heard the fourth ball dialogue, I started to wonder if was anyone else
breaking the fourth ball.
Bring on the xenomorphs.
Yes.
Kill these people now.
I know who. Now that we've established who I'm going to be rooting for the rest of this film.
It is really quite remarkable how utterly they failed to get me to care about any of these people.
Right.
Then they spent a lot of time with them before any aliens even showed up. So
I think you need to remember that one of them is pregnant, and she said, "I hope my baby sees the sun." So maybe you need to get with the fucking program, okay?
You're right.
Well, wait.
Here's a fun.
Did you see the bird in the cage or no?
Oh, the bird is her.
Oh, right.
He wants to see the sun.
There you go.
Yeah, you blink and you miss it, and then you wouldn't even be able to understand the story. It's super important that you see that bird in that cage.
Here's a fun fact I think you guys will appreciate, that the production designer that we are giving some props to also did the production design on Underwater.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, that explains so much. Who is this man or lady? They did a great job.
Naman Marshall.
Naman Marshall.
Good for them.
Never retire. Work forever.
So, moving their way.
Like Wayland Yutani. We're going to double the amount of hours
you
have to design.
They're moving their way through the ship, and they discover the gravity generators purge themselves every few minutes in order to save the station from blowing up.
If you say so, science man.
That is such a... I'm sorry, what? The film is just like, just do it. Just take it. You're like, okay. What?
You know, it was... because it's just kind of on the brain. They don't do it in the remake, but in the original Dead Space, there were gravity plates on the floor, and those were hazards. And if you step on them, then the gravity plates would shoot you in the ceiling, and you'd fucking die. So
I love getting the xenomorphs to step on them.
Yeah, then they go blog, and then they go up there, and then you have to kinesis down the goodies that they drop because it's still stuck in the ceiling too. But that would have been cool with the gravity thing, or if they could have given us maybe a reason, or they could have just said it's broken. This old derelict spaceship.
Rags, you're showing your media literacy.
Yeah,
is
fool.
flawed.
Yeah.
It's Chekhov's
dummy.
Gravity
Purge.
fighting thing. Purge, yeah.
Oh god, I hate it so much.
I don't understand it even a little bit.
But like, it's the next fucking thing on top of all the other ones where you want me to just take this as fact, even though it sounds like absolute horseshit. And they're like, yes, we do. You're like, fine. Gravity purges. For anybody listening in chat who has no idea what we're talking about, it simply means the gravity will turn on for about 10 seconds every 3 minutes, something like that. And you know that's going to play big time into the plot eventually.
Just to be clear, though, wouldn't the gravity turning on intermittently and everything falls and hits the floor, wouldn't that over time shift the position of the space station downwards relative to itself? Because it's like getting
pretty
pushed.
damaging. Yeah.
Well, it would get pushed constantly. Whenever the gravity turns on, things hit the floor, it moves the space station down over time. That would readjust the position of the space station.
Even if it's
over
a
time.
small amount, I would think, yeah.
Yeah, over and over. Well, it wouldn't even be it, because like look at all everything in that ship all of a sudden hits the floor. And there's like mining equipment in there. There were those big old trucks. It should happen to the ship that they bring, right? If they were to, park it inside, theoretically, and then it goes off, and the ship would, probably float up just a little bit as it decompresses a little bit, and then it floats up a little bit, and then it hits the ground, and like that would change the position of the ship over time, or the space station over time. We don't talk about this, but that's how it would work. That's what it would be do.
That's what it would be do indeed. What exactly is being purged? Why the word
Don't know.
Purge.
Yeah, well, how does one purge gravity?
Don't know.
We got to build
Like
up
it's
the
a
gravity. We
gas.
got to let it. We got to let it out.
The gravity gas.
Yeah.
They could say there's a lot of space jargon you could use that the gravity coils, they're damaged and they need to cool off every once in a while so they don't overheat, so they have to release the gravity so that they can cool off. So
But
you could
don't
have
they-
periods of gravity, periods of no gravity, and it would
Oh,
cycle between the two.
But don't you have to? Isn't the energy spent making artificial gravity, not the other way around?
Yeah, you'd
Yes.
think it would just be shut off and it's not generating anything.
Well, yeah, you would if the power's off, then that would be off. And when they first go into the ship and there's no gravity, I'm thinking, oh, is this going to be the whole movie? Interesting to have a zero gravity, So that would be kind of neat if they did that. And then they had the gravity turn on and off at the beginning when they have that section. And I'm like, okay, this could be interesting for the story, where throughout the story there will be periods of gravity and no gravity. That could be interesting. It's a shame the film completely forgets about this element that they play up entirely until basically the end. And one of the
hate
characters,
the way they bring it back, it's so bad. Oh my
well,
god.
the stupid one. Well, I should be more specific. The one with the accent. The one with the accent.
The British
Right
one.
after they establish that the gravity has to come back on every once in a while, he's already positioned himself like on the top of the room on a beam. And I'm like, you idiot! The gravity is about to come on. We've already been over this a second ago. Why
They don't
you
track
put
it. Why wouldn't they be tracking it? The gravity purge. And then why wouldn't they be in constant fucking fear that the gravity's about to turn back on? And you're right, because it does. He falls what seems to be about 4 meters on his back on a barrel. And you're like, oh, shit.
Fine.
But no, yeah, he's fine.
I guess the barrel was kind of soft.
Yeah, it worked out.
It has this.
It's just so.
Okay,
This is what I mean about like the constant retardation. Like gravity randomly turns on, so best stay close to the floor. Then he's like, "Goo!" Like, and off he goes up into the fucking ceiling.
Yeah, because I'd be like, oh, hey, do we have any gravity boots? No. Okay, everyone, be aware. Every 10 minutes or whatever, the gravity comes back on. Stay close to the ground. Stay close to the floor. Be ready for it.
Somebody got to
something that
watch.
you have
We
to-
could set a timer. We
Yeah.
know it to happen. Yeah.
Well, the people waiting in the ship for him could just, that's your job. Give us like a 20-second heads up that the gravity's going to turn on or whatever. And then we'll know to be ready for it. And then we can carry on with our lives and we can go to the sleepy pods and see the sun.
So they get the gravity turned on. At least, I was about to say permanently, but for what they're doing, yes, permanently. All good. That I'm sure the purging thing will come up a lot later. And they get to the cryotubes, and they discover the cryotubes have enough to keep them in stasis for 3 years, when in actuality they need 9. Now you might think to yourself, why would the cryotubes have been used?
Do the cryotubes run out of juice over time in general? Or were they not fully loaded from before? Or
They have to purge their juice every
the
30
juice
seconds.
purge, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, all I thought when that happened was like, man, your plan just seems like so haphazard and dumb.
Yeah.
Like you're gonna fly up to a ship, hope that you can use an android that you found to like get in, and then just hope that the pods actually have enough fuel to get you where you need to go.
When you think about the Nostromo,
know.
the pod that Ripley was in, how long did that last? And it hadn't been touched.
57 years.
Yeah, you'd think these pods. I don't know.
I'm
57 years. Yep.
because we don't have any idea as to what happened beforehand. Okay.
Feels a little bit
sure.
arbitrary on the writer's part for me. Doesn't sound justified at all. They just say, "Sorry, not
Well,
enough
just-
fuel." It's like,
No, not enough. You gotta go.
okay.
deeper
I
into
would-
the step.
I think I would have an issue with it if there wasn't spares that you could go and get, or more fuel that you could put in the pods, I guess.
Why would
Yeah.
the fuel be stored so far away from the pods? Though?
That's a good question.
Probably because they probably take like a specialized.
well, it's not
place
even the
in
same.
order to-
It's not even meant for it, right? Like, it's not the fuel for the cryostasis in the science lab or whatever is what they try to use for.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
okay.
The
Yeah,
question I would
so-
probably ask is, why isn't there spare fuel nearer to the fucking
right
cryopod
next to it,
section? You'd think
basically.
that's where they
That
would
would be a
store
good
it.
question.
And then,
Yeah,
of course,
this is basic. Yeah,
this station nobody escaped. They all died on it. So there must be escape pods with cryotubes in them that are fully charged, right?
You would think so.
Unless
it wasn't designed to have.
Well,
that would
obviously
be
a
odd.
space station would have escape pods. I mean, even the
No.
Nostromo had like a segment that came off and flew.
They were all in. They were all in on this.
They
one.
knew.
We're committing to this. God, we're
No one
committing
gets out.
Yeah, they were very dedicated. I
All
think the one thing they could probably excuse this away, but they don't mention it at all, is like Mother wouldn't let them leave. That would be my guess.
Mother sounds like a real bitch.
Or say that
Mother's a total bitch.
maybe the acid damaged it or something on the something, but
Isn't
yeah, you would think that
Father
they'd
in,
store it right next to the pods. You think that there would be a specialized area for all of the cryopods, and all of the fuel for it would be right there, like on racks on the walls. And
Yeah, of course.
I think so, yeah.
But
Emergency cryo juice.
we've almost
That's how I would design it in RimWorld.
almost complete all the video game level fucking like shitty video game requirements to get us into our main disastrous plot, which, like I said, it's just all the things that have built this up have been terrible. Like they're just such weak writing choices to get us to where they want us to go, which is watching people die. That's obviously it.
I know it's already been mentioned before, but just think about in terms of establishing character, how much could be said for any of these characters at this point in the story compared to how much could be said for all of the Colonial Marines by a comparable point in the story in Aliens.
The only
even
thing I can say
Alien,
is
which is comparatively thinner than Aliens in terms of characterization, still there's so much more.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know their names. You know, I didn't know anybody's name at this point in the film at all. I think maybe Andy.
Andy was because
do we learn anything about the Asian one at all?
She's a pilot.
She's like a Buddhist, or she prays to her.
She prays to someone. Yeah. There you go.
Is that literally it? I think it might be.
Well, did you see the bird in the cage? That's kind of like.
That's her too.
Yeah, why not?
It's all of us, really.
It's all of us, really.
Wait.
That's us.
Holy
That's
shit,
the audience.
come on, guys.
What?
You can't just say that a yellow bird is the Asian.
You said that. We didn't say that. All right.
You implied it.
Oh, and the Asian woman was the pilot. We're not going to bring that up either.
I've seen loads of people making jokes about who she crashed
Asian
the
woman
fucking
driver.
ship.
Interesting. Yeah.
But the reason why I didn't want to bring anything like that up yet is because fucking hell, if the film hadn't lost me, that was anyway. So they're heading toward. They need to find another power supply for the cryo tube. So they're heading down a hallway, and there's a small little bump between Andy and Bjorn. And Bjorn just goes, he's like, and hits him. And it's like, whoa, what's going on? And he's like, as long as he stays out of my way, there's no problem. And you're like,
I gotta tell you, like, it is so fucking boring just having this, like, psycho guy, just irrational, angry douche, just creating, like, friction between this group unnecessarily.
When you
so annoying.
Have a story like this, and you immediately grasp, oh man, he hates Andy, but he's like, as far as we know, he'd have no reason to. It's like, oh, I wonder why that is. It cuts over to the other ship that's waiting.
Yep.
And Rain says, why is he being such a dick to him? And then fucking, I think her name is Kay in the background. Oh, it's the pilot lady, Navarro. Says, well, because of what happened to his mum. Last cycle, a synthetic sealed a mine with his mum still inside, and she died. It's like, oh, okay.
Let me get out my little handy dandy checklist here, and we can mark that one off.
That's such a
motivation.
Check, carry right along.
Yep.
Every opportunity when it's like, well, we need to relay this information, that you don't ask like one of two questions. First one, do we, or is this something people can just pick up? And then secondly, if we're gonna have a character explain it, can we write it a little bit more interestingly?
Can we wait a minute? Let it breathe a little bit instead of just cutting right over and explaining it.
Unfortunately, by this point,
It comes off like a producer's note.
You can already see through them. It's like you're the character who's going to do stupid things because you're angry to make the plot advance. That's your character.
Yep.
You're just going to be irrational at some point and flip out and make a stupid decision that ensures that the characters are put in further peril. That is your role. You're not like a real person.
His android racism will arguably be the most key point in this film for making plot things happen. There's a couple of key points. That's one of them. So, yeah, and it's just so funny that the people who wrote this, they have no faith in the audience whatsoever. They're like, so we'll show that, and then we'll have to get someone to explain it immediately. Otherwise, the audience might be a little bit worried that they don't understand what's happening, you know? Quickly, go. And she even
Two
says,
things.
well, wait, synthetics can't harm people. And then she says, yes, but a synthetic can sacrifice 3 people to save a dozen. It's like, oh, there you go. That's the story in full, and it's never addressed further than that. For me personally, I'm like, oh, that was lame, how you gave me that information, but at least we could have that conversation eventually in the film where someone says, hey man, what if your mum was one of the 12? What about all the people in the 12? Did they deserve to die? But nope. We're not gonna.
No, they're just like, oh, that's horrible. It's like, no, the
Not
synth
really.
saved 12 people. Yeah, it's actually pretty good.
And then
Did what it had to do.
Robo
I don't like the moral
racism has always
stupidity
been
of characters like that.
wouldn't it have been way more interesting if a synth made a calculated error, like it actually did a thing that was formulaic based on its programming that killed more people?
There was a 70% chance that this is the right thing, and it landed on the 30. So
This is the reason they're leaving is also bad things happen to their parents. But that, going back to what you guys talked about earlier, this would be better that they were trying to sabotage and be revolutionaries within the company. That would be way more exciting to follow people just trying to F with Wayland Yutani than just this.
Oh my god. Someone just highlight iRobot did it better. Remember the dilemma in that is is it a little girl and Will Smith are both drowning, and the robot chooses to save Will Smith because he's got a higher likelihood of surviving, even though Will Smith's whole point was you absolutely could have saved her. Like, just because I have a higher likelihood does not mean you should have saved. Like, that's way more interesting, to have grabbed the little girl and saved her, even if it meant CPR or whatever. The idea being a human would have made that decision, but a robot doesn't. That is actually way better.
Yep.
Yeah. The other thing that this establishes is that going forward, there might be a situation where he makes a calculation along those lines. But then what they do with that is also really stupid.
Yeah.
But I don't want to jump ahead yet. We'll get there when we get there.
We'll get there.
We find out Kay is pregnant. That is information.
That's her character.
That is her character, just in case you're wondering.
Well, I mean, congratulations.
The baby in her is kind of like a bird in a cage, if you think about it.
Kind of. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute.
Is she the bird in the cage? What?
It's like a Matryoshka doll of birds in cages, where
Beautiful.
the mother is a bird in the cage, and she is a cage for another bird.
Fractal.
Wow. The most resilient baby of all time, by the way, in utero.
It's a small thing, but I'm also a little surprised that Rain has not heard about what happened to British Man's dad.
Yeah, you'd think.
Like that whole story, you'd think she would have heard about it before this.
Yeah.
Because it happened recently as well, right? Like a cycle ago or something, they said. Recently as in, like, she should have been able to have plenty of time to hear about it.
Really knows all these people and has for a while.
How long is the cycle?
Well, it's a year on whatever planet this is.
Yeah, I guess I don't know how long that is.
Oh, I thought it was how far Lance Armstrong could pedal in a year.
Oh.
Mm.
Oh, in this movie, they should
a
call
cycle.
a
cycle.
We all
because he rides a bicycle.
No, we get it.
We get it. So the cryotubes are launched and moved into their ship effortlessly, and that would have been it if they were fully charged, for lack of a better term. Just kind of crazy to think about. It's like, all right, there we go. And then as they're walking through to go and find some more fuel, there's a little plaque that describes Romulus and Remus. There's a person announcing the reason that is relevant. I've checked out you talking about this on FNT, Gary. I didn't really get anything for it. What meaning did you derive from this film by making use of Romulus and Remus?
I honestly don't know. Maybe some reference to the Wolf Mother. I have no idea what it has to do with the film.
The mural.
Oh wait, I think. Okay, hear me out. So, because he pedals, but it's because the wolf is a different species to the things that she raises.
Right.
Is that supposed to be like a...
Maybe.
Well, so if you remember in the mural, they zoom in on a kid sucking on a titty, and I was thinking,
hell yeah,
the bird is the wolf. The chat got it.
Oh my god. There's a visual near the end of the film that kind of matches that mural. I don't really know what you know?
So it's the titty suckling. That's the whole reason.
We should be
it's called
saying
Romulus.
tipples, actually, but
Balls.
tipples.
Yes.
But these are things like I've seen the idea that you can connect the visuals like that, but it's like, but what am I to take from that meaningfully? And it's like, you know, stuff, siblings and families and biological
Families.
trees
Well,
and
Romulus kills Remus in the
Yes.
myth. So maybe there's something about like fratricide in there, like killing your family. You have to kill your family, or
something.
But does that
It was
that happen?
foreshadowing.
Well, in a way,
I don't how.
Slenderman was family. No.
Yes,
I don't
it
wanna-
was.
I don't want
So
to
they
jump
were
too far ahead. But
foreshadowing the ending.
Slenderman.
there you go. Anyway,
Tweaker morph.
tweak them all.
Tweaker morph.
Um,
Eminorph.
Yeah.
so moving forward, you have Britishman
Or
say,
Morphe.
"This place give me the creeps," and then Andy says, "Did you hear about the miner who lost his left side? He's all right now. Did you get it? He's all right." And he's mad that he did that. Very mad that he told a joke and he asked him to get it, because you know that's the character. He's just mad whenever the android does anything. And he says, "You know what? Can't wait to get in those pods and never see you again." Like, yeah, love this dialogue. And then he's like, "Well, I'll still see you on Ivanka." And then he's like, "No, you won't." And he's like, "I won't." He's like, "Yeah, you're a non-Wayland Yutani system. No fake people allowed." And before you can think about that, and we'll discuss it in 1 second, Andy comes back with, "I prefer the term artificial person myself," and I wanted to shoot myself in the fucking face just a little bit. Why can't they come up with their own lines? Because it's so fucking hard.
The only one either.
No, it's funny, right? Because I think some people listening will think, "Oh, you were annoyed at that one? There's way more." It's like, yeah, we'll get to them. So, but I was
But
already
it
just
starts here.
remember. Anyway, so yeah, this is a reveal. Andy was never intended to come with them to that system. The Rain was going to leave him behind. She hadn't told him yet, and I was just thinking to myself, I feel like Andy might have been able to find that out real easy by chance, right? If it feels like something that would probably be, if you wanted to, it's like our main goal is to get to this system. If you look to find out anything about it, you'll find out immediately it's non-synthetic friendly. To the point where they'll decommission you if you go there as a synthetic. So I was just like, she probably should have told him. And then I was thinking to myself, is there no other system that she could go to that... Does she know the places have suns? It's not just that one. At least I'm pretty sure.
Why are
universe,
they...
You know?
Yeah, also, like, why are they not allowed? Is there, like...
They make a big
exemptions
deal
made?
about how much she cares
Or-
about him, but simultaneously will not attempt to go anywhere other than this place that cannot allow him to be there. Okay.
And I guess it's just because it's the nearest one. But I mean, if you get in a cryopod that could last
Yeah,
for really
doesn't
long
really
time,
matter.
then, you know.
You're essentially resetting your life anyway. It's not like you have family or relatives elsewhere that you need to get to there quickly.
Yeah.
You just go anywhere you want, really.
Is this sun really good? Like it's like really.
It's
You know,
the
I
best.
think at that point, I think they'll just take any sun. I don't know if
Yeah,
they'll be
I figured
picky.
that too. Yeah. All right.
By the way, can we say what you know how it was really neat in Alien how the reveal that Ash was an android was like, oh, interesting, because you especially when you rewatch it and you take all of his lines into consideration and his motives, it's really interesting. But in this, they show that Andy is an android super quick and needlessly, when that could have been a potentially interesting reveal that this whole time he was an android.
Oh yeah, the scene where he gets hit and she does the recorrection because he's spazzing out. All of that, you really didn't need it because we get all of
it's
that
only
later
to
anyway.
show that he's an android. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's no point there.
A bit
When it
insecure,
could have
you might
been,
say.
even if they waited until she met up with the others and they talked about the plan, and then they said, well, because Andy's a such and such unit and he can get in with his credentials or whatnot, or we found that we were able to. You know, we were able to get the credentials from another robot, and we can put it onto Andy, and that would have been a more interesting reveal. Just to stave it off a little bit,
Yeah.
instead of just so quickly saying, "Yep, he's an android."
So why can't she bring Andy with her and then just turn him off and put him in a closet until figuring out how to leave? the planet.
Because I'll tell you why. Because writers, they don't realize that robots can just be like turned off and put on pause or repaired. They don't die like people die.
Hmm.
They don't understand that. They actually think that maybe they're people in the same way that people are people, that organic life is people.
Well, they just to make sure we understand, they carry on. British guy is like, oh no, sorry, I think it's Tyler. He says you'd end up in a prison or decommissioned. You understand? You know, once we get there, that's what's going to happen. And then Bjorn in the background is like, decommish, lots out for good. And you just want him to die so much. Decommish,
Lights out for
bruv.
good.
And he says, that's okay. What's best for Rain is best for me. And he's like, you're a good guy, Andy. All of this could be achieved so much faster, more effectively, and we're just wasting so much time. It's just this fucking dialogue, man. Anyway, we cut over to the ship, and they're like, so Andy didn't know? And she says, I didn't have the heart to tell him. And the first thought I had was like, you had the heart to let the fucking chav tell him. Like, why would you let that happen? Like,
It was always your plan to go to this planet, I guess, and you never let him know that.
oh well.
Kind of. I mean, like, if
Well,
don't halvesies with it. If you love Andy and you really, really like him, and you want to treat him like a person, totally fine with like character and stuff. But like, if you're treating him like a person and you didn't tell him that, it's just kind of like you're a dick.
Yeah.
And as if
I don't think the movie quite reckons with how hypocritical she is.
not at all. They have a line for it, but like they don't want to touch any of these topics. For example, when she says I didn't have the heart to tell him, Kay says you shouldn't feel bad. You're not going to throw away your whole life for Andy's sake. He doesn't care. It doesn't matter to him. You know, he's not real. And that's that. There's like not, you know, anything more. Just be like, he is real. He's my brother, and I love him, and that's why I'm feeling so conflicted. She's just like,
He's done more for me. If he's fake, he's done far more for me than most of the real people around here. Or just something, anything. Like, she's had a lot of time to think about this, like in the universe. Why she would? She probably has to.
This
She
starts
probably
to
has to
create
put up
an
with a lot of
issue
people shitting on him.
where this film is benefiting from a whole history of sci-fi without realizing they have to earn it themselves too. When I'm watching Andy do his shit, and he gives very basic programmed answers, he has seemingly no emotional reaction to anything. He just says, like, it's my programming to do this. And then she says, you know, oh, it was too sad to tell him. And someone tells me, yeah, but it doesn't matter. He's not fucking real. And she has no response. I'm sitting there sort of like, so he's just a robot.
So they're right. Yeah, so they're right. He's
whatever,
not,
then.
like, he hasn't done much that...
To give an example, T2, right? The Terminators are strictly, essentially, just fucking programmed moving machine parts. But they do such a good job of the story, but by the end, you could be tearing up watching the machine melt. In this, they practically start with, no, they're more than robots. But I just don't feel like I'm convinced of that at all. So far, I'm sitting here thinking, yeah, he's just a robot.
You're just a robot, yeah. Like, you're valuable, and you're probably, chill to talk to and stuff, but I don't think of you as much more than... I mean, you're an android. You're no Data. You're no, anything like that.
Which I think some people might be like, I thought you said he was like the best part of the film.
You're no Deckard.
And I would say, oh, of course not. And I would say that the angle that I would go with is Andy becomes a hell of a lot more interesting to me soon. Right now, he's still kind of
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Probably worth mentioning, I would say, just how incredibly boring everything up until this point has been so far, and it will be for a bit longer even. It's just, they rush to get them on board this ship, and then they spend ages just wandering aboard this derelict ship, essentially doing nothing.
It is not well paced in terms of interesting things per minute.
Yes.
They really don't make a lot of use out of their time. We're a good 40 minutes in Alien before we get like proper alien stuff, I guess you could say. And by that point, I'm totally bought into what's going on.
Yeah.
These characters, I want them to be okay. I enjoy their back and forth. I enjoy the way that they go about their job, the way that they talk about the ship and the protocol and what they need to do and how they solve problems and how they just converse with one another. So I'm already invested. This is an interesting world.
I would
But
argue
here,
all the
holy
components
shit.
we have leading up to this, the praise comes in with the performances are absolutely acceptable for the lines and direction they've clearly been given, which is not fantastic at all. Dialogue pretty bad, plot pretty bad, world building pretty bad, and then thematically speaking, I don't even know what the fuck we're doing, so I can't speak to that yet. I'm just like, stuff is happening. But I feel like the audience will be forgiving of all of this because they can't wait to see the face huggers. They can't wait to see the aliens. And as long as they nail the prosthetic angle of that, and then have some really sort of neat, which they are, cinematic shots and everything, the film might just be able to get away with it. I want to remind everybody, when Prometheus came out, there was a shit ton of people that said it was a masterpiece. Like a shit ton. It was quite loved by many. It is at this point considered a joke.
Dozens of videos that came out like explaining it because people kept pointing out plot holes. So, and then people were like, no, there's no plot holes. There's a perfectly good explanation.
Yeah.
It was like 20-minute explanation videos. It was so annoying.
Well, the video that I loved going viral was the compilation of Mike just asking what the black goo does over and over again in those different ways. On Red Light Media, it's just funny as shit.
Yeah.
Anyway, so they walk into a lab, I think, just a sort of room with a bunch of stuff in it, and Bjorn walks up to a table. I need you to understand this. Big room, they enter it.
Okay.
Bjorn's heading toward a table, turns to the left once he gets there to face the table, picks up stun prod, turns left again to face Andy, and then says, lol, I could hit you with this, and then Andy grabs him really quick and arguably violently. He's like, whoa, I was just joking, man, chill out. And Andy takes a few seconds and then says, no, I'm just saying, watch out. You're standing right next to a gaping chasm where if you took a step, you'd die.
Yeah.
I hate that shit. It's like, how the fuck didn't you see that?
What is the character looking at this entire time?
I
Did they
know.
not notice the massive hole and the half an android laying right next to it? This is arguably the most conspicuous part of the entire room.
And it's such a cheap way of getting a fucking jump scare. Be like, oh my god, what's gonna happen? Oh my god, is Andy gonna beat him up? You're like, no, it's just a
Man,
chasm.
we're gonna have to have a conversation about how surprising this movie is and how I fucking hate it. I
Man, I think it
despise
would have
this
been pretty
movie.
funny if you just dropped him in the hole and just like, wait, where'd he go? Oh, he slipped. Anyway.
That would have been better. That would have been a better death if he just fell to his death. Right.
Ow.
And the dialogue just keeps impressing. That synthetic they see on the ground, British guy goes, oh, it's only a synthetic. I thought it was a real person for a second there.
Because synthetics not real people.
Because the synthetic's synthetic, innit?
Yeah.
I'm wearing a bandana.
Between real people and synthetic people.
I bet you feel like you're not a real person, Andy. If only they had a bird in a cage in this scene. I feel like I would have grasped a bit more of what was happening here. Yeah, and they do cut to Andy looking sad. It's just like, fucking hell.
It's the only way he looks is sad.
He does look sad the whole movie.
Always sad.
Okay.
He's doing that thing where his eyebrows go up in the middle and he just has this, God, I hate his face.
Wow.
Expression
Is he
throughout the whole bit.
deliberately, like as an actor, making that face?
Well, you have to
Or does he
imagine
just
that
look
they
like
that people designed a robot to look like this on purpose.
He's not quite operating correct, right? He's a little off, right? He's a little not functioning properly.
He kind of has that expression when he's fixed as well, right?
Yeah, he does.
I thought when he was fixed, he was a lot more just like stoic and flat-faced.
You know, he has
Maybe.
the same kind
Not
of
like
dopey
worried.
expression that Max in the Fallout show has.
Oh no.
It's similar.
A little bit. Oh god, yeah, I just remembered. Yeah, he had that. Everyone made fun of him for his expression.
Oh
throughout that
yeah,
show.
he's got like he was constantly mildly confused or worried
Yeah.
all the time.
Mhm.
Anyway, they get to a cryo station place, big old freezer, and they
Yum.
decide, in order to get the cryo fuel, we got to get in there and remove a fuel rod and take it for ourselves to put into the thing. And by doing so, because it takes a little bit of elbow grease, they pull it out, and unfortunately that disables the cryostasis for the entire room. The reason I sum that up quickly is because I had so many issues with this. First and foremost, I saw the trailer. I know this is the room where the facehuggers are going to be activating. So I was like, how are they going to justify the facehuggers releasing when our characters will know they're in the room? Like, it's going to be weird for our characters to see that and then disable the cryo. I'm guessing they're going to have to read something that says there's no way that they would be a threat or something. Obviously, overestimating. They don't even find out what the room is freezing. They just walk in and try to disable shit.
And just grab the stuff out of it, yeah. When if they'd even looked just a little bit,
Just
I mean, they
looked.
got time.
They'd see
They're right
really
there.
weird
Time.
fucking creepy creatures
They
that are all
have-
frozen.
They're
Like, they
right
have,
there.
what, 36 hours or something. Like they
Yep.
can, you know, I know they're
Plenty
like,
of
oh, well,
time.
you know, it'll be 30 minutes. It's like, yeah, but why not just like chill and take a look around?
Aha.
Especially after
Plus,
saw a
if you
giant
want
hole in the
money
ground.
and stuff, if like this is a treasure
What's
trove
out of the ball?
potentially, you can look
Exactly.
around a little bit for some knickknacks and gadgets
Absolutely.
and gizmos.
Well, and this
And this is like
fucking
a science
terminals.
freezer and shit.
Read, just find out what the fuck you're doing. Why? What are they freezing here? When we take it, is it going to cause us any issues? Will it set off any alarms? Andy, can you plug in and tell us as much as you know before we fuck everything up? But no, instead they're just like, no, just fuck it all up. What? What's going to happen? What are they going to release an army of crazy demon things that'll kill us all? That would be silly.
It's not on my bingo card.
There are so many ways to understand the situation they are in. They're so stupid. One of them nearly fucking cryo freezes his fingers off trying to get this fuel rod.
Yeah, they like try to open it up, but like they like force it or something. Like there's on all machines, there is typically going to be instructions on how to use the machine.
Yep.
Why?
Well, why wouldn't you have
Wouldn't
the
that have been-
synthetic
I
do
guess
it
it's-
as well, Rags?
Well, yes, just have the person who cannot experience pain or really get damaged in any meaningful way here. Have him do it. Or wouldn't it be interesting if you had two just random Joes walk into a laboratory of high-tech science gizmos and be like, all right, we got to read we have to figure out how to actually do this. And they read through, and as they cooperate to figure out this mechanism, we learn a bit more about their approach to problem solving. One of them's maybe trying to be too hurried, and the other goes like, no, we got time. Let's just learn this out and we'll twist it. And we need this stuff or else the mission doesn't work. So let's not force it or anything like that. And we could kind of learn about these characters as they are doing this process together instead of, let's just pull it and twist. Oh, my finger.
Someone just said, to be fair, the characters are portrayed as rock fucking dumb the entire movie. I'll give the director this bit of stupidity. Why are we doing that? Why are we like...
People aren't
were
rock fucking
consistent.
stupid though.
We
That's not the
write it
typical
better than
human.
that, right? As a species, we're capable of this. We can find ways. We don't have to do it this way, please.
We don't. Yeah, you don't have to have a bunch of stupid characters in your show. You could just make them like normal.
Isn't it more satisfying to watch smart people get defeated through creatures that are more powerful, more in number? You know,
Yeah, or just say like, what would reasonable people, the average reasonable person in the situation would do, and then just kind of have them do that.
Anyway,
Whatever.
there's a shot where they remove one of those fuel rods. There's six in total. They remove one, and that disables the cryo system to the point where it feels like the room is starting to superheat. Not that
Yeah,
it's
it turns
just...
like red and everything.
Well, so one could argue that the red is just an alarm light or whatever, but the thing is, it feels
Yeah,
like the
yeah,
whole room
but
is
it
fucking
gives-
melting.
Well, yeah, it gives the impression that it is hot. When the
Yeah.
red light happens, you have the liquid. Because I don't think they even say that this water is freezing. Why wasn't the water frozen?
Don't know.
Why? That's what they should have done. The water is frozen at the bottom. Frozen water is cold,
Don't know.
allegedly.
It takes minutes for all the face huggers to fucking, decryo and be completely active. Now, I'll give them somewhat that the aliens, they make a big point of this throughout all the films. They are very resistant to what, a lot of standards, our environmental effects would destroy a human. It's like, so they unfreeze quickly, I guess. And it's like, if you want to tell me that that's something they knew, that they stored them with that being very well known, and yet they put them in containers that as soon as they're unfrozen, which can take as much as a minute, they become a huge
Shit,
threat. Maybe The storage
Put
should
them in a
Fail-safes?
box?
Well, one, shouldn't the cryo have emergency backup systems to make sure it never fucking stops because it's so important? And two,
Yes.
why aren't they in containers they
Yes.
can't fucking break out of like they are in
You can
Aliens?
just put them in a box.
They're in
Good
the
question.
tubes in
Freeze them
Aliens.
and put them in a box. Instead, they're in just like these
These
little
little packets, they're like crisp
They're like
packets,
little-
and they break
yeah.
out of them.
we're in little crisp packets.
Like rations. Yeah.
It's-
Why,
It's
how
so
are you
shit.
supposed to take it? Are you supposed to use your bare hands to grab them when you want to study them, or like what are you supposed to do?
Oh, so
They didn't
fucking
even.
disappointing.
They didn't even put them in boxes. You just put them in boxes.
A
Like
simple
Ziploc
box.
freezer bag.
Yes.
They are.
I would have taken that. Jesus.
Like a fish tank,
Yeah,
something.
yeah. There's not. They're not even flavor sealed.
So they're panicking, of course, with the cryo starting to turn off, and they try to get Andy because the door closes on him as well, I guess, for emergency, but it's not closed all the way. And they try to get Andy to reopen it, and this is where his access is actually denied, which is it's very scary. What are they going to do now? And the Chav guy's like, "You're telling me he has access to the whole ship, but not this random room?" And then it cuts over to Rain, and she goes, "That's no random room."
Oh my god!
All right, so
Fucking
we
kill
don't.
me.
Here's because we don't know if he has access to the entire ship. You just made that up.
You made that up, yeah.
He can open the outside door. That's all we've tested so far. All right.
Like they get the retard
So how
to
you
say
extrapolated
as
to
well.
that? Well, I can open one door. I must be able to open all doors in the cosmos.
You know what? It would have been nuts when they got on the ship to have Andy plug in any way, shape, or form and discover the kind of access he has and if there's any way to improve it or if there's anything they should worry about. It's like, no, we don't want information. Why would we want that? We just want to randomly
Giving
run around and get killed.
Oh my god. This is one of the most frustrating movies for characters not sharing information or asking for information
Mhm.
because the plot would totally change and how people would act would totally change. And holy shit, is it frustrating. No one asks, well, what do you mean? What can you do? What is this supposed to do? What's going on with this? No one asks any of these important questions ever, and it infuriates me.
I don't even understand why he doesn't have access to open that door. If it's an emergency and the fucking cryo room is starting to uncryo, wouldn't you want people to be able to get out and then lock the door behind them, sort of thing, instead of being locked in there with the
Listen.
parasites that create the aliens?
Yeah,
Listen,
that
Mahler,
you know will thaw in a minute.
the room is top secret, so it's heavily guarded. Except that the facehuggers aren't even in boxes; they're
Yeah.
just out in the open.
They're on the wall on
and you can get
They're
locked
not even in
if
the
you don't
Amazon
have
packaging
top
with some
secret.
tape.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Hey, Mahler, quick question for you. Why
Oh.
does the door close but not all the way?
Because it's broken.
Well,
There
I
you go.
mean, yeah.
That's it.
I guess. Well, I mean, I think we'll find out why. But I found that very
I know.
odd when it first happened.
Oh,
I
it's
was like, why-
incredibly convenient, because if it weren't broken, the plot would be over. They'd all be fucked.
They'd be screwed. They'd be stuck.
They're
They
very
wouldn't be
lucky
able
there's a
to
broken part of it
improvise
they
their
can...
plan.
You might say
No, they
the
can just go
space
to
is
the.
big enough
What do you mean?
that they could put their hand through it and pass something to somebody that might be able to help them out with something. Maybe. I'm not... I
Well,
don't know.
no, they just break the glass. What do you mean?
Oh, that's an idea that they don't try with their super... I couldn't fucking believe this, dude. When I was watching it, I was like, aren't synthetics stronger than humans, like, significantly? And they portray
Yeah.
Andy in such a way that I thought, in the first however long, maybe he's not that strong. I don't know, maybe he's a different kind of model, whatever. Later in the film, he, with one hand, stops an elevator that is crashing down through gravity. He just holds it.
Yeah, I mean,
I was like, well,
he
fuck,
could
he's
just-
strong. He
if he's that
could have
strong,
blown
he
that
can
door
punch
wide
the
open.
glass. Or alternatively, if you with the spray that they can use with the cryo stuff, they could spray the glass and like that would probably shatter it too.
We didn't
Or
think
they
of any
could
of
just
this.
hit it. Well, she hits it with a fire extinguisher and it cracks.
And it
Yeah,
kinda
well,
cracked. So if they
nobody
had
thought of
gone
that.
at it for a couple of
Oh,
minutes,
okay.
really,
No one
there's
thought about
no
hitting
reason-
the glass with an object.
There's like,
True.
actually no reason for the plot to even happen. They could have
Andy
gotten out of
counts
that
as an
room.
object.
They absolutely could have gotten out of that room.
Oh my goodness. I'm just. You didn't think about hitting the glass with a thing.
So,
Well,
The-
your
b-
life
by the
is
way,
in
just-
danger. And
so everyone understands, the face huggers are melting, but like the characters don't recognize that that's a problem yet, because why would they?
Yeah. And also,
so,
they melt insanely quickly. Like,
Insanely
it's
quickly,
nuts.
yes.
This we went from freezing room to like they even showed like 70 something degrees on the little ketchup pouches that they're in.
Yep.
In like moments.
They melt
They like superheated back up.
like an ice cube in a very hot sun, like that
Like
fast,
in the microwave,
which makes no
yeah.
fucking
On the
sense at all.
surface of Venus.
Yeah, it's like the room itself would be cold as fuck, and then they're frozen. So like
Well, no
turning
one-
off the
like-
freezing should not melt them instantly back up to further than room temp. You know what I mean?
Well, they don't. They do nothing to sell you how cold the room should be. Like I said, the water isn't frozen at the bottom.
Mm.
You don't see any. I don't think you see any of their breath.
No,
They
I don't think
don't-
so either.
They don't shiver.
remember that.
They're not
You know,
like,
you
oh
take-
shit, it's cold in here. They don't like hold their arms or something, or like rub their hands together because things
And
that
yet,
humans do when it's cold.
It
you
kept
know?
them frozen. Creatures that are very immune to that sort of thing normally.
Yeah, like how long does it take if you get like some meat out of the freezer and you put it on a plate and you just put it out in the open? How long is that going
If-
to take to defrost?
Well, I
It's
got-
gonna
30
take-
seconds.
Just a couple
I got
seconds.
ribs in the freezer right now. If I wanted to take them out before I did stuff with them, I'd have to let them sit out for like an hour at least. I'd
mean-
just put them
you
on the
mean a
counter
minute?
and be like, well, oh yeah, a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, just making sure.
I'll be like, oh no, I forgot to prep. Thank goodness it thaws in a minute.
So the plan is like, well, while they're trapped in there, we'll send in Navarro, the pilot, with Rain to see if we can make some kind of plan to help him get out, because that's what we need to do now. And Rain comes up with an idea. There's a dead synthetic. He'll have access in his brain that we can take out and put into Andy, so that he will be able to open the door. I assume you have to be active/alive, because could she just chop off, for lack of a Rook's hand, and just use that as a key, or do you need to be like fully connected? I don't know.
Here's the thing.
Unclear.
I would probably make it to where the robot has to like actively stick it through. It checks this robot unit's clearance and off of like a database. It's like when you use a
Mhm.
credit card machine at a gas station and has to check, I would just have that system because it's so cheap in the real world to have that system that
I mean,
every
you-
place
you
has
should
it.
have
Then
it
in the
that way, right?
future,
Like,
yeah,
But-
then
yeah.
obviously that's how it would actually be in a non-insane world.
Well, in
But
any case,
if we talk about, but we're talking about Alien Romulus, so who knows?
I think they
Um,
actually implied that he speaks mother, like the code. So that implies he needs to sort of be on and functional when he's putting his finger in the little hole and going.
Mm.
I feel like otherwise, if he was just dead,
I
then
love
he's
putting my
not
finger in the
actually.
hole and going.
gotta put that
Yeah,
finger
exactly.
in there. Gotta get it right. Well,
You guys get it.
oh yeah. The thing that I
Oh.
loved about the scene though was she's about to grab out of his head what she needs, and again, this synthetic it's the heart from the waist up. There's all of his blood and guts is spilled out. His synthetic blood and guts. And she goes up to him, then he goes,
Yeah.
I hate this movie. I hate this movie. I hate this movie.
Goblin screams at her, and I just started laughing.
Well, it's appropriate that you say goblin screams because it's
Ian Holm.
it's Bilbo.
Ian Holm.
It is
The late
it is.
great Ian Holm.
Well, we'll talk about that very soon because they'll be plugging him in a scene or two. Before that, though, they get Ash. They get not the Ash, the Rook module, and they give it to Andy, and he upgrades, but he needs time to upgrade, and so while he's like, I guess processing, they're showing all the facehuggers starting to fall out of their little crisp packets, and so it's time to be in trouble now. Or what's gonna happen next? And so the facehuggers start jumping on Tyler and Bjorn, and shockingly, I guess because the film needs them to, they're in a room filled with them, and they manage to like not get grabbed by them at all. They hit them away, and they just don't. I was honestly like, wow, that's generous of the film to give them that.
I can buy it happening
I can
here
too.
and there.
Well,
like
one
if
thing
you
I actually
see it
liked
coming and you're ready.
Was one of them is about to get Tyler. It's attaching to him, and he looks like he's running out of time. And then Bjorn hits the creature with the prod, which does disable it, but it also disables Tyler, like because it would reflect. And I was just like,
Sons of
that's
us. I
not
was like,
bad.
yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what would happen, and that's fair enough.
Because it's the kind of thing Bjorn would do. It's not even the worst decision ever because it does save him, but then it also knocks him out temporarily. So it's like, oh,
it's a good I was like, oh, okay, that's like what he did something a person would do.
And then he's on the ground, and he's slowly waking back up, and a facehugger goes to jump on him, but as it does, Andy's fully upgraded, and he grabs it by its tail as it's just about to get on him, and he throws it up into, I think, like a broken light, and it sparks on it.
It's like in the corner,
Yeah, and I was just like, oh, that's kind of fun. Like,
all right.
Because the android gets to be more efficient than humans, right? So I could buy that.
Yeah. And plus, he's kind of been offline while he reboots, and so it's like he comes back and he's ready. He could come back at any time. You kind of prepped that, you know? Okay, well, there you go.
He made a funny face while he was rebooting. That was fun.
Yeah, he's
I don't know why they made that choice. He has his hands raised too, like he's like,
didn't goblin
a little
scream,
bit like
though.
he's frozen. Yeah,
They should have given
He
him a
didn't go-
scream.
Yeah, just a little something.
Oh.
Windows updates are in process.
Well, that's the thing. If he got an actual Windows update, he'd just fucking break.
He would just break.
So, yeah, they get out of the room, but unfortunately, the facehuggers, I guess because they've damaged the thing, and it is damaged anyway, break through the door, and they try to close another set of doors on him, and one gets through and jumps on Navarro's face. How unfortunate.
Oh, no, not her.
And they immediately like, let's get it off her, and Andy says, I surmise it's feeding oxygen to her to keep her alive. For what purpose, I do not know. And it's already like, whoa, all right, he sounds a bit different. And
Yeah, he's got like a nice British voice as opposed to the shitty British voice the other guy has.
he says that new module has updated his credentials, AI, and it's upgrading his motor functions as we speak. It's like, okay.
Oh,
Yes,
all right.
and I would say welcome to the show, good Andy. He's more efficient, effective, and intelligent. He's possibly the most intelligent temporary character you get in the whole movie. So that's neat.
He definitely is. Yeah.
Yeah, he says that any attempts to remove, with aggression would likely lead to breaking her neck. And then British guy is like, well, how the fuck do we fucking save her then? And it's like,
can you
he
chill
says-
the fuck out for a second,
I think he
please?
says basically Andy says if you take it off her it'll break her neck, and he says do you have any better ideas?
Like, well, I mean, clearly I'm wrapping up to something, so...
well, I mean, better than killing her? Yeah.
Well, let's not kill her.
That's what I
Yeah.
mean about, like, this just aggressive retard character. The dialogue's always so fucking lame. You're just
The worst
like,
kind of retard.
Yes. And he says, I don't know how to do
no,
it.
what's worse, an aggressive retard or a smug retard?
Ooh. Probably aggressive, I guess. Because the smug one you
Probably.
can outwit. I guess you wouldn't know, though.
No, he's smug though, so yeah, he wouldn't know. He'd think he won the
But
argument.
everyone else would.
Yes.
Yeah, Andy says he doesn't know how to save it, but I think I know someone who might. Now, it is shocking how much apparently everyone, including myself, had no idea this was about to happen in the movie. Because
They hit it pretty well.
Yeah, I don't know whether or not to celebrate them for that or not, but they get that android up, the half android, plug him in, he's working. It's Ian Holm, and he's called Rook, and he's just Ash from the Alien. He's even dressed the exact
Skinwalker
same
Ian
fucking
Holm.
way.
Dressed the same,
Yep.
talks
So-
the same, says the exact same words. Yes.
Before we
got
even
his-
go over
The
that,
worst
right?
Peter
deep fake
Cushing
technology
face.
I've ever seen.
This
People look the worst.
It looked like all I thought it was Team America when I first saw Matt Damon.
dude, the
All
fucking
right,
face you sent me, I was like,
Is it
no.
better?
I
Like, is
sent
it?
it to you. I'm like, I was in the theater. I couldn't believe it. I stopped to take a picture and send it to you, dude. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Okay. Is it worse or better than Peter Cushing?
I think worse.
It's worse. It's worse.
Well, and also, surely, like, this has to...
Okay, yeah, I can show that.
The conversation on, like, so I think everybody agreed that the Christopher Reeve thing in The Flash was, like, really bad. Everybody seemed to agree on that
Yes.
was bad, that was in poor taste, that was there's just something about it that's just bizarre and strange, and don't do that.
So
how
it's
is this
strange
not?
and don't
How is
do
this
that.
not? How is this not comparable to that? Like, you know what I mean? Why is this?
Yeah.
Why is this one gonna get a pass?
Well, and I hate to say, but
I-
at least that didn't last so long, you know?
Yeah, this lasts so long. It's unbelievable. I think part of why people are willing to make excuses for it, though I don't think they should, is just he's playing an android character, so they're like, "Oh, it's fine that he looks like weird, uncanny valley nightmare fuel."
Why don't we
He
talk
didn't look
about
like that
that?
in the original.
So, yeah, well, first of all, why would... If Ash was a surprise in Alien that he was an android, why would he be a standard model?
Why would you make the?
He wears the same fucking clothes, man. Why?
He's
Same
from the
haircut.
Nostromo.
What the... What? Like, I was a little worried that it was going to be that they'd somehow found him floating out in space.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Just a
fucking
piece
put it
of 'em.
past them.
Yeah.
Just his head.
They thought about it. You know they thought about it.
Yes, they thought about it.
But this is such a producer note. Like you could have brought in like Fassbender. That would have probably maybe you could even have done Bishop. Lance
Bishop and
Henriksen's
David
still
would have been
alive.
way better choices.
Yeah.
Dude, I'd even fucking happily go with Cole before him.
Yeah. Yep.
Or
Like, but you bring in
alternatively, you could have a
the
new
recently,
android.
I mean, semi-recently dead
You could.
Ian Holm. You know, fuck you.
I can't remember something I haven't seen yet, Fringy. They can do that.
Yeah,
I-
it really is just bizarre. Like I don't know why this is gonna get a pass for people in terms of just like, oh, this is fine.
It's incredibly distasteful.
Yes.
It's insane that they would do it, honestly.
Here's the thing: Waylon, so Ian Holm belongs to the company.
Yes.
Yeah.
God, it has that. Oh my god, terrible.
They also, yeah, he's called Rook because that's a chess piece, and Bishop is a chess piece as well.
Huh.
Imagine being the one at the factory getting called Pawn. Like, man,
That's a little on the nose. But wait a minute. Rain is the bird in the cage. Holy shit.
oh my God, she is the bird in the
Whoa.
cage, and he is just a piece of a piece on a board.
Board of a
He's
game.
just a chessboard piece.
Yeah, so
This movie's
gross,
really deep, guys.
ill-advised, distracting, and then of course, like all that's meta. So getting into the movie itself, which I still take great issue with, I don't think it makes sense considering Alien to have this model mass-produced as opposed to one that was supposed to be something of a surprise/secret/. I assume that would have been the choice with the model. I would have thought maybe with the synthetics that they would have different faces for literally every fucking one. I don't know. I accept that models would exist, like base plates, but you would have thought they would give different faces depending on what jobs they need to commit to. If he's just standard, it just makes me confused. And then, like I said, it's so much more cynical, the fact that they put him in the fucking... To make sure you recognize everything about him, right? You would be... Why wouldn't he have different clothing? Why wouldn't he have different hair or different anything? Fucking uses the same goddamn lines. Like, why
I know.
would- It's not
That,
fair.
well, that makes sense. If he's programmed the same way, so he'll use the same lines. That one checks out.
The choice specific... We'll get to the line in specific that pisses me off, but that's fine. We get him back. He's back in, everyone.
Ooh, which one? Oh, I guess we'll find out. That's the suspense. There's more suspense in this podcast than in the fucking movie.
So, one thing I guess I'll appreciate is the first fucking thing he says to him is, "You should leave now. She's gonna die. She has a seed in her, and basically the creature you can see up in the wall there, that's gonna burst out of her." It's very
Oh, by
clean,
the way, there's a
straightforward
xenomorph
information.
up on the
Yeah,
wall.
the
Oh, well,
xenomorph
we're
just
about to
hanging
get
up
to it.
in
I just wanted to
the
highlight
doorway.
He gives all that information straight away, and to me, so let's say it was someone I really deeply cared about, and he said all of that. The first question you obviously had is there any way we can save her in this facility whatsoever? Any surgery? What if we
Absolutely.
cryo-freeze
How do we
her?
get it off of her? How do we get it out of her?
Because we know
Like,
in the
that's
Alien universe you
obviously what's
can
gonna happen.
cryo-sleep when they're face hugged, like, as in like when they've got the thing in them. That actually does work. It delays the process. So if they find that out from him, they can get her into... They've got their fuel now. If they get to the ship, they get her in a pod, they can solve that problem at another time. But, you know, while they're doing that, they can also ask him, hey, you know this. Is there any way to save someone from this? We know from Alien Resurrection there actually is. You can get the alien out of somebody without them dying when they've been hit by a facehugger. So I guess what I'm saying is, if the characters had even a slight bit of brain cells and wanting to ask some questions, they would have been able to save Navarro and complete this mission within the next 10 minutes. But they won't, because they're going to sit around as though they're not characters, but instead audience members for the lore that is Alien, and listen to totally not Ash tell us about the whole fucking history of this space station. Which blows my fucking mind when he was doing it. I was like, I can't believe they're not interrupting him while he's just telling them about how, hey, do you know what happened here a long time ago? It was basically this, and it's just like, how are they not more concerned about their friend who's literally choking to death on the floor right now?
They care about her about as much as I do, to be fair, so we're united.
I hate it in these sorts of films that have such a long legacy where the characters stop, I mean, they were barely characters anyway, but they stop being characters and they get taken over by audience insert shit, where they're as invested as we are in the fucking lore. Insane, not how it would anyway work. But anyway, he says, he looks up at the ceiling and there is a corpse of an alien there, which is curious. They didn't notice it before, but whatever, because I'm pretty sure they came in this way.
Well, they didn't notice the hole. They wouldn't notice the alien
that's
hanging
true.
from the ceiling. So,
Like in the middle of the room,
He says,
Big light on it.
X-121 Xenomorph, one of our towing ships, first made contact with this specimen 2 decades ago. Of the 7 crew members aboard the USS Nostromo, only 1 survived, blowing the creature out of the airlock. We've been searching for it ever since. And they show us a shot, I kid you fucking not, of the alien's back where Ripley's fucking grappling hook harpoon went into it. They want you to make sure you understand that her hook was still fucking in it. It's the very same alien, everyone. I was so fucking annoyed by this. I was like, why wouldn't they have removed that? Why would they let that stay in there to the point that it escapes and starts killing everyone? It still has the fucking harpoon inside it. Like, why would that be there? And just to be like, oh, it's that one. I watched Alien 2. Oh my god.
I saw that movie.
Yes.
They found it floating in the vacuum of space.
Yes.
Cool.
Well,
Good for
before
them.
you even say
That's how
that,
we
right?
started.
Which I agree, that's super retarded. Why did they know to look for it?
Well,
Because I guess it didn't show up yet.
No. Look for the alien.
oh, this is before Aliens, so they wouldn't know to look for it. You're right.
The way he says it,
Ah.
right, is that she blew the creature out of the airlock and we've been searching for it ever since. How could he possibly have the
How could
capacity to
nobody
search for
knows
something
that.
they didn't know existed?
Nobody knows
exactly.
that. Nobody could know that.
All
That
they
would
would
be-
know is that they were sent there, and then they heard a distress beacon, and they were ordered to go after it. That's all. That's all they would know, right?
Well, and that the Nostromo got destroyed, and that could have destroyed, and that if the Xenomorph was on the ship, which why wouldn't it be? Then it got destroyed. So that's it. Rip.
Wait. Okay. So in Alien, they're communicating with Mother. So one assumes that those messages are going all the way back to Weyland-Yutani at some point, right? Question mark. So they describe that there's a creature on board, like what to do with
So
it.
the problem
right?
here is you don't get enough room to speculate like that because Aliens exists, and they told us that film is canon, right? It tells us what information the company had. This film disagrees with what information the company has, so you have to choose.
That's how tricky and sneaky Weyland-Yutani really is.
Yes.
Just goes to show you.
Compartmentalized.
No, I think you're right. Yeah, they wouldn't know that yet.
So
and how they found an alien floating in the vacuum of space
That's
that will be moving.
insane.
Okay. So it's moving away from wherever it was constantly.
No, it was right there. It was just right next to the rub.
Oh, it just stopped.
Yeah,
it just
it's right next to the
stopped. So it was-
wreckage.
You know,
Okay.
it's remarkable, really. When the explosion happened, it was essentially just the ship, but with cracks in it. The pieces were so close together, it almost looked like a ship, and the alien was right outside. It was just chilling. So
Yeah, it was right there.
Yeah.
It's not like it was either vaporized into dust or it was flung away from the explosion at an insane amount of speed, and it's been going in that direction at that speed for 2 decades. No, it's just right by the. It's
This
right by
isn't,
the. It's actually really helpful. It's right next to the plating that says Nostromo on it.
Yeah. In case you didn't know which ship it was. This gets way worse, though. Like, that's one thing, but I'm going to jump ahead for one piece of information, then we'll jump back. You might have asked at this point, well, how do they have the face huggers, and then how do they... Well, you know what? I'll read his dialogue out first, and then we can go over it. So he says, 170 days ago, our search came to an end, and the body of the xenomorph was brought on board, presumed dead, but a lack of oxygen and food is nothing for this perfect organism, or to this perfect organism. And he says, it wreaked havoc over the station until what was left of the security forces shot it dead, only to trigger its swan song. Sulfuric hydrofluoric acid went through the floor, and then he says, I sealed the station back up, but it was too late. That is the full accounting of the history of why this space station has nobody alive on it. What do you guys make of his story? How did everyone die?
Yeah, when he says that this alien wreaked havoc, well, if they shot it dead, then what? The people who shot it dead would be alive, and
surely it's not like the acid got all the way through and then sucked everybody out. Like that would be crazy.
Because it would have sucked him out too, and he couldn't have fixed it.
Not only that, but they're way higher than the base hull of the ship.
So like, that can't possibly be. And also, like, how would there be all the aliens if all of the people got sucked out? Like, there have to be. So can't be that.
The stuff is just floating around everywhere. The stuff would have got sucked out.
People aren't retarded. It's a space station.
Well, hold on.
Okay. I meant base human beings. So, like, the idea that no one across the entire station survived, really? Because of that hole? Which clearly didn't reach a whole fucking breach anyway?
There must be hundreds of people on that ship, easily.
Yeah.
Hundreds.
So this is...
They killed them all.
What we call... absolute bullshit. Makes no sense at all. Really bad explanation of how any of this happened. But then there's even more questions, unfortunately. So they get the xenomorph. They bring it on. And we have this from later information, so I'm going to bring it in now. They study the xenomorph, and Rook says that he reverse engineers the DNA from the xenomorph to start essentially bioengineering facehuggers. Those facehuggers are not from eggs, and they weren't created by a queen or anything. He created them. And then...
Holy shit. Good job.
And then from them, he derives the black goo. That's what he says. Now, before... We'll talk about that when we hit the scene, okay? Yeah. So, what we know is they have control over the xenomorph that they captured for so long that he mass-produces facehuggers and black goo, but they don't know it bleeds acid.
Yeah.
These are scientists.
And let's get into the motivation.
These are movie scientists. Let's not give them that much credit.
And the reason they
don't actually have degrees
is I don't want to get too far ahead, but I got to go pretty soon. Is they want to create the perfect worker. Yes. Right? They want to create the perfect who could work in hostile environments. When they already have one, they're called synths, and they can send them out there and make bunches of them.
Yeah.
What if the synths get space cancer?
I don't know.
Well, so for me,
cancer.
This just became entire. Like, it's already incoherent, but at this point, it's just you completely fucking gone. The whole plot is just broken. Nothing here makes any goddamn sense. Like, you had no understanding of this creature, and it wreaked havoc to the point of killing everyone on the station, despite the fact you had enough time to mass produce its entire species, understanding down to the DNA level exactly what it is, but it also surprised you with its acid blood. Like, none of this, you can't coexist, all these pieces of information. They just can't.
That's like the first thing that they discover about it by accident in Alien.
Oh god, dude. The fucking space truckers had better scientific understanding of
space truckers,
which is what they were.
Smarter than the science.
It's so absurd. This is a science station built specific for the purpose of studying, or rather, manned for studying this alien. It's unbelievable how stupid everyone is.
It's also really it's incredible to me that after all these years of Weyland-Yutani trying to get a hold of the alien, this movie says, "Oh, they finally got it, and this is what they did with it." Like after all these years, after all these attempts to get it, this is what they do with it. They reverse engineer facehuggers. Why?
This is like a reverse engineered movie.
Well, and on top of everything we just said, right, that's all why the movie itself is incoherent, but now aliens can't happen as it happens. This is too much information. They've got a full understanding of the entire genealogy of the alien, yet in Aliens they have no idea what the fucking creature is.
Mother would already have all this information, so it doesn't matter if the ship was destroyed or not.
Exactly.
So that,
Well, yeah,
Well-
like, are they seriously trying to pitch that, like, everything that happened on this station, well, nobody knew. Like, everybody
Nobody
died
knew.
and then it got destroyed, so nobody knew. But that's absurd.
No records were transferred, no samples were transferred, no information was given, no reports were given, nothing, no personnel moving in and out, none whatsoever, and then everyone died and no one went here ever again. That's what they want us to believe.
Especially with what they say is on this ship in terms of research and everything like that.
Which,
There's no way.
Let's not mince
that's
words.
actually absurd.
Rook believes this is going to be the future of humans reaching immortality. That's the research they're doing on this ship. It's not that important.
He calls it Prometheus's fire later.
Yeah.
This is what Wayland wanted.
It's, like I said, it's completely fucking incoherent.
They're trying to tie it to those other pieces of shit.
Yes.
Yeah.
When I saw the black goose,
And-
I was like, no.
Oh, you're like the nasty, disgusting relative who went to prison and now he's out and he showed up at the picnic.
Oh.
Made worse by trying to make it a resurrection mashup. It was pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Well, to Gary's point about the motivation, he says that like, oh, human beings were never really cut out for space colonization.
Yes.
It's like, well, the other movies kind of show that we are actually.
We're pretty good at it, yeah.
We're pretty good at it. To the point that in Aliens they talk about the colony as like a shake and bake colony. They do it all the time. They have so many of these across, different star systems and everything. And in this movie, there's this weird doomeristic.
No, random space
attitude.
cancer. A new
This is-
disease every week.
There's this weird attitude that like, human beings were never really cut out for this sort of thing.
So let's...
Like, where is that coming from? It's just invented for this movie.
As well, the baffling nature that they went out there and found not only the alien, but the Nostromo pieces, yet they can't fucking find a ship that is, like, active in front of their own planet. It's like, how could you possibly say this to me? How could you say this is what's happening? Stop it.
Wayland Yutani they were being empired, where now the empire is full of nothing but incompetent morons.
Yes.
Just the latest in the
know-
long line of factions and groups that are completely idiotic.
You know that sequence where our main lady kills, like, 20 aliens with one gun, and she's not even trained?
Oh yeah, she's really good. Yeah.
Yet, somehow, all the personnel and security staff and everyone was fucking wiped
Well, they
out.
didn't have that gun. If they had
They
that
didn't have
gun,
aim assist.
that gun's
Goose.
open. Yeah, if they were playing on controller,
Mother turned off
then
the aim
they would have
assist.
been able
Easy
to.
mode gun.
Yeah.
God. It's just so funny, isn't it? Like, you introduce that sort of element to explain why that would happen, but then it just fucking shits on everything you said before about how anything could have taken place. Anyway, hey, Gary's got to head out. Do you want to have, what's your closing thoughts on the film? Because you won't be able to get quite to the end, of which we've got plenty more to discuss, so...
Just the fact that, the third act is worse. Like, we're talking about the probably palatable parts of this film.
Yeah, this is
Wait
the
till
good
you
part.
get to the third act. Yeah, this is the good part, which was average at best, and it goes full retard at the end. Like I said on Twitter, it's really dumb, and it's very popular. It's making money. People are running like the return of Alien to its roots. No, it's just more of the same.
Yeah.
There's 2 Alien films. That's it.
That's it. Whole
That's it.
bunch
Thanks
of
for having me on.
random extended universe shit that some guy made, I guess, though. And some of them have real big budgets, including this one.
Yeah. Somebody in Friday Night Tights chat said it was more like Aliens: The Force Awakens, and I would say
agree.
yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
With
It's trying to be.
with a little bit of Rise of Skywalker mixed in, sure, absolutely.
Yeah,
Oh.
something
Thanks,
that
guys.
tries to tell me that Aliens, the best movie in the franchise, just can't happen. Yeah, fuck off.
Yeah, piss off.
Well, thank you so much for joining us, and I'll catch you.
Hey,
on,
Yeah.
catch
I can
Tuesday.
stay longer. You guys have fun tearing this thing apart. I will be trying to listen in the background, but I got
Alrighty.
stuff.
See you.
Ciao,
Bye,
everyone.
Gary.
Thanks, chat. Bye bye.
Bye-bye. Hope you find your dad.
In a way, Gary's like a bird in a cage. That's how I see him.
And now he's free.
We gotta let
He's
him.
free
Yeah,
now.
we
Yeah,
gotta let him fly.
fly.
We gotta let him go.
That's good writing.
That is good writing. You couldn't write EFAP this good if you tried.
So yeah, all that information's quite a shock for the audience, but like I said, the crew, or rather the people there, listening to him fucking prattle on about the history of this station when their friend might be dying in front of them it just annoys me.
Well, it's pretty annoying. Makes me not like them.
Yeah, well, if it were me, I'd be
Honestly.
like, can you shut the fuck up? I don't care about the fucking creature in the ceiling that's dead. I need you to help my friend. It's like, oh, don't worry, I'm explaining the full history so that I can tell you I can't help your friend. Like, oh, that's great. So, then there's
Which I don't know if I
idea.
believe if after all that time, knowing everything that they do about the necromorphs to the point where they can make face huggers is like, really? There's no way to get the eggs out? No, there's no enzyme you can eat or surgery or anything. There's no Los Plagas chair in chapter 5 that we can go to. No.
Well, they don't
Okay,
ask him. You know, because there's a lot of different examples of surgeries that work in the future of the Alien franchise, but we don't go that far into that, you know. Instead, they say, hey, what if we use the cryofuel to freeze the root of the tail, and then maybe the tail won't choke her and we can get it off. And I think Andy's like, oh, that could work. Now, bear in mind, I know there was the speech, right? I know you've been speaking for a little bit, but the facehugger has been on her for approximately, I would guess, 3 minutes?
Yeah, not much time.
Something like that. Now, you may be wondering why I'm making that clear. That will become clear soon enough. So, they get the device, they freeze the base of the tail, and the facehugger is like, ow, geez, and the tail comes off, and then they tear off the facehugger, toss it to the ground, and fail to kill it, and it escapes, because they're fucking retarded. But whatever. Something that bothers me about this.
Yep.
They remembered the scene, okay, in Aliens, famously, where they're trying to get the facehugger off Kane, and the camera tightens up on the neck, where the tail is it's getting so tight that you start to worry if they're even going to survive.
Which is
They
a
make
great
reference
shot,
to
by
this.
the way.
It looks fucking fantastic.
Yes.
They were paying attention to the visual. I don't know that they were paying attention to the dialogue. Dallas
they were not.
says, that's tearing his scalp. And then Ash says, I know. And then Dallas says, it's not coming off without tearing his face off with it. Face huggers, they got the tube, whatever, that goes down the mouth, and then their fingers actually have little like talons that dig into your head. They're not just fingers, there's more to it than that. And then they got the tail. It's a really neat little design to keep them on you. So getting the tail to be removed is one half, in a way. You would then have to peel it up, I guess, to make it, if you drag it off, as they say in Alien, it's going to take the fucking face off. In this movie, they just tear it off, and she's got a red line on each of her cheeks. And I was just like, oh.
Look, this necromancer, this necromancer on her face was a weak one. Okay, it didn't work out. It's been frozen for a while. It's still kind of weak. It's not on its A game.
I just don't understand how anyone can think this movie is like a return to its roots when the aliens are so nerfed in this fucking movie.
Yeah, they're so.
Well, is it just me, or does this feel more like the Facehugger movie than the Alien movie?
There's that as well, but even they are nerfed. Yeah,
they're nerfed as well.
They escape them so easily, so many times. It's like, oh, you know what was really cool about Alien is how fucking out of their depth they were against this thing.
Well, in Aliens, when they're trapped in the room with one face hugger and they're like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, and it's a really tense scene because you know what that thing can do to you.
Mm-hmm.
And like how freaked out they are.
Yeah.
Even in Alien, yeah, when they're looking around for it and like they're like, oh, where is it? And they're looking around and it falls down from above. And Ripley's like, oh shit. And like it scares people. Like just having one or two is very terrifying. There's the implication of what they do, how fast they are, how they skitter around. They have acid for blood.
Get them off. Yeah.
Well, so it comes off, and the question now for the whole team is, did it successfully impregnate her? Now the whole audience is saying, well, of course not. It was on her for what feels like maybe 2% of the time it was on Kane.
Yeah.
So no, the answer is no. Like, of course not.
The answer is very much not no.
I'm gonna get to that. Well, actually, yes. We'll just confirm that for now for chat. I mean, what else is gonna happen? Yes, it did successfully impregnate her in what was essentially minutes, less like I'm 4 minutes maybe. But you might think there's another problem. If it did impregnate her, which we get confirmed, why is it alive? That's not how that works.
Yeah, that's not
They
how-
die.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it dies when it's done. It's the whole thing.
Yeah.
Why did you forget that? Like, what? And it's like, well, but if we had it die, that would confirm it. You know, you'd be like, well, to the audience maybe, but not to the characters. But it wouldn't matter anyway, because the characters have a way to tell if she's impregnated right now, right here. She picked
Well,
up a
even
fucking X-ray
Andy-
machine. She could just check.
And also,
Oh,
Andy
so dumb.
specifically references, "Oh, she's not been egged because there's not a dead one." He says that later in the movie.
You're right, actually.
Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he
Yeah,
says
he does.
this.
They
yeah,
specifically reference this is the reason,
which is true.
how you
that
know that it's not impregnated.
Which
But they
shouldn't-
break that rule here.
You're right. Yeah. What else could you say?
They
Andy
had
doesn't
it
even
both
have-
ways. They
yep.
literally had it both ways. The bastards.
So they're just fucking everything up, and it's really annoying to watch. And then they're panicking because now there's they ask, what are the odds? And Rook says it's 60-40 against your friend that she's impregnated. And again, I was just sitting there thinking, you can tell. And I know because I saw the trailer that that's how you eventually tell. So why aren't you telling right now? Get her X-ray machine and find
get the
out right
machine.
now. And
Mhm.
you know, oh well, I guess. And then he says, oh, hey, Andy. And he's like, oh yeah, what's up? And he's like, well, humans, they go through too many emotional states before accepting reality. And so sometimes the hardest path is the path that you must help them get on. The cold yet rational path. And I just thought it was funny. I was like, why are you giving him the fucking be cold and rational speech instead of just explaining to them what needs to happen next? Which, by the way, it is in the interest of Rook to tell them to get her to a cryopod immediately. Go.
That's
It's the only
right.
way to save her.
Exactly.
I just don't
because
get
then
it. Why
he
not
can-
tell her to do that? And that doesn't make it doesn't make everything fall apart. Just do that. Oh well.
No.
So they
That's
start
not
panicking,
happening.
and then Andy says, I'm sorry, we can't let her back on the ship. You must understand. And so angry Chavman electrocutes him, and he flings across the room, and he's a spaz again now. I was just like, why is this happening, guys? Like the guy, there's the guy right there who could tell you everything you need to know about the way that you would manipulate it. It's like, no. Chavman, along with Navarro pilot lady, decide they need to get to the ship as soon as possible and abandon everyone else
Abandon everybody else.
because they've already figured that Andy is going to try and kill them. That's what they say. All that's happened is Andy says, we can't let her back on the ship, you have to understand. That's all he said.
Yeah, for all you know, he's about to say, and it just so happens that there's like a room, a medical bay in here that we can actually use to help her. But instead, he just zaps him because that is his role, is to be the angry guy who initiates
Ruins everything, yeah.
drama. Because obviously, once this happens, it's like, right, so it's so annoying how predictable it is, because when it's like, oh, it's a 60-40 chance, and then it gets zapped, it's like, so it's 100% chance. Obviously, it's in the trailer, but it's like, yeah, so it's 100% chance, because this is going to create some drama. They're going to get split up. Obviously, you know, protagonist girl and normal guy who's with her, they're not going to get left behind on the space station. So obviously some bullshit's about to happen.
Oh, and bullshit totally fucking happens.
This next part is like what completely ruins the whole movie.
This, for a lot of people,
basically.
is the turning point. Like, the good half of the movie
Yeah.
ends here.
Which
So-
is pretty funny. The good half.
It's been terrible so far.
right.
Like, you know, so well, we're getting to the bad side now. So, you have British guy and pilot lady jump onto the ship and lock the doors so that no one else can get on. Pregnant lady is also on the ship at this time because she was feeling a bit ill. Now, Chavman is delayed because he's trying to prevent the doors from being opened by Andy. Meanwhile, pilot lady is undocking the ship, and she realizes, man, I ain't feeling so good. Now, anyone who's a fan of Alien is like, oh, not feeling so good. That's fair, as long as it's not about to like chest burst. That would be insane, because obviously chest burst takes a hell of a lot longer than that, and she already skipped past most of the gestation anyway. So, no way that's happening. Then she gets her little X-ray machine, and she finds it's already trying to burst out of her.
Which you think, wow, that's impossible, just based on what
yeah.
has been established about the way that it works. It doesn't happen in 10 minutes. It takes way longer than 10 minutes. But if it happened longer than 10 minutes, the whole movie doesn't happen from this point onward.
Yeah, the movie would not work unless this happens. So they have to. It's the
Like, isn't that
fastest shit.
ridiculous? It's like 10 minutes.
It's just not respecting how it works at all. And I just feel bad for Alien being like, oh, it's just like Alien, guys. Like, it's not even fucking listened or
Nah.
watched anything about
Do
Alien.
we all just like forget? Does everybody just forget what happened in that movie?
Oh yeah,
It's trying to burst out of her chest, and she doesn't make one fucking sound. She just kind of passes out.
yeah. She's like, well, she says something like, tell Bjorn that I love him or something like that. I can't remember what she says, but she says that. And it's like, man, you'd think with
She
something
says, "Save
bursting
me," or "Don't let me die."
something
She
like
says,
that.
"Don't let me die," right?
But the fact that it's bursting out of your ribs and flesh, you'd think you might be screaming a little bit.
Well, I mean, yeah. It's like
Maybe
yeah,
she's
I
going
mean,
into
yeah.
like shock as it's thrashing around in there, and she's
So how is she
internally
speaking so
I
clearly?
Yeah, like,
Oh,
how
it's
is she
just
able
sheer
to talk?
willpower.
I
Okay.
don't
Just
know. Jane couldn't muster the
Um,
willpower to just talk while he was having it burst out of him, but all right.
Yeah, well, he was a pussy.
By the way,
alright?
rewatching the chest bursting scene from Alien, it's so fucking incredibly done.
What an
Oh,
intense, what an
it's
intense
amazing.
scene.
Yeah.
It's one of the most iconic movie scenes,
Well, I
basically,
think
of all
what's- yeah.
time.
I think what's interesting about it, when you think about, I suppose, Alien and Romulus as a film and the way that it exists in the meta, because everybody's seen Alien films before, it's like made with the awareness that you know what Alien is, which almost feels like, in a certain sense, it kind of like undermines a lot of the kind of scares it's trying to go for. Because it's like, whoa, you know what the chest bursting, like when the xenomorph comes out, you know what it is. So we don't need to like play it up as how it was in the original film, where like you were just as blindsided as the characters, especially once the blood starts, gushing.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
like, holy shit, what the hell is
Yeah.
going on? But here it's just like, yeah, it's kind of over
That's-
like that because you already know what it is. So let's just get going. We're in a rush.
One of my favorite bits, probably from the sequence, that's maybe underrated, like the first, the blood splat appearing on
everybody
his thing, and they all just
Yeah.
stare at it like, what? Because it's so beyond anything they could possibly have expected. None of them know what to do,
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
and then yeah,
And
carries
they're all
on.
just like, oh, stunned. And then as soon as the filing, and then of course just I mean that scene is basically like perfect. There's like nothing wrong with it.
The
And
way
what's
that
her
he
name gets like
acts,
the blood in the face.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
The way he acts is convulsing in his arms and is just, it's awful.
Mhm. And then
Ugh.
little Xeno just popping out and sort of just having a
Hello.
little look around.
And
Yeah.
it looks fantastic. Anyway,
I will say as well, like I maybe now with the X-ray thing, this feels like a good time to sort of mention something that was kind of bugging me in the film.
Yeah.
I think everybody would come away with the view, oh, the film looks pretty good, and I'd even agree with that. But something that I noticed, and it was kind of bugging me as I was watching it, because I think it's reminding me of something that I've noticed more in a lot of recent films, is the lighting. There's not like much of a desire to make the lighting come across as natural.
Yes.
Like the lighting is very extreme, but
Very
in a way
dark.
that doesn't comport with the way that in the real world we light stuff. And it's kind of an interesting balance, right? Where a film achieves a look that feels more alive than life in a sense, but it's still trying to emulate natural diegetic lighting. But here it definitely felt like the film was a slave to visuals that it thought were really cool. And that X-ray thing of, oh, hey, I just found an X-ray thing. Oh, look at that. Oh, and now I can use it to see the alien. It's like, yeah, I don't know. It just felt like
Why does she take it with her? Of all
she
the
just
things,
thought it was cool. That's
Oh,
it. It was
fair
just there
enough.
and she thought it was cool. And
It is
it's
cool,
only there
but-
for the shot. And it's
it's
the same with the lighting in general.
and it doesn't change anything or do anything. It's just for a little bit of a weird aesthetic. Like, look, she
Well, it's
can
for the
kind of see it
trailer.
inside of her.
It's for the trailer. And it's like a lot of stuff where the lighting is, as opposed to, again, what you see in Alien, right? Like, I mean, in the chest burster scene, that is just a regularly lit room.
Yeah.
It's a regular room where people exist in and work, and people generally want to work in places where they can see what's going on.
Good point. We do like to see stuff when we work. So
People wanting just to be clear, people wanting to see stuff is how we got into this mess in the first place.
yeah, that's true. While the ship is moving away, it cuts over to Rain and Tyler. And Tyler's like, where are they going? They can't just leave without us. And Rain says, he thinks Andy's trying to kill Navarro. He just goes, is he? And then she's like, I don't know.
I feel like this is a very calm reaction to the belief that you're about to be left
know.
behind on a space station that's about to crash into a ring system, but okay.
It's so fucking hilarious, man. Like, it feels... I'm with the characters. I'm like, yeah, I don't know what's going on in this movie. It's all insane nonsense. I'm
Your
with you.
guess is as good as mine.
Like, yeah, my brother that I've loved all my life, Android Man, it might be trying to kill her, and I guess, in a way, if that's true, they would want to leave and leave us to die. I don't know. It's like, all right, I'm feeling this. This is great. But you know, to be fair, Andy has done and said nothing to imply he would kill them. They have to have that be that way in order to make
What if
things happen.
I mean, what if for all they know he's like, no, don't leave. I can get her to the medical bay, and then we can save her. They actually have no idea what's going on.
It's just
Did
amazing
they
to me,
hear the
right? This is what I mean
conversation
about.
with, not Ash.
I was reassured by several people that they are, I mentioned this earlier, that they are intelligent characters in this, that they make intelligent decisions. I obviously completely disagree, and it bugs me to no end. Had they rushed her to the cryotube, there'd be no tension, because that would be it. And they talk to Rook, and he's like, can you do me a favor and move my special project onto your ship as well? And they'd be like, nah. And that would be that.
And then he could say, well, you could have the thing of, if you help, Wayland Yutani will let you
save
give you
her.
the all the transfers that you want.
Oh,
they'll give you
that would be
anything you
interesting,
want.
yeah.
Yeah. See,
Well,
if you give us
clean
what we
slate,
want,
full access to whatever planet you want to go to, fully supplied,
you
health
anything.
benefits. We'll give you
Yep.
money to last a lifetime. All I need you to do is save these samples, please. See, already a better plot.
that would be so cool. Yeah.
Oh well.
Which means that they would have to get rid of it. You know, like maybe it gives them a reason to really, really want this thing, because it's like their ticket to getting everything they wanted. So it gives them, like, maybe they have to make the decisions. Do we save, this person, or do we get the samples, which means the rest of us get to have amazing lives? And
no, but instead he's trying to kill her. Zappy Roo.
send me the
Oh
wall!
my god. Oh well. So as the chest burster begins to hit her, this is something I've seen everyone highlight, so we don't have to worry here about fucking hot takes. She kicks some kind of gear stick, a lever, a thing, whatever, that makes the ship go off course and start crashing. While she's flipping out, you're just like, really?
How did your leg get all the way up? Where are you? Are you not on the floor?
It's
In,
so
like, the middle of-
fucking lame, writing-wise.
This is why you put your parking brake on. So
Yeah,
that
it was-
Matt...
Wasn't it in autopilot, and then she kicked it, and it went into manual, and then now it's plummeting towards the rings?
Well, so just to summarize, I guess, if it's not retarded enough as is, her doing that knocks it off course in such a way that it crashes into one of these space station thrusters, which activates the thruster, and then it happens to crash inside the docking bay. So it's safe.
It's just absolutely dire writing is
So
what this is.
to be clear, the consequences of this are none of the characters died, no significant damage was done to their ship such that they can't escape on it. It is safely within the docking bay with the blast doors closed, but it hit the thruster, and that thruster activating is now chopped their time down from 36 hours into like an hour or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
Like 45 minutes.
Something
this
like
is
that.
This is so stupid.
Like,
Don't they
unfucking-believably bad.
Don't they show a shot of Andy like looking at this and then not doing anything about it? I distinctly remember a moment where it's in manual and everything's been thrown off course, and he's just looking at it and then just doesn't touch the lever.
Well, not Andy.
mean-
They could have Rook could remote control it, right?
Maybe I'm confused. Maybe I'm misremembering.
Because
I-
on the ship, are you
'Cause
talking
he's not
about
on-
Kay,
he's not on
or
the
whatever her
ship
name
yet.
is, pregnant lady? Not doing anything about it?
I don't remember anymore.
It's
Never-
okay.
Ignore me.
At the very least, Rags, they say he can't remote it unless they press the remote button.
Give an
So
authorization.
at least there's that.
That is something. Oh yeah, there's that button. You
Actually,
press
it feels
a few
like
times.
it is something to emphasize again, that you kick the little thing enough that it sends the ship flying such that it doesn't destroy itself somehow and lands safely in a docking bay, but also hits the engine of the space station to then make it to where it's going to crash way quicker.
What are the
Isn't that the
chances?
So-
dumbest shit in the world?
when the alien was bursting out of her chest and she kicked the thing, I immediately thought to myself, like, this can't end with the ship being destroyed. It can't. This is their whole.
Well, I assumed they would blow up. I assumed the ship they took would blow up, and that's the end of those characters.
But it can't, because that's
But that's
the alien
at
in
the
that
end of the
in her
movie.
chest. That's
Yeah,
the one that's
that's
going to be most important. So it's like, how is this going to work? And it just does. They go, it just does.
But they wouldn't need. But they have all the other ones that got out of the cryo.
We don't.
So they're still skittering
We
around.
don't think
right?
about them until much later. That's what, because that's going to
Okay.
create more problems of understanding what the fuck happened in this movie. But for now,
well, hopefully they haven't all grouped together in the same place.
That would
They
be
would have
awful.
Spread out. and
Yeah.
looked for that would have been really bad. Or maybe that would have been way better instead of having them all spread out everywhere. Just having them clumped together is probably better, right?
we'll get there. So they're in the Romulus hangar, and that means that Rain and Andy and Tyler all need to get there, because then they can leave. You know, this awkward circumstance has now caused significant issues. Crazy, it all came down to the chav being angry at androids. Crazy how that can, change everything. Very well written, though, I would say. Now, to get to that particular place, they must cross through a room. This room has face-huggers all over it because they went through the vents and they've escaped into it.
Which, it's just like, oh, is this the level of the video game?
Yeah,
that's what I thought.
This
Immediately,
is the stealth
shit
level.
video game level. Like, oh, okay. So, why in the world would why would the facehuggers all be in there? Why wouldn't they be all over the place? And to be honest with you, terrifying the nature of this whole space station, knowing there's a facehugger around every corner. They access the air ducts. Why would they be locked into that room? Especially when if you remember, there's the big hole in that room, the one with the alien originally died. So that means they have access all the way up to the room they were just in. The room with the Rook in it. So I don't understand. Why are they all in there?
Because
they're
that's
for their
where all of
safety.
their friends are.
They're just
That's right.
it's the communal
They're just
facehugger
all
play.
chilling out,
They all have a chat.
Well, yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
Of course, while they're freaking company crew, of course. You don't want to be alone on a spooky space station with a bunch of face huggers running around, right? You want to stick
Did you
together
say
with your
face hunkers?
face. No,
Face honker.
but I could face. No, I didn't say
It's the
that. But
clown
we could go with
version
it.
of
Face
the-
hunkers. They jump on you. Every time they move and they squeak like the shoes. Squeaky, squeaky, squeak.
To
Oh no,
be
they're coming to get me.
100% clear for the rules of this little video game level, he says, Andy, the facehuggers hunt via sound and body temp. They will bring the temperature of the room down to match their body temperature to the decimal point in order to move past the facehuggers very slowly, making no sound, thus they're essentially invisible.
They'll raise the temperature
Yeah,
of the room, right?
already,
They're
that
gonna
just
heat up
seems
the
like-
room, weren't they? They're gonna
Maybe
heat
the
up
room was
room
really,
so
really, really,
that-
really hot. I don't know.
No,
no,
they were
in
going to
the-
heat up
no,
the room.
Oh, heat
yeah,
up the
they
room.
said
okay.
because they can sense using body heat, they're gonna heat up the room to 98.6 degrees, so that when you so that when you as a human walk into the room, you are what we call invisible.
Well, so I had a couple questions. Maybe you guys can clear this up.
I'd be happy to clear up
Body
your
temperature down to
questions.
a decimal point, which is the implication of what they needed to get accurate. We all have different body temperatures, right? It has a range. It doesn't
I
just have a set.
understand it. It's
Yeah, there's
different.
a
It's
small
not
range,
always
but
going to be
yeah.
the same.
I'm looking it up. It says 97 to 99 is the typical range.
So does
So
that not
if-
already
if
cause
the decimal-
problems?
Depending on how good their thermal vision is, I would say yes.
Yeah, if they're
Um,
the only way that it would even be viable at step 1 is that the face huggers couldn't be super accurate with it.
Like, I don't know. My thought would be, why not make it so it's really cold, and then just
Oh, wait.
run through it.
Yeah, we got to go one. There's so many issues. So I was just starting with the body temp one, and then move with how does this affect the android? Understandably, aliens don't typically have interest in androids, but they wouldn't know, right? He would just have a body temperature that's different, and they would jump on him and then find out. They'd be like, "Oh, this is
If-
pointless."
So, yeah.
If their sense of perception is very accurate, it would depend on how accurate it is. If you get a couple degrees leeway, maybe you'd be fine.
if they're not interested in hitting him at all, right? He's almost like immune because that's how it would work for an android with facehuggers. Then he could obviously distract all of them. He could go blah, 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 and then they'd all chase him and run out of the room, and our humans could easily move through.
So what if he did that instead of saying "run"? For example,
he would never. Why would anyone in the middle of the room just say "run"? That would be very bad, wouldn't it? Like as a strategy.
Like I said, I don't understand why you wouldn't just if you can actually freeze them, just make it really cold.
Well, so they are very dependent on sound and changes in heat. Meaning,
which means that you can just do your basic video game shit. Grab some shit and throw it.
Open some doors with your remote control.
Throw it over there. Yeah,
Get them distracted with whatever the fuck. I don't see
why.
Yeah,
if they don't like the cold, make the room super cold, and then maybe open another door so they want to be like, you know what, I'm going to go over here where it's warmer and not so cold, and then they leave. And then you shut that door behind them.
Well, so another question.
Right here.
They say they're doing the temperature change for the room. Now, that room has a huge hole in it that goes through a whole bunch of other rooms. Wouldn't the temperature be fucked? It wouldn't be controllable with ease because of that?
It would take hours at least.
And then, of course, when they open the doors,
them,
it's a huge hallway that they connected this room to. Would that not affect the temperature?
It's just all the hot air is just going to leave.
Yeah, exactly. And also, the door's going to make a sound too. Why wouldn't they be like, oh, what's going on?
Oh my god, a door's opening, and there's 3 people right there.
Yeah, they didn't react to the doors opening either, and they definitely make a sound, so that was pretty stupid.
Nothing works about this. All nonsense.
Like, nothing works. It's true, nothing works about this.
Oh,
there is nothing here. Yeah.
The jump ahead idiot doesn't turn off his radio.
Oh my fucking god, yeah.
You know what this movie, this will be an interesting reference, but do you know what movie this movie made me appreciate even more?
What's that?
A little movie that we've covered before called Train to Busan.
Hug that movie. Give it a little kiss.
Oh, Train to Busan, my beloved. So, one of the things I love about Train to Busan is that these are a bunch of normal people. And they're on a train and they got to get through these zombie-infested train cars. And they're like, oh man, these zombies bite and scratch. So we're going to take some magazines and binders and scraps of cloth. And we're going to wrap up all of our hands and around our necks and stuff. Because we don't want to get bit by these zombies that bite and scratch. Because boy, that would be bad if they did that to us. At no point in this movie, knowing what the facehuggers do, knowing how quick they are, and knowing the consequences should they succeed, does anyone even say, should we cover our mouths?
That would be boring.
Should we, get, jackets or gags
helmets
to, like helmets? What if I stuff, my mouth just full of shit and then wrap it around and I just breathe through my nose so the facehugger gets on me and he's like, what the fuck is this? Screw this. I can't do it. There's nothing here. Off I go. Like what? Does no one consider? Because that's what I'd be doing. The whole time I'd be in that room, at least I'd have my hand covering my mouth so that these things can't get on me.
When they use the phone ringtones to guide the zombies through the carriages and then move above them on the baggage
luggage compartments.
It's like, oh fuck.
Oh, that's tense.
It is tense.
Okay.
It's well done.
Some people are pointing out that they get through a helmet in the first movie, but the thing is, guys, that these are characters who are trying to save themselves, and they don't even think about these ideas.
They don't know what this is.
They don't know that, and I'll take a helmet instead of nothing.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Especially
because
with how
also,
fucking
we don't
pathetic they are in this movie.
Well, I know in Aliens, it gets through the helmet. We don't know how long that takes. We don't know if the helmet got cracked when he fell back or fell on that. We don't know. So even if we were working with that meta knowledge, I'm taking the helmet regardless. It's extra protection.
Absolutely. So anyway, the scene continues, and I think you'll remember when I talked about the surprise chasm. There is a surprise hanging man that gives us a jump scare. It's the usual shit you'd expect from a horror movie, where she's walking, and then the camera turns, and goes, blah, 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 and you're just like, what?
Which makes, again, Alien, the jump scares are all the sounds that are actually happening, not like that shit to be like, oh, gotcha, didn't I?
Well, and
I
Fucking
hate this
annoying.
I
movie
face
for that
palm
so much.
because her reaction, for some reason, she is shocked and terrified to the point of moving very quickly and making a whole bunch of noise. She's then grabbed by Tyler. No sound is made by her voice, as though the film thinks you'd have to make voice sounds for the facehuggers to come after you, not body sounds.
Just any sound at all.
Which I was just like, why aren't they coming after her? That's it. That's just, they've already broken the fucking rule. Like the one rule they had. She makes a bunch of sound.
Don't make noise.
But oh
shit,
well.
a bunch of noise.
And then they
Never
have
mind.
this,
I don't know how you'd be surprised by this. It should have just been there the whole time.
And they
You
make
should
a
have
very
seen it.
bad choice of showing us a wide shot where it would be impossible not to see that fucking guy, no matter where you were coming from.
Yes.
I hate
Did
this
he
shit.
just now fall down? Did he just now fall down
No,
through
he
the
was
ceiling?
just hanging
Or-
out, man. Just hanging out. He was just there. He was doing his thing. He was in the cool face hugger
like,
room where they were just all
"Whoa."
chatting. And then she did
Yeah,
the thing
she-
where you somehow
like,
walk
"Oh, I
into a
died in a
room
fun
and don't
way."
see the obvious shit until you're right next to it and go, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh.
Which is a really bad choice, even for horror attention, because you could see it in the distance and it's kind of in the darkness, and you know what it is, but you know that you're gonna have to go like right past it. Like you see that you're gonna have to go to the thing and get past it. So that apprehension that comes with understanding that, oh man, I'm gonna have to walk past this spooky, scary body to get through. And I mean that's still definitely something. But instead, it's just this weird translocating corpse that just shows up. Hey, I died in a fun way, woo! And then it's
I died in a
what-
fun way.
and it's the damn music. I hate this movie because it's one of those like it's not scary. This movie isn't scary. It's
Startling.
surprising. It
It's
surprises
startling.
you because what a loud. We're gonna play a loud noise and a thing bops out at you, and then
There are
it's
several
annoying
more
and
to
I hate
come,
it.
yes.
Oh, I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it. I hate it.
With
So-
the musical cue as well. Really annoying.
Yes, makes me
Pregnant,
appreciate aliens so much. How
pregnant
quiet
lady
it
wakes
was.
up, starts walking through the ship, trying to just escape, and she stumbles across Bjorn. Thankfully, is still alive, so he can still ruin everything.
Thank
And
God
they-
Bjorn's okay.
They both spot there is an egg on the wall where the alien is, I guess, transitioning to adult mode instead of baby mode, which felt new to me. Don't know that we ever established it. It does it that way. Shedding the skin is obviously known, but I didn't know
we
that
saw
it
this.
makes a whole ass egg on the wall to burst out of. But sure, you get to play a little with alien biology because it's all, especially since Prometheus, everything is crazy
Every-
with what you can do.
There are no rules anymore, man. Just do whatever. The goo did the thing.
Oh yeah, well James wrote drones only shed. This is the thing. There's so many problems with this film. The fact that it's an egg on the wall, I was kind of just like, ugh. What, like the gestation period was super fast, the birth was super fast. Now it's an adult already. It's like, is this a shock to anybody that they're just speed running the fucking events because they can't be asked to earn them? Like, no,
So
this
fast.
is just this is it. So instead of moving away from it and running as fast as possible, Bjorn decides he's going to get his cattle prod and try to kill it. And he goes bzz, 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 a whole bunch. And he even notices that he must have heard it significantly because it's, well, I guess he wouldn't know necessarily, but his cattle prod is melting. So I guess he made it bleed.
Bleeded a lot, yeah.
And then he notices it's got a big old spiky thing, and that spiky thing stabs him in the eye. And he's
No,
like,
you have to emphasize he stares at it for a while. He even gets a little bit closer to
Yeah.
it instead of just going, oh no, actually, I'm gonna get away from this big
I
shark
better get
thing
my eye
sticking out
closer
of
to this spike.
giant-"
that
Yeah.
expression you have as a viewer, how would you describe this? I guess disappointed, perturbed, frustrated. Where you're just like, yeah, he's dead because he's a researcher.
Why don't you just
Yeah.
don't you want to get away from this thing?
Nope.
Like, surely you want to get
he's
away
just
from it
sitting
instead
there
of
I don't even know if I would've-
massive blood spilling and just sitting there like,
Burn.
just roll away, you dumb fuck.
Oh yeah,
I
right.
don't know if I would have
To summarize, just real quick,
done anything.
he gets stabbed in the eye, and that makes him so like ouchies that he falls directly underneath it, and it starts bleeding acid on him, and he sits there for a good 10 droplets, doing nothing until he dies.
Yeah,
It's
until
You can
Really?
tell.
the acid drops on him, it drops on his heart, and his heart explodes.
Yeah. The movie thought it was really impressive with this one in terms of like, isn't that horrifying to slowly watch yourself burning to death from the
move out
acid?
of the
And
way,
you're
roll
like,
out of the
everyone would
way.
move out of the way.
Yeah, I would
Like,
want to
not
not.
if you have control over the situation.
Well, yeah, I would want to not be there.
Well, yeah, I mean, basic question. If there's a torrent of acid coming at you, do you move out of the way or do you not? Most people maybe would move out of the way, I guess.
Well, it's like it's instinctive. You know, you wouldn't even have to think about it. Like, and you like if you put your hand on a hot stove by accident, or like you're about to grab a door and static.
It would be
shocks
harder
you.
to not do it. It would be harder to not move out of the way.
You would have to want to die horribly.
Well, he is the retard character, so maybe it works in reverse. Like you hit the stove and then you slam your face onto the stove and you start rubbing your face all over it. Like that's how that works.
The guy's a masochist and he wants to be out of this movie.
I don't blame him.
It's
like, let's just get
I've
out
been
of
a
here.
dick. I deserve this, bro.
I was gonna ask about it, but before he's already brought it up. Acid goes on his chest. He looks down, and then it goes and like explodes. I don't exactly know what we're supposed to gather from that.
What. Yeah.
But he
I
dies.
thought, like, when you instinctively the second that hits you, like, turn upside down or turn over or roll over, so gravity gets
anything, please.
Anything other than sitting there watching it
Do you remember
destroy you.
Aliens? When they first realized the acid for blood shit, they're all like blown away by it. But even from that point on, they're already taking efforts to try and reduce the effects of it. When Ripley and Hicks are in the elevator and it tries to get in after them and they shoot it, when he fires the pulse rifle, he immediately turns it on his side and puts it in front of his face so the splash of the acid doesn't hit him in the face. Shit like that's cool, man.
And doesn't he have to like take off some of his armor?
Yes, it all starts melting through.
Yeah. It's like it.
Aliens is a good
this
movie.
isn't even intelligent behavior. This is just like
Normal.
baseline what a person would do. Get this acid away from my skin.
Yeah, because acid hurts.
I don't want this acid on my skin.
Oh, I forgot to set something up, but I guess I can bring it up now. So Kay gets to the dock doors, but she can't open them because there's no key. Do you know why there's no key?
Why is there no key?
Because when Bjorn locked it earlier, before they undocked, he locked it with the key, and then it shows him watching himself accidentally drop it on the floor and decide not to pick it back up.
All right.
Why?
Well, it'll be there when he'll be there when he needs it later.
Well, it's funny you say that, because when she needs the key, she contacts Tyler and friends in the facehugger room. She's like, "Oh my good God, goodness gracious! There's no key. I'm donezo. I can't get out." And then Tyler's like, "The key's got to be somewhere." And then the audience is just like, "What the fuck are you doing speaking? You're in a room where if you speak, you die. What the fuck?" And you can see Andy is like, like when I thought
it should be like you'd put your hand over the microphone. You to suppress it, like if your phone accidentally goes off in, you know, like in a movie theater. Or a funeral, or an orgy, you'd instantly want to just like cover it up so that no one hears the dial tone and ruins the mood.
I think it makes way more sense to start moving a little bit faster. Just being like, all right, we need to get out of this room immediately so I can help her. Let's just go. Wait, come on.
You gotta chuck it to the other side of the room,
well,
or cover it up with your hand.
That's the thing. Her talking, I would just turn it off. Because the thing is, no matter what's going on with her, I can't help her if I'm dead. So she's killing me by speaking right now. Any reasonable thing you'd think anyone would do, they won't do it. They're just like, nope. He starts having a fucking phone call with her in the room where they can't speak. It was so sad to see.
Plus, it's 99 cents a minute, and that's how they really get you.
Yeah, that's how they get you.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
But the funniest part to me is he doesn't have anything to tell her. There's no advice he can give her because he has no idea why the key isn't where it should be. So he just says it should be there, and so she just looks.
Why
and she's
wouldn't
like,
you leave
there
it
is.
in the lock? Why wouldn't you leave the key in the lock?
Did you miss what I said, Julia? Why
Because
isn't
he
the key in
didn't
the
pick
lock?
it up?
Yeah.
Because he dropped. Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough.
They showed it. They show him watching himself drop the key and not doing anything about it. Because later it would play into this moment where she can't find the key until he says, "Look somewhere, it's got to be there." And then she looks at the floor and goes, "Oh boy, there's the key." Right on the floor there. It's a very weird series of events, to be honest with you. Because in the background, by the way, the alien is birthing the adult one. It's very physical effects stuff. It's neat to see compared to a lot of crap we get in other films. It looks very good. And she's like, oh my god, this is so terrifying. Oh my god, what am I gonna do? And so she's struggling to get that key in, because we'll talk about the other fellas with the facehugger room in a second. But she gets the key in, she unlocks, the door's open, we see the alien is practically fully there. Like, oh god, what's gonna happen? And she just runs forward, she sprints forward and falls off the 20 feet fucking chasm again.
Listen, it's just like the hole in the first lab that they were in.
Watch where
It's
you're
really
going,
subtle.
you retards. Fucking hell.
Oh, that was so funny.
It clearly is just like a drop into this massive hangar, and she just runs right off the ledge.
Like, you think you'd be careful because you're pregnant, most of all.
Nah.
Like, watch this. Give a shit about your safety and the safety of your child.
I don't know, man. It was funny.
It was funny.
It was pretty funny.
What's a clever way to have this happen? No, she just falls. She just runs off. She's so spooky that she just runs
Look,
off.
scared people sometimes do silly things. This
Yes,
you're, once
they
again
do.
protecting your media
She's pregnant.
illiteracy
She's
right now.
irrational.
This movie made me media illiterate. It's
It
true.
did.
It
Clearly.
siphoned all my movie knowledge out of my brain.
Clearly.
So,
Evidently, jeez.
Back over with our... I was about to say slightly less retarded. I can't make that claim. Over with our other
Ooh.
characters.
Neck and
Tyler,
neck, yeah.
the camera shows Tyler's got goosebumps, he's sweating, and he's got a tear coming down his face because he's listening to Kay
Did you?
suffering.
Oh, the goosebumps. Did you see like how crazy big the goosebumps were on his arm? Like they
Things-
had to like CGI the little bumps on him and the hair and everything. Because
They
how do you
really-
like visually?
They really
show
wanted you to
that?
understand that
you
he
know?
was ruining the whole, like, you gotta stay calm, I think is something they said earlier. So he's ruining all of that. You see all of that, and then it moves over to Andy, and he goes, run. And it's such a movie thing. Instead of, no, you would gesture to them, and you would start walking, and the second any facehugger jumps, you'd sprint. That's how you do all of that. You don't go, run.
And again, we don't have Andy saying, "You guys slowly walk ahead. I'll make noise, and I'll just throw them off of me with my incredible
Or
android strength."
Pick
I'm
something up and
basically
throw
I'm-
it.
Yeah. I'm essentially facehugger proof myself, so I'll just distract them.
But no. No.
Because unless
Though-
they bleed on him, there's nothing they can do.
You know what's funny though? When they're running away, Tyler throws a flare and it distracts all of the facehuggers, and you just have the thought of, wow, that's a move you could have fucking done this whole time. Jeez. But anyway, we'll just whatever. Andy gets ahead, closes the door, and they just slip in, but all the facehuggers don't get in. And it was just an amazing fucking move from him. And Rain is like, you almost closed the door on him. And he's like, yes, but I didn't. I calculated it perfectly. And that's that conversation done.
No, that's meant to be foreshadowing for his turn to evil. That's
It's
to
so
come.
funny because there's no reason why he wouldn't have made that choice if he were friendly Andy.
Exactly. And if he waited any longer, the facehuggers would have gotten through. So,
This is what I mean. Like,
You narrowly made it in. It was going to be a narrow scrape no matter what.
yeah.
They're right behind
Exactly.
you, man.
I don't even know what to do
You
with it.
timed it
I find it so
perfectly.
boring. Like that nobody. Rain is very lame throughout the whole film when it comes to Andy's decisions. There's nothing interesting to talk about. He's always evil. She's just like, oh, you're such a bad man. She even slaps him at one point when he's right again. We'll get to that.
Yeah, he was right
Oh,
here,
we'll
and he'll
get
be
to
right
that.
in a few
Yeah.
minutes. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because that's actually next. Everyone meets up at the dock, but there's a door
Really quick,
separating.
though.
Yep.
Really quick though, I just want to highlight that this is one of the few moments in the movie where Andy actually felt like an android. When she's like, "Oh, you could have left him out there," and he's like, "No, I calculated it perfectly, and it worked."
Yeah.
And, like that actually felt something like we actually characterized him successfully as an android, and this movie is bereft of that in most other respects.
Yeah, the idea
Even
that he makes a
though-
calculated decision on the fly using his android math powers, and it's like, yeah, that's something that
Well,
yeah,
yeah,
it
it's like,
feels
from your
appropriately
perspective,
androidy.
From your perspective, it looks like I did a shitty thing, but like I timed it correctly because my brain works better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you could have been like, I assumed he wasn't going to slow down if that's what you.
Well, do you find it in any way curious that in our assessment so far, he's the only one that we've got worthwhile things to talk about in terms of how they're characterizing the role he plays and the interesting things that might be able to happen as a result of actually exploring anything to do with him, compared to any other character. And simultaneously, he's one of the most celebrated parts of the film right now. Point being,
Interesting.
a lot of people will say, whatever, I loved Alien Romulus. I don't need all this shit you're talking about where everything makes sense. I don't need more characters. I don't need more history. It's like, if you had that, I don't think you'd be complaining.
You would like it more. Why would you ever think it was worse that it makes more sense? I don't know. I get a little bit like I recently did a Metals Forge where we were talking about Commando. Commando is that's a silly movie, all right? That's a silly, crazy, goofy movie. But even in that film, they make some efforts to justify why the events that are taking place are taking place. Like, I think it just seems like it was way more normal before to just be like, well, yeah, I mean, of course you got to try and make a little bit of sense.
Yeah, put a little effort in.
Yeah, there's got to be
instead of this
reasons
weird-
for things. It's a movie.
Instead of this weird world where it's like, well, no, anything can be anything. It's like, yeah, but I know that you don't believe that. I know that you don't. I know that if it made more sense, you'd be happier.
And like I
Or
said,
at the very least,
the
you'd be more upset.
best element of this film, in terms of writing, also happens to be one of the most celebrated and enjoyed parts. What a coincidence. That's crazy. Never would have thought that would happen.
Curious.
So they all meet up. Like, just to be clear about the logistics here, you have the ship, a door, and then the bay where Kay is. She's on the other side. She can't get through the door unless Andy unlocks it. And the two, being Tyler and Rain, are both like, unlock it, unlock it, unlock it. And she's like, unlock it, on the other side. And there's an alien just having a little sit down watching him.
He's crouched right behind her.
And Andy sees this and says, well, if we unlock the door, then the creature will kill all of us. So,
Because
not
it
doing
obviously
that.
will, because it's right there.
And
Conspicuously perched behind her.
where we could have a really interesting scene where, for example, Tyler could say, open it and close it as soon as possible, and if that thing gets anywhere near us, I'll take the hit, okay? Like, some kind of like heroic gesture of, I will get in its way and you guys can run, whatever. And then Andy could be like, we're not taking that risk. And then Rain could say, is there any way we can manipulate it, distract it? There's got to be something. Like, it's a fucking creature, right? There's got to be, can you do anything? Is there anything? But no, instead, the scene is Tyler and Rain both cry, going, open the door, 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 for like 20 seconds, while Andy just goes, no, no, no.
It's again, it just seems like you had an opportunity here. This is like somewhat worthwhile of an idea to explore of how do you essentially negotiate with an android that has basically made its mind up of like, no, I'm not going to open the door for you guys because it's too
Pretty
dangerous.
clearly a terrible idea.
It's not particularly compelling to a robot to just cry open the door. Like, why would that make an android change his mind? Why haven't they at this point started to realize that they need to try and actually convince him with logic? The good old contradiction thing, right? Where the robot explodes because you present it with a contradiction or something that it can't reconcile. It's just, yeah, because like the whole time I'm just sitting there, I'm like, yeah, but he's right though. You like look at the xenomorph.
It's right there.
You could all see it.
Just chilling, waiting for you to open the door.
I think the Xeno gets bored. He's listening to them argue, and he's just like, okay,
Yeah.
I'm just going to take her.
All right, whatever.
Nothing's happening here. So he does. The Xeno grabs Kay. It's very sad. She goes, oh no, and she's gone. And then, like I said, what we've gained from the scene so far is the android calculated they'd all be dead if he opened the door, and the other two characters are crying and screaming and bitching about how that's not nice. And so now that she's gone, it's over, decision made, what commentary do we have? Well, Andy says, there was nothing I could do. And then Tyler says, you could have opened the door and saved her. And then Andy says, that would we'd all die. That's that.
Like, yeah, I mean, yeah.
That's the weird thing for me. I was like, oh, I know all of that. That was the scene.
That was the scene. Why?
I saw that already. Why is there no exploration of anything? I was just so baffled by, like, you don't even... You want to, like, open the first page of the book discussing this, but you never want to go further. It's so boring.
Very non-committal, dull. Nothing interesting was done. Another opportunity lost.
So,
Do something neat.
Then we get the Andy is evil moment, because Rain says, what's your prime directive? And he says, do what's best for the company. She's like, I need to remove that module. And he says, I'm afraid that's not what's best for the company. Womp womp womp. Do you know what I was struck by immediately? Was if he was on the normal module of Do What's Best for Rain, he would have refused to open the fucking door.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that would have killed her.
Exactly.
She would be dead.
This isn't
if I open the door, she's
interesting
dead.
at all. It's not an evil decision to have kept the door closed, you dumb fucks. But the writer doesn't have any clue. He's like, oh, what an evil thing you did. You could have saved her. And they keep repeating, no, I couldn't. I couldn't.
I don't know why did none of the characters think, even like right at the beginning, maybe, you know, there might actually be unforeseen consequences from messing with his mind like we have.
It's so cringe. Like, if they'd taken the module out and then he says, I don't want to risk you. I'm not opening that door. And then she looks at him, she's like, what is your prime directive? And he says, take care of you. And she's like, I gotta switch that module. You're evil.
Oh, wait, there is no module. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Yeah, and then we get a break. We cut back to them. And she's like, how could you do that? And he looks at her and goes, what? Leave someone behind? And I was like, is he being sassy? Like, what's...
Yeah, I thought that was pretty based. Not gonna lie.
It's like
right back at
just inching him up the character ladder. I was like, that's funny.
Yeah.
But all right, I guess.
Right.
He's got a backbone now.
Who are you to judge him when you were going to abandon him after he helped you?
I will say, yeah. It's like, actually, like, this it's the part in the theater. I'm like, oh, this is like a interesting line. You just gonna sit there and take it? Oh yeah, of course, because you have to. You just have to sit there and take it. Because he's right.
Fucking baffling to me because he knows he's right. We know he's right. The human characters are ruining everything, as Rook told him they would.
The humans are ruining everything in this Aliens movie.
Whatever, man. So they're like, where are we going? He says, so we will be able to open the docking bay doors and clear the way, and we'll be free to continue. You'll be free to go. We just gotta complete the mission. And so we get into the Prometheus room. Exciting stuff. Prometheus room, Rook makes clear, he says, our colonies are dying, unbearable temperatures, novel diseases every cycle, mining fumes, and it's all unforeseen tragedies, one after another. Our kind was never truly suited for space colonization, too fragile, too weak. The work of this station aimed to change that. The perfect organism. And that's how we should refer to human beings. So I set this one right, and I took its gift for humanity. So, like I said, he's trying to engineer almost like a human immunity to environmental effects and possibly extension of life in general, like immortality to some extent.
Why not just make stronger synthetics?
No.
No. Man, the fact that synthetics exist is just it just destroys all of this.
Well,
I will say,
if it's the most important fucking work ever in human history to create,
nobody know about it.
it's just floating into a fucking ring. Oh well, fuck it.
It's a shame we didn't come here and keep tabs on this project.
Seeing I feel like it was this scene that reminded me, oh yeah, part of the marketing for this film has been like, oh look, you know, Ridley Scott approves. It's like, that doesn't, I don't know why.
That's bad.
Yeah, Ridley Scott approves of this, but
that's like James Cameron
anything.
Approving of a Terminator movie. This is bad now.
He did twice. Like, it's just funny that that's part of the marketing. Don't fuck it up. It's like, what, like you did? I don't know. It's so awkward. And this does feel like them trying to wedge Prometheus in there. Of like, see, look, it's like part of this world. All right, it's an important pillar of the story.
He says, bioengineered from the xenomorph's DNA to create the facehuggers, who he then, I don't know, reverse engineered to create the non-Newtonian fluid being the black goo. And he says it's primal, unadulterated life in its purest form, the microorganism that can be the most destructive pathogen ever observed, but synthesized in our lab, it can be turned into a miracle that Mr. Wayland died searching for. Prometheus is fire, a divine gift for humanity. This is their view on that, and they fucking ignored this whole station ultimately. Okay.
Yeah, it's not that important. We can just make facehuggers anyway, or I guess all that research is here. So I just whatever. They forgot about it. They weren't here to keep tabs on this laboratory and all of this work being done. Whatever. Don't worry about it.
As soon as the compound, being the black goo, is detected in their ship, Rook will release the hangar bay doors and they can go home. That's the deal, so they've got to get that compound onto the ship. Before we leave, though, the characters are given pulse rifles.
Pulse rifles.
Oh, wow. Pulse rifle. I remember pulse rifle.
These ones have aim assist to account for the fact that these would be piss
God.
poor.
Don't say
at
aim
using
assist, say auto aim.
Like a pulse rifle and
I guess
kind
that's
of a
true,
smart
yeah.
gun.
Isn't
Oh
auto
my
aim and
goodness.
aim assist?
They're
They're-
relatives,
they're
but one is the
relative.
asshole.
It is
I
They're
assisting your
relatives, and
aim,
one of
no?
them's a fucking
I
asshole.
suppose I would say that there's a difference, right? Aim assist
There
is
is a
not
difference, yeah.
necessarily going to aim for you. It's just going to draw your reticule closer.
Why
to
wouldn't
the
aim
target, whereas
assist be the umbrella term?
So,
is it the
aim a-
umbrella term?
So the way that it works in video games is there's different forms of aim assist. Some of them will directly draw your aim towards the target at differing strengths. Some of them will slow down the sensitivity of your reticle when it approaches a target that you can shoot at. So it doesn't change where the reticle is, but it like automatically adjusts the sensitivity. So when you're close, it's a lot harder for you to move away from it.
Yeah,
And
we're
auto aim
going
just
with
keeps
video
the
game
cursor
reference.
right on the target.
I'm just going with words. They are being assisted in their aim, and what it does is it's an aim bot for sure. It's insanely good. It's like the fucking shit you see on like Call of Duty when they've got their aim bots on. They can't even miss, right? That's like the point of this technology. Probably would have been useful for the Colonial Marines, by the way, something like that. A shame. I guess this is only available
when it was
in
created
history, not in the
before.
future.
They used the black goo.
Odd.
They used the
Threw
black
the
goo
black
on the
goo
pulse
onto the
rifles.
Well,
And so
also
it made
that
them
had
better.
like
It made them the ultimate weapon, the ultimate firearm.
I just love the
450
idea that like
rounds. Wow.
you wouldn't need aim assist because you guys are trained or something. You'd be like, okay, sure.
And wouldn't it be more interesting to see her like kind of struggle to shoot or miss a lot, or the fact that she
they
doesn't
need
have
it
any
for
training
later.
impact? Why train? What's the point of having training? The gun just does all the work
Well,
for
they
you.
even, despite that, copy the scene from Aliens where they have the shot of him being like, you have to do this and this and this. It's just like, fuck off. Make something original. Why are you evoking every... It's unreal how we've done Aliens. They're going to do Alien 3 very soon. We're going to do the hell out of Alien Resurrection. Obviously, we're doing Prometheus right now. Covenant might be the only one that I can't think of a direct reference for. But that's pretty amazing that you've scanned through all of them and just... The thing is, a lot of people... Because I made a tweet about this, and people are like, there's a difference between an homage and stealing something. And I'm just sitting here like, yes, there is. They did not do an homage in this fucking film of all these... They outright stole so many payoffs from some of the other films instead of making their own. That it really... Robert Meyer Burnett said this, and I totally agree. Alien Resurrection has gone up in value to me. Which is insane to think about. You'd be like, what do you mean? How's it possible? It's like, well, maybe we'll talk about it at the end, but the broad stroke would be that Alien Resurrection is unique and experimental and insane, and I appreciate that more than I appreciate someone showing me a clip show of the Alien franchise.
Yes.
Yeah, fair enough.
By virtue of having anything going for it at all, it is better than this movie.
I guess so.
I
Also,
don't even
I
hate
think Fringy had
Resurrection. It's just a
mentioned it.
really goofy fucking movie.
I think Fringy mentioned it. 450 rounds in
Yes.
one magazine. Was that
Yes.
always
No.
always the case?
99 in the pulse rifles.
Because which by the way, I was already like 99. Okay, all right. They packed them in there real tight, I guess.
I think that might be
but-
so tight that you just can't fucking believe it. Like, why did you make it that many?
Yeah, I had like 99. Okay, sci-fi magic, sure. 450
Damn.
rounds. Just to be clear, when you look at this, the standard magazine you see in an AK-47 or a 74 or an AR-15, all that stuff, those have 30. All right, those hold 30. That's
Well, the thing,
what
Rags,
is this thing shooting needles?
You really feel the weight of it with the characters carrying those around. They're very like, oh, this is some heavy duty weaponry. You don't at all feel like they're just foam weapons that they're walking with or anything.
This is a plastic, this is a plastic weapon that doesn't, there's nothing new about it. They didn't even get like a real gun and just put a shell over it like they do in some other stuff.
James was saying,
it's just so...
Why is the proto version of the smart, like the pulse rifle, a combination of the smart gun?
Yeah, the smart gun.
It's just
I thought the
better.
whole point was
It's
it
just
had
better.
the
It's
smart
more
gun had the
ammo,
little eyepiece.
and it's got an aimbot
Yeah,
on it. I just don't get it. Why? Why?
Why would you do this? What's the point story-wise of giving it auto aim? Is it to give her an excuse for why she can be insanely destructive to all of the aliens on the ship, that she can just mow them all down without, well, I guess I don't want to say literally no effort, because she just pulls the trigger, but then all of the aliens die. Is that the only reason that they have the auto aim feature?
I mean, there's no other point that it comes into the story, so you have to assume, yes, that's the main reason, is so she can have a scene where she's just mowing them down, which is just so cool, because
Yeah,
it's
so
one
cool.
thing that we
Very
didn't
cool.
get in this franchise is just people plowing through aliens like they're nothing. That's an improvement on
Yeah,
the
we
story.
really, we need that for it to make the aliens seem so much more fierce and deadly and, you know, worthy of our,
and-
you know, respect and, you know.
Someone with absolutely no gun training just mowing them
Whoa,
down. That's
whoa,
pretty
whoa,
cool.
whoa, whoa! You are so fucking wrong. Because I was about to say, oh, this is such a great line, and you've completely missed it. So, the training she receives is from a man who's obviously very knowledgeable, and she says, "Where did you learn all of this about the guns?" And he says, "Games and magazines."
There
you
is,
got me there.
Fucking games.
I mean, it helps, but
Why couldn't he just have learned from his father?
it could just be, yeah, he could work security for Wayland Yutani. You could give him any background.
You made it so
'Cause
he
it's
played
like, I
video
guess-
games. Okay.
It's like, I guess that will teach you how it works, I guess, in an indirect way. But, like, why that reason? Why make me stretch?
Whatever. Moving on.
Whatever,
The film is
moving
not
on.
over yet. So, and they're talking about how happy they are to have aimbot like near 500 shots. They're gonna win now. And Andy says, "No, you can't
Also,
fire."
they don't bring any spare mags, I guess?
I guess there aren't any. You know what? I was about to get to that. So Andy says you can't use them because if you shoot the aliens at this level, they'll fall through the floor and breach the hull, and then we'll all die. So they say, well, then why the fuck did you give us guns? And he says, well, hopefully the aliens recognize the guns and back away. That's kind of the hope I have. This film's
Do you
funny.
want us to die? Andy, do you want
It's
us
a
to
funny
die?
film.
Just, if you want us to die, Andy, just say it and drop the pretense, and let's just level with each other. If
I
you want us
was-
to die.
I was confused. I was like, okay, well then, have you got anything else here? Like the cattle prod would actually be more useful at this point? Have you got anything in this room? An electronic, like, firing weapon? Anything? Did they build any weapon to control the alien when they were studying it for however long?
Why didn't Andy say, like, well, in case we need to, like, shoot through glass, or if we need to do something like that, you know, like that's a reason to have a gun, you know, it's fair enough. It would have saved you earlier, you know, but why didn't Andy take out the bullets? Why did he give it to him loaded?
I don't know. It's whatever. He then says, "I found us a way through the conveyor belt. Let's go." The fucking camera tightens up on Rain, and she's got like a tear in her eye. And she says, "Andy, are you there?" And I couldn't help but
Oh my
thinking,
God, I couldn't believe it.
I was just sitting there like, he's better than Andy. He's Andy 2.0.
He's mega Andy.
He's super
He does
Andy,
all
yeah.
of the right things except not unloading the gun when
Yeah,
he gave it
he
to
makes
you. But you know that.
you know, the film itself is a black hole of bad writing, so he's trying, you know, his upgrade can only go so far, but it's still better than fucking loser Andy. Yeah, someone just said Chad Andy.
Loser Andy.
I love that she says that out loud to no one. It's very funny.
He
And
saved
she just
her
sat-
life
Are
several
you there?
times, and she's like, "Oh, jeez."
I want the
Andy, you
good
there?"
Andy back.
Yeah.
The one that would have fucking
Retard
killed
Andy,
me
so we can
and
all
my
die.
friends. The one that would have
Keep
killed
making
us
your
all.
life working class, Andy. Jeez.
Working class Andy sucks. I went military grade Andy.
Yeah, I should have mentioned Rook when he was explaining the nature of the black goo. There's like a little video he shows them of a rat having been experimented when it was dead. It was reanimated. It's alive. It's like, oh wow, what a miracle! Amazing stuff. The test chamber that the rat was in is exploded. There's just a horrifying,
It's
corpse.
like a monster Lovecraftian goo rat that's
They
just
don't
like
see it.
exploded out of it.
The room is sterile and white. There's this fucking cage with an exploded black goo monster in it, and they don't notice it.
It's like the hole in the floor, and it's like the
Dude,
hanging body.
This is the one thing I
They
did
just
see
don't know.
a discussion about, because people are, honeymoon phase with this movie. I expect that. I
Yeah,
understand
they'll
that.
get over it. They'll get over it. They'll get over it.
Someone pointed this out, how insanely retarded it is, and it makes the third act happen, that they just didn't see that. And the response was, yeah, it's because Rook distracted them. I was like,
Right,
what?
from the whole room, the whole
What?
time, all three of them.
Well, his uncanny face was just
Yeah,
They
I
were
can
so,
take my eyes
they were
off
so
his weird
grossed out
CGI face.
that they would bring back Ian home like that. They didn't notice the fucking rat.
God
Christ.
damn.
Yeah.
The cope.
So they go
Oh,
through.
also one thing here, another thing. They show the rat, the fucked up goo Lovecraft rat out. It having burst out of the cage, and then it lingers on the footage, the video footage that is playing back randomly next to it for the
Mhm.
audience of the
Mhm.
rat, like starting to like turn bloody and everything in the footage, as if I couldn't have inferred with my mind
Nope.
what the changes were
No,
from
no, no.
the normal alive rat to the crazy monstrosity
Rags,
goo rat.
You need to count yourself as fucking lucky they haven't had another line yet of her saying, I like the sun. I like looking at the sun.
She's the bird. The bird of she's
I
the
like the
bird of
sun.
the
Sun,
cage.
sun,
It's
sun.
her. Sun, sun, sun. Here we come.
So they're in a corridor, and at the end of the corridor there's going to be an elevator. The elevator will take them to their ship. Simple. Unfortunately for them, this tunnel is an alien nest, and it's just filled with adult aliens.
Ruh-roh.
No! How could this have happened?
So then I was like, wait,
Actually, how could this have happened?
because Kay is actually there as well. She hasn't been impregnated, though. We'll get to that in a second. There's a lot of corpses here, a lot that have birthed out adult aliens. So the timeline is, they collect alien, it gets facehuggers made of it, it then escapes, and they kill it in the ceiling, and it bleeds through the floor, and somewhere among all of that, facehuggers escape, and the alien makes a nest, and a bunch of people
alien's
get
dead.
converted and podified or whatever, and then a bunch of adult aliens are birthed at the base of the space station, and that's where they stay. Right?
Or,
Help me out, because I don't understand this.
Okay, well, let's okay. The scientists bring alien
Alien,
back, alien back to this state, to
Mhm.
Romulus.
yeah. Yes.
Okay. I assume they put it.
They make a bunch of
put it in the
facehuggers
chip
out of it.
bag.
Yep.
They take the alien, they put it in the chip bag, flavor seal it, and then they use its DNA to make a bunch of facehuggers. They put those
So
in the
they
chip
store,
bags, flavor
yep.
seal them, and they store those. Okay.
So
what happens next is the alien somehow escapes.
And it makes a nest, I assume, captures a bunch of workers, puts them all down there, then creates facehuggers itself, and then goes upstairs and gets killed, and then a bunch of the aliens downstairs are now getting, and when I say
No, the
downstairs,
acid. We got to do the acid. So when they kill the alien, the acid eats through all of the floors, and it makes everything in the space station go bad because things get sucked out. But Rook fixes it, as he said. Somehow, I'll give that to him. He fixes it. So all the people. So that would mean. So the problem is between the alien dying and the people surviving the acid, because obviously people would have survived that. They didn't do anything. They didn't call for backup. They didn't go and fire the nests or take care of the nests. People, it would take people just like disappearing, or
I think the only place it can fit in is between the time the alien escapes and the alien is killed. That's where it would have had to have made the nest, and it would have had to have captured people and put them down there, and then it got killed, and then Rook didn't know about this nest, I guess. Nobody did, until they came down and found it, and now all the aliens are trying to get them. Because they feel like they're not even a part of the movie's story at all. And then they
No,
were
we
like,
don't.
shit, we need some adult aliens.
We need aliens, yeah, because this is an alien movie.
This is an
We have
alien
to have
movie,
a
we
bunch
have
of them
any
crawling on the
aliens.
walls, yeah.
But okay, so which face huggers get the people that the alien who escaped captures?
That's my biggest question, I suppose, because none of them were broken open, so I'm guessing the alien produces them somehow.
It'd be one thing if the alien that escaped like transformed into a queen the way that ants can like transform into the queens if it's necessary.
But we know that's not the case.
We see it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I got nothing for you.
So I'm not. Yeah, I don't know.
Don't really know how this is the case, but it is the case, and it does feel like we are, far enough in an alien movie that most of the audience will not question this at all. It's like, this is the part where they come across a place that's very alienish and there's loads of aliens everywhere.
I didn't question it until now. I didn't even think about it, but no, it doesn't make any sense.
I just had no clue. I don't know. I think I was halfway checked out at this point.
Well, and it's also a huge
Like,
coincidence. This is a space station, and this is where the nest is, to the point where this is where Kay is. Like, this is where she was taken. So if they had gone any other direction, in any other way to get to their ship, they wouldn't have found
or at
this
a different time. There has to be at this time, because right as they say, let's leave and find another way, that's when she calls out.
Yeah, she's like,
and they go and get her. So if they would have showed up too late or too early, they wouldn't have heard her cry out like that. And
and the whole movie doesn't happen.
Yep.
From this point onward. Yep.
So they collect her, and they start moving on, but they realize, uh-oh, aliens are showing up. What are we gonna do?
Oh, hey, remember as I said, when they say, how do we know she doesn't have alien babies in her? And Andy says, well, because there's no dead one at her feet. So that's them breaking the rule from earlier in the movie. But hey, whatever, who cares? Maybe we'll get to see aliens, and that'll make everything okay.
It'll certainly make us feel a bit better. So they're not really in a quick mood, even though they're in the middle of the nest and they know they can hear aliens are coming. Pregnant lady is like, meh, and Rain is like, you're gonna be okay, you're gonna be fine. Andy's just sort of looking around, and Tyler is the only one who's doing anything. In this case, setting up the elevator, because that is their literal freedom right there. Unfortunately, in the background, you see a little tail moving. You're like, uh-oh. An alien is about to kill Kay. It's going, brah, and it goes to stab her. And then Tyler goes, no, and jumps in the way. And he takes the hit and dies. And it was at this moment that I was like, fuck, we've not let anyone be characters before they die. That's another one down. Like, it's funny. I know their names because I took the time to make sure I, correctly refer to them while we do this. But I never would have been able to tell you their names just from watching the film. Who is Tyler? It's like, he is a guy who is here.
Is in this film.
He is in the film, and
he
now he's not.
Is going to order something from our menu.
Anyone want to say anything pulling out for Tyler?
Tyler, what can you say?
He
Tyler told someone to be nice to the robot, kind of.
Yeah.
And then he said, open the door.
He got mad about the door. He did. He lost his cool with the door.
Instead of leaving his keys in the door for others to use in the future, he left them on the floor because he's a lazy sack of shit. Oh, that's Bjorn. Sorry.
Angry
guy. Fuck! Even in describing
everyone's
him,
favorite Bjorn.
Fuck me! I can't believe I did this.
Wait, which one are we talking about?
Bjorn is British man. Tyler is American dude.
Oh yeah. Tyler is the one where they're like, oh, maybe him and Rain have a thing, and then he just dies, and like, I guess we're not doing anything with that.
Mark did mention, don't forget, he did read magazines and he played games. Remember, that's how he knew about the gun. So on his gravestone, it'll likely say, quote, they wouldn't leave us behind, would they? And quote, I learned it from magazines and games.
I learned how to die from
Tyler's famous quotes. Iconic, really. And I'm sure when Alien, 7000 comes out, they will have little references to Tyler's lines because they're so iconic.
Yep. The fact that I can imagine that as a real future for media is terrifying. Oh, Tyler.
as he is getting dragged away, the alien hits Andy to the ground, and so he spazzes out, as has been very consistent. And Rain and Kay panic, so they start their ascent on the elevator, leaving Andy behind. Leaving him behind. Isn't that sad? Leaving him behind.
That is sad, I guess.
So sad. So,
Yep.
Rain feels bad. Like, oh my god, I ditched him. How could I do that?
She feels worse for Andy than for Tyler.
We move on from Tyler real fast.
Tyler gets poor. She's like, oh, I can't believe the robot's still back there. It's like, dude, Tyler just got horrifically killed, and he
Protecting
sacrificed
you.
himself to save your. Yeah, he
Exactly.
saved you. But you know what? True.
It's
the
fine.
robot's still back there.
So, she decides, as the elevator is shooting all the way up, to stop it halfway, and to explain she's gonna go down, and she's gonna go get the robot. You, Ray, Kay, you have to go up, you have to get this package to the ship, and that's going to enable it to be released, and then we will meet you there. Okie dokie. And she's like, oakley dokley. And so she reactivates the elevator, gets onto a ladder, so that the elevator shoots up while she slowly climbs down. Can you think of any more efficient way of maybe doing this than that?
Oh, in an elevator?
All that time she spent
Well,
explaining her plan could have been spent having the elevator go up. They'd reach their destination, she'd move Kay off and say, right, I'm gonna go down and save my robot friend. You do the shit with the ship. If I don't get back to you in time, if I die, so be it. Leave without me. Bye. Boom. And then goes down.
No, she can't go down in an elevator. It's an elevator. It's in the name.
It only
Yeah,
goes
it's
up.
an elevator.
It can't
That's
go
fair.
down. It only elevates. It only
My
goes
bad.
up.
For a second there, I
I
thought the
can't believe
characters were being insanely retarded, but, you know, we're fine.
I can't believe the elevator. He crawls out of the. Oh, they're
Climb
literally. It's like
multiple
if you're in a
stories.
car.
Yep.
It's like if you're in a car and you left something at the gas station a minute back,
Get
or
out.
2 minutes back, or a couple miles down the road, and so you say, "All right, you drive." You drive home. I'm gonna go run back to the gas station, and I guess maybe I'll catch up with you later.
So, you know, real smart move once
What
again.
is this madness?
And I don't know if you
would
guys
think
got
that
the vibe.
sheer desire. You think that the sheer desire to not be on this bottomless pit, on this ladder, climbing down physically, just out of the desire to not be in that situation, you'd be like, oh yeah, that's right. We're literally inside of an elevator right now having this conversation.
So I almost had a kind of a retching reflex when I went from thinking, this is stupid, to, oh no. So you understand, her heading down is like dumb, and then she arrives at the platform and she's in an outfit that looks eerily similar to what Ripley looks like in the final moments of Aliens, and she's got her weapon and she's like, here I am coming back for someone I care about. I was like, you're not seriously trying to say this is as effective in any way, shape, or form as Ripley trying to save Newt, right? Fucking hell. Horrific. She's going back for her robot friend that she planned to abandon anyway. Like, I don't even understand.
In the truest sense of the word, I must tell you, get away from her, you bitch.
Oh, don't rush ahead there, buddy. We're so excited.
What do you mean rush ahead?
I
I'm
don't
just
know.
referencing
I don't know
the
what
lines
I
from
mean.
Aliens. I'm just referencing the famous line.
Like the film thinks it's done the legwork to try and earn this incredible journey, you know, of her going back for the robot. It's unfucking believable.
Who she was going to abandon anyway, as has been mentioned, but also she keeps yelling at for doing the right thing.
Yep, it's so wonky.
Andy is the abused correct person who just needs to kill these people and go live happily somewhere.
Well, and you might think, what's she gonna do? She's at the bottom level, she can't fire the gun, it's covered in adult aliens and facehuggers, she's fucked. When she arrives, it's clear.
What's the plan? Yeah,
No aliens.
what is the plan?
No aliens down there, so she's fine. He walks over to Andy, and they have a moment for what feels like a good fucking 5 minutes of he's trying to stop her from resetting him and taking the module out because that's not good for the company, but she says you dying isn't good for the company either. And so he eventually lets her reset him. They're having this whole back and forth, and I was just like, where are the aliens? Like, no aliens.
They left. They left. They went to go. They had a soiree on deck 9.
So she resets him. He's good to go. They get up, and right when they're about to head to the elevator, oh no! Suddenly, all the aliens are here. It's like, oh, there they are. They were
Dang, this is where they are. Shit, they
they were
showed up
hiding.
again.
The aliens were like, let them have their moment. Come on, they're having a thing. We weren't going to interrupt that.
Aliens are highly advanced creatures. Advanced
they
enough
read the
to
script.
understand. Yeah, they're advanced
They're just
enough to
invested,
understand
man.
dramatic.
One of them
Yeah.
was tearing up when she was
Dramatic
doing that back and
timing.
forth. He was like, oh man, look at
It's
what
like
she's willing to
silicone tear
sacrifice."
dripping
Yeah,
down.
so sad.
Are their tears acid, or are they just really salty?
Why not both?
Good question.
Ooh.
So, they are forced back to almost reach the room they were in, the Prometheus room, only they can't get in. The access isn't good enough, and Andy's now lost his module access because she took it out, and so they're like, oh god, Rook, let us in. And the Rook's like, mwah ha ha ha, I shall not, because it would not be beneficial to me to do this. It could compromise the compound, is what he says, which, if you remember, is like a fucking mile away from them right now. I don't even know. Like, just let him in and close the door. Whatever, it's fine. He's doing the evil thing. He's evil now. And, at the end of his... she gets mad at him and shoots him. Like, the screen. That classic fucking shit. There's only a handful of times this is suitable. One of them I would cite is when Doom Guy punches the screen or whatever at the beginning of 2016.
Yeah, the beginning of Doom.
When you have someone spend bullets to shoot a monitor, I'm just always like, you have to make it has to be real fucking cool to justify. With her, it's just like, ah! And then she does it, and it doesn't disable the screen, which is funny. But what's not funny is the camera pans over to him and he says, "I cannot lie about your chances, but you have my sympathies." I was like,
I hated that.
I hate you.
Loathsome.
fucking
Let's
kill me.
Shut up. Oh, you know if we want to talk about the difference between those two scenes, in the original they're asking him about their chances. So they ask that question and then he offers that line. In this he just says it entirely unprompted because remember
he's a
Alien?
He's
He's
seen
an
Alien.
asshole.
He knows about that movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's a fucking, like, goofy villain now. And,
Yeah.
oh, it's just so fucking cringe. So the
It
first
is
thought
kind
I
of
had...
funny, ironically. Some moments.
Well-
They keep cutting to him and it got a laugh from the theater every time.
If anyone can believe it listening to this who hasn't seen the film, we are not yet at the worst reference. We're getting there. So,
We're not.
the
We
first
have
thought
not
I
yet begun
had
to
was...
cringe.
Oh, I get it. The sad moment here is going to be she's going to have to put the module back in, sacrificing friendly Andy for efficient Andy to get through the door. I was very wrong. That's not entertained whatsoever as a possibility. Instead, they decide to turn off the gravity so that she can shoot the aliens dead and the acid will not go straight down to the ground, thus not breaking or breaching the hull.
No. Yeah, oh.
I have lots of...
What a really smart idea.
I feel like my suggestion was better, but the thing with this one is that will not make it so that the acid just perpetually floats in the center of the room. That's instead going to make it splash everywhere. And it'll start
It'll
eating
just
away at
flow
everything.
Everywhere.
directions that it goes. It's not going to go in a nice little spiral.
No.
If anything, this might actually be way worse than just it all going
Yeah,
down.
at least if it all goes down, it's all going down in a singular direction that's predictable. Now, it
I want
still
the
will
plan
splash
was
all
to
over the
have it-
place because you're shooting many, many, many bullets into these fleshy creatures and it will spray their blood everywhere. But at least it will be eventually or mostly downwards that the direction will be.
Maybe the plan is that it will evenly distribute so that when the hull depressurizes, it sucks out in every direction, so it actually stabilizes.
That's how that works.
A perfect singularity in the middle
Exactly.
of the hallway.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty genius, really.
This
Very
movie
clever.
is very smart, and I enjoy it.
The thing is,
You guys
you watch the
did
scene,
you guys love
there's clearly acid heading to the floor.
Yeah.
But what if we cut away?
Oh, okay. Sorry, yeah.
Then it
that's
resets. That's how that works. Did you guys like how they don't have permission to open a door, but they have permission to turn off the gravity?
Well,
maybe you could argue Rook wasn't preventing that because he's like, oh, this will be interesting to watch.
Yeah, he's like, I literally don't care. I guess if they do this, it just doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, and this is the scene we were referencing. I guess the world has considered one of the best scenes in the whole film. I was uniquely unimpressed watching her just mow down an army of aliens.
It
Oh yeah, this
devalues
very
so
much
much
felt
of
like,
Aliens the movie.
wow. I suppose I find it funny, yeah, that this is meant to be. It's more Alien than Aliens. It's like, oh, what was the part in Alien where Ripley just like killed like 100
mows down a
aliens in one
hallway with
time?
her 450 round auto aim assault rifle of
We have
death.
now entered, because this is the part we've entered the part of the film where just they kill a lot of aliens like really
not
effortlessly.
Easily, yeah.
There's no dynamism. It's literally just they're in a hallway. It's fish in a barrel. She just shoot. You're like,
And
yep.
it's meant to be like epic and amazing. You're not even aiming the gun. The gun is aiming itself. You're
You're
doing
just pulling the
insultingly
trigger.
lame. It's awful. It's really truly awful because the alien used to be intimidating. I don't know if you guys remember, but
No.
in some
I
of the other
remember.
movies,
I remember.
it was actually kind of horrifying. It was a horror
Horrifying.
monster. And now it's just like, I just mow him down with a gun that aims for you, and it just knocks them all out quickly, and you can play fast and loose with how many bullets you have, and it's all fine. Who cares?
And something that's annoying as well is I know that it's a criticism that people levy at Aliens, that Aliens devalued the Xenomorph, but like I disagree.
I
They're
disagree as
colonial
well.
Marines,
They get their
and
shit
it's not,
kicked in
it's not
that
even
movie.
easy. They get their asses kicked. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of tension. There's a lot of planning. They're they're in fear for their lives.
The only one who survives is Hicks. Like he's the only colonial
Quite
Marine
barely.
who actually makes it out of that one, and he's injured as well. Like it's not easy. I don't think any single character could say that they actually single-handedly took out like 50 aliens, like what's her name did.
What's her name?
Yeah, protagonist.
Her name is
girl,
listen, her name is
Rain.
Shower. Okay,
That's
I
right.
think
yeah.
Or Cloud.
Gary calls her Rip Offly.
rip off.
Oh,
Rip off. That's good. I'm stealing that.
So,
It's mine now.
yeah, for some reason they don't immediately start like the gravity purges that I told you were going to come into play.
The ones that
significantly.
stopped.
They were running what? Once per. What would you say? Like 3 minutes?
I think it was like, wasn't it 3 minutes? I think
Oh,
it was
something
3
like
minutes.
that. This one, remember, the gravity purge charge should begin the second she turns off gravity. This is before she even started shooting the aliens. They have what feels like fucking 15 minutes before this actually kicks in.
Yeah, because they get all the way through the hallway and then up into the elevator shaft.
Now you might be like, why are you highlighting that? It's like, well, because if it had kicked in on time, they'd be fucked.
Yeah, exactly. Like the part where, because I suppose this is a sequence that's getting a lot of praise. The maneuvering through the zero gravity to avoid the acid blood, but like, I mean, it's fine as a concept, but like,
I was gonna say,
don't feel like they actually took full use of it.
I way preferred what I imagined when I saw the portion in the trailer. In the film, it's not very long, and the main thing that happens is she's heading right toward a big splat, and then she shoots her gun, and then she doesn't end up in it. That's that.
This reminds me of, you guys remember in Titanfall 2 the time travel like sequence? Basically, everybody who played the game remembers that sequence.
Yeah,
This
fucking
to me
insanely
feels like
awesome level.
it's really cool. And that's very much a case of they took the idea and they ran with it to the extreme, which is what makes it really fun. That it's a whole level. But in this case, this feels to me like if in Titanfall 2 they had it and you used it once to get one item and then you went back. Like, she just shoots the gun to go down. That's it. That's like the only dynamism of the sequence. So you have an idea that in concept is pretty cool, but it's not. It's not. You didn't do that much with it, really.
That's it. I don't know what else, because it's like this scene is being praised to hell and back, and I don't have anything else to say about it.
It goes down a hallway, and then she's flying towards the acid blood, and then she shoots the gun down, and then hits the ground, and then that's it.
Maybe we should suggest, what kind of payoffs could you have in it? It's like, well, what about using objects that are floating around to try and move them into the acid, to get the acid to attach to it, to get it out of the way? What about the synthetic?
Pulling yourself along the railing and like.
What about if you actually incorporate the gravity pulling down thing, and
Well,
that
what
happens
if a
while
small
they're
amount
through
hits
it.
you and she has to deal with the
Yeah.
pain and the mistake of having walked into it, but don't panic because you'll fuck yourself
What
over.
if she has to make the choice between sacrificing the weapon to block the acid or
Yep.
firing the weapon to move out of the way? What if there's some amount of cooperation between the two of them, like they sort of bunch up and then like use each other to bounce out of the way of the acid?
Yeah,
what
like
if
maybe
what
they
if they
pull
see some of
towards
it
each other or something.
heading?
Yeah.
They see some of it heading to the actual hull, like at the bottom, and they have to stop that before they can leave.
Yeah, like this. It feels like if you're gonna make it a sequence, it's got to be more
Even though
dynamic
there'd be
than.
way too much blood
Oh
for them to
no!
account
Well, of
for.
course, yeah. I mean, in
But we
practice,
wouldn't
it's
be in this
already.
position to begin with if it was, you know, we wouldn't have wrote ourselves into this horrific position that makes no sense.
So yeah, it's just not that impressive. I'm not into whataboutisms though. What do you mean? This is just other ideas that could make it better. Like that's it.
No, so the reason I bring this up is that this is what would happen to make me praise the scene more. I've got nothing to work with. When
Yeah.
people praise this scene, they're talking about it visually, but mechanically speaking, writing standpoint, there's nothing for me to say. There's nothing clever happening here. She goes forward, then she's like, "Oh no, acid," and then moves underneath it.
And that's
it.
That's the end of the sequence.
Yeah, that's all that happens.
I have nothing to praise other than congratulations, you avoided the acid in the acid scene briefly. When you have zero-G like splashes of acid throughout the whole area, that's got huge potential. You didn't do anything with it, so unfortunate.
Very
Yeah.
unfortunate. There's just all that time spent, and this is what we got out of it.
So,
Okay.
you might think, with the gravity purge on the way, they need to fucking rush. Instead, we spot them outside the elevator shaft, and Andy's pressing buttons, and she says, "Nah, the elevator's not going to work when there's no gravity." Which I was like, why doesn't the synth know that? But whatever. Didn't he get... Has this upgrade been removed? Like, or...
Yeah,
has
so.
his drive been removed? You know, like the Prime Directive or whatever, has that... So the upgrades weren't permanent, they were temporary based on the installation of that module.
I guess it's that the upgrades themselves were permanent, but the temporary part was the directive, because that just seems to be
Which
what
to me
happened.
feels like he should still have all the intelligence then, and the awareness of what was happening on the ship, or how things work,
why would he lose
efficiency,
any
you
of
know?
that? Yeah, why would that just be
Whatever.
gone?
It's
So,
yeah.
They're discussing this shit, right? When the elevator shaft is right there. They even close the grating. They take the time to do that instead of sprinting to the fucking shaft and doing a crouch and just propel yourself up. Go, go, go. You know what I mean? There's no urgency.
Yeah.
They're sort of like, well, yeah, I guess this is what we do next. Here we go. And this is what we do next. It's incredibly lucky they've made it this far, and they're on an extremely ticking clock. It's a scary ticking clock. So, yeah, they're doing that. They close the gate. They're about to leave. Andy launches himself up, and Rain goes to, but then an alien grabs her foot. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
no!
Oh, right at the last second.
Yeah, so unfortunate. And she shoots
Oh, my
it with
goodness.
some
I
of
thought she
her
was free, but she wasn't.
remaining bullets, and that causes her to lose her grip on the gun while she's flinging up, and that blood from the death of that alien actually burns open the grating, meaning all the aliens can get through now. How unfortunate. If they'd just left, they would have been better off, but, you know, whatever. What's happening? And so, we get the gravity is about to turn back on, which is a tragedy, because she's not able to grab onto anything, and of course they've not made it up the elevator shaft yet, and the aliens are coming. Oh, it's all happening at once. This is horrible. It's the worst thing ever. And so the gravity kicks in, and she falls, and the elevator is coming down. This thing is pretty big, pretty heavy. Andy manages to one-hand it to prevent it from coming down. Like I said, I was kind of blown away by his strength, the leverage you would need to be able to do that. He is a strong fucking
Super
android.
strong. This is a chunky elevator.
And now, for anyone who hasn't seen this movie and is listening to this, she is plummeting down an enormous elevator shaft. The gravity purge is not
Freefall.
going to be fast enough to save her, so what will? And I was thinking to myself when I was watching it, like, what's the bullshit? Tell me, Phil. What's bullshit's going to save her? Because I can't imagine what it would ever be. You never would have thought, chat. What saves her is an alien. An alien grabs her with its
turncoat.
tail. And
A traitor.
it literally has, because Remember, all the aliens in this fucking movie spear tail people. They fucking kill them. That's how they do it. Or rather, they stab them and take them away. They did it with Kay. They did it with Tyler. They do it with all the characters, and that often doesn't kill them, leaves them long enough to be impregnated. With her, though, he grabs her gracefully and prevents her from being hurt.
Now don't get hurt. You're the protagonist. You're new Ripley. We can't hurt you.
Oh, fuck me. I was just like, you can't be serious. The alien saved her. I don't know if we've mentioned it. She's had intense plot armor in this story. She's the only character that's obviously not allowed to die. And just having the plot armor so intense that a fucking alien saves her. It's like, wow. I haven't seen that one before. Or I guess I did in, I was about to say, have you ever seen an alien save someone before, even by accident? Probably happened at some It's gotta be in there somewhere. I think actually it technically may have happened in AVP. I think a predator was about to kill someone and an alien kills the predator, technically saving the human. So
Right.
there's that. Yeah. Incredible. I could not give it credibility. I was incapable of such things. And so it struggles with her for a while. Andy loses control on the elevator. It's just, you can't keep it up. And so it slams down and knocks out all the aliens in the shaft, except the one that was grabbing her, who very cleverly backed off.
Get out of the way. Yeah.
And so it's like, well, uh-oh, she's still going to die then. And it gives you the
Friendly and smart.
iconic shot of the alien moving right up to her face, which is just ripped. All it is. It's just taken from Alien 3. It's one of the things in Alien 3 that's really fucking cool. And the thing is, as with all of these,
context in that movie.
I was about to say, for those who haven't seen Alien 3, that moment is quite interesting because it has the chance to kill her right next to her, but it chooses not to. And you might have thought when watching the film, wow, she's lucky. But then it's a part of a big old twist in that film, as it doesn't want to kill her, because that would be a bad move considering what may be growing inside of her. Good shit, right? Stuff in Alien 3 that works. Yeah. And so in this film, recreating that imagery when it wants nothing but to either kill her or take her away for being impregnated makes no fucking sense.
Well, they gave it to the nice one, though.
It's posing with her. It's like, hey, cameraman, look, we're doing Alien 3. Look. It's like, fuck off.
Film school.
I do agree, Alien 3 is god tier compared to this film, and that's tough for me to say as a hyper Aliens fan, alright?
Yeah. The beginning of...
So, unfortunately for her, on top of that, a face hugger is about to grab her as well, which seems unnecessary for this, but whatever. Goes to jump on her, and he shoots it, because he's here now. He's come down to meet her, and then he jumps off the ladder and, like, tackles, steps on, stomps the alien that's on her, and they travel all the way down to the bottom of the shaft, which I think for this scene with editing, they tried to make it seem like it's not as far as you'd think, because she fell pretty far, but not like, you know, the full way, and then he falls real far to the point where he's at the bottom again with the elevator. You know what? It's fine. I can't be asked to figure this out right now.
It's fine. The least of the...
Yes, you're right. That is the least of his problems, because he shoots the fuck out of it with everything that remains in the gun he has, which to me feels like should have splashed a shit ton of acid on him, but never mind.
Yeah, everywhere, because it's bullets going into a creature, and it sprays blood all over the place.
They don't respect the acids for anything other than what they just want to mess around with in this film.
And also, it'll continue to eat through the hull and depressurize.
That's fine.
Thing. But don't worry about it. We have forgotten about the acid from the scene. It has been given a break.
What's an alien corpse going to produce in terms of acid? It's not like this film has made it clear that was catastrophically part of the plot line before.
Basically the whole station.
No. Lying little liar face.
It's like the dead face hugger and the eggs. We forget about it. We'll contradict ourselves.
Lying liar face.
Because, yeah. Don't worry about it.
But this film, you know, creating some of its own iconography is like, hey, now that Andy has shot the fuck out of this alien, he killed it in a super cool way, protected her with his prime directive, he says, get away from her, you bitch. And the universe cringed. That's what happened with the result of that.
Why couldn't he have just said, get away from her? That would have been so much better. Like at least that's like
There's a
something.
long pause between "Get Away from Her" and "You Bitch" that it
Yeah.
almost feels like someone's holding a gun to his head off camera. Like,
You've
say
got
it, say
it,
the whole
dude.
thing.
Say it,
Say it,
Android.
and say it before Ripley said it, because this takes place before Aliens.
Oh yeah, you're right.
yes.
Ripley
the first
stole it.
person in the alien world to say that line.
Yeah, kind of
was
cringe,
him.
Ripley. That was Andy's lines.
Yeah, that's right.
How can
If
you
you
take
watch-
this
if
from
you-
Andy?
Now, imagine if you decided to watch the films chronologically. You'd be like, wait, what the like, and you'd never seen them before. You'd never seen any of them. Wouldn't that be the most confusing shit ever?
It's
Yeah.
there are just it's all the main thing is meta complaints for me. I despise hearing that fucking line there and then. That was horrific and horrible. Stop taking masterpiece lines that are forever iconic in cinematic history and trying to just staple them into your film. It's gross and stupid. Can you at least just have some level of creativity when doing this in some way? And you might be like, well, what are you talking about? I'd be like, why would he say this? Why, he's an android. Why
Like,
is
in
he calling it a
character?
bitch?
Why would
What's he doing? That doesn't match anything we've seen of him before.
I don't know. It's part of the upgrade. Some of that snark. You got some of that ups. I don't know, man. It just doesn't really seem like it'd be something he'd do.
It
Doesn't
like,
really fit him.
It's why it's the worst in every way. It's the awkward delivery. It's the uncomfortability of it being here in the first place in any way, shape, or form. And then it's just the gap, the fact that the character is saying it. It just nothing about it works, and I think everybody hates it. As far as I can see on the internet, no one likes this, that it happened. It feels insecure. It feels like the film said, we gotta have it. We gotta. Come on, you gotta get away from her, you bitch, in there. It's such a good line.
Yeah.
Why don't you make your own fucking lines?
No, we have to take the other lines. They have to take the good lines from other people, put them into our shit. We can't come up with our own good stuff, as the movie has made abundantly clear.
He said, "Get away from her, you bitch," and I clapped.
The British guy called him a bitch at some point. So there you go.
I learned it from watching you.
I learned it from the British man.
Just you have to just like it has to be cleansed. It's too offensive. It can't be canon. Get away. You failed too much. You're too in the way. You're making me choose between
Rancid.
yourself and aliens, and that's not a fight you want to have.
Yeah, you're awfully presumptuous. It's quite the confidence you have there.
So they get back to their ship. It's all good, and Rook says, "Hey guys, I've sent a message to HQ. They're going to retrieve the sample from the colony in 6 months to begin development." And with that line, they have annihilated the movie making any possible sense. Because up to this point, we had to believe, even though it's an insane stretch, that there was no communication, no transfer of data. Apparently, Rook can just casually contact HQ and give them updates on how things are going on this station. Oh no, it's just a hole. It is a gaping fucking hole that aliens could possibly have happened after this film happens.
Nice, good
Nice,
job.
good stuff, yeah.
Very cool.
Appreciate it.
So they give him
You're
remote control.
You're gonna pilfer it and then also make it impossible. Great.
They give him remote control. He opens the doors, and off they go. And then they take control off him. And Rook is like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And she looks at the camera and she says what he says earlier. She says, "I'm afraid I must deny your petition. Have a nice day." And I was a little confused, and then it cuts to him. He's like, "You are insignificant in the great scheme of... oh no, no!" And then his whole science room gets destroyed. And I was like, fuck off, man. Goofy ass villain.
Yeah.
You humans, you're nothing under the boot of the... Oh no!
He sounded like a
If I had
South
a
Park
mustache, I'd
character.
Yes.
twirl it.
So, the question I
had
had,
a
of
robo
course,
mustache.
was just, do they ideologically like oppose his plan to get the substance to Wayland Yutani to crack potentially immortality for humans?
they've seen what happened on that station and they don't like it, so they've figured it out. This would be a bad idea.
You know that all spooky laboratories in space cannot ever potentially produce something good for anyone ever.
It's just like that's not dealt with at all. There's no line like you guys dealt with something you didn't understand and this shit is beyond us or something like that. No, it's just I don't like you.
Well,
Oh, no.
I agree, to be clear, but
I just thought they'd do something a little more
I-
interesting. You know, tell us why the characters want to sabotage his plan of getting the compound to Weyland-Yutani. Anything? It's like, nope.
or bring it to some other corporation
Anything.
or
Just tell
someone
me
else,
anything.
some other lab. Take it to a university somewhere.
Give me anything, but no.
Really,
And what I found
Mark
funny
Manny
too
does-
is they remove
that.
his ability to remote when he only had that remote ability for another about 5 seconds. Like his ship was getting annihilated anyway. His room is specifically showed to be torn apart by the ring. So I just thought it was kind of amusing that they would have had to have continued. But anyway, moving on. That's done. She's plugging in Andy, good old Rain, and he says, "Oh, but I thought," and then she says, "I don't care. I'm taking you with me," which was the thing that I thought any normal person would have done since the beginning of the film. I was like,
You would think so.
Mhm.
Like, they just take him with you because why not? And then at the end of the film, that's the conclusion. I'm taking you with me anyway. I was just like, okay.
Do you have a plan for not getting caught? Or
Nope,
you
just say it. I'm going to take you with me.
risk it?
That's it. Like, alrighty.
Oh, okay.
And then she
Cool.
says, "You have a new directive. You do what's best for us." Exactly.
I
How
hate
could you
that.
not laugh? I laughed. I was like, oh god. Fucking
Oh, this
movie.
Air
Pretty
Bud
funny.
writing.
I love the implication that it's that easy to change his prime directive, just with like a simple voice command. That's pretty funny. But also, you don't need to be any more specific. You don't need to build in sort of a logical framework for an entire
No.
operational directive for him. It's just you take care of us now. No thought to what that could possibly mean or any sort of confusion that could arise in the future.
I like,
None
the
of
idea that
that.
he just says, okay, but then as she's leaving, he's like, do you want to update? You have to do a whole thing. You have to get into my... Was that just
sorry,
like a thing, a meme, or what?
I love the enthusiasm, but it's actually a little more complicated than that.
Can you plug in the smart version of me? It was much more efficient and everything. So, before that conversation even was had, by the way, is when they get onto the ship, they pretty much get Kay into the stasis as soon as possible. Now, the reason I bring that up is because after that conversation, it's time for everything to calm down. She's changed clothes, sorts out stuff with Andy, and she's going to put herself into stasis. Only the other pod says, vital levels critical, stasis aborted. And I was like,
What?
huh? That doesn't make sense. We know her vitals are not critical, by the way, because she survives well after what is about to happens. And besides, the point of the black goo, I think, was that it would have repaired her, but then it would have, done what it did. Vital levels are not critical, and even if they were, why would stasis be aborted when most people's solutions to when people are critically dying are to be put in stasis so that they can be frozen until they get them to a better place to be sorted? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly.
Mhm.
That is a good question. Also, I think you forgot to set up that Kay injected herself with black
Right.
goo
My
on her
bad.
own for no reason at all.
I guess she felt she was dying, and she heard them discuss that as a potential, but she didn't care that right in front of her, Rain said, "I don't trust this."
Yeah, she was
So-
like, "Well, I do," and I
Well, I
trust
do.
this, I'm not going to tell you I did it.
Yeah, she doesn't tell him either, which is really fucking strange. And then it also boosts her out of the stasis for some reason. Don't know why that happens. When we know that stasis works on alien creatures, all of them. Every time it's happened, it's worked. I don't
And that it's done specifically to help people in severe medical
So,
emergencies.
yeah, save them from fatal injuries. So it wouldn't stop just because vital levels are critical. That doesn't make any sense. But whatever, we've got to have our scene. So this part is rated actually as the worst by many people. What do you guys think? This whole sequence.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't like the film in general, so it's a bit hard to figure out exactly what I'd pick as the worst.
For this,
Well-
for me, I don't know if this is unique. I was just laughing at all of it. I thought it was so silly and retarded and stuff. I was just like, whatever.
I kind of perked back up for this whole sequence. I was like, oh, this is unexpected. It feels like we're actually trying something. Something a little bit different. So I was more engaged in this than anything in the past like 45 minutes of the movie, I'd say.
So, Kay is freaking out, and she gives birth to something real creepy and gross, and she says, "Oh God, get it
Ugh.
away from me." It's very much reminiscent of
Wow.
the scene in
Bad mom.
Prometheus, which I was like, "Oh, we're doing that. Okay, I guess so." The black goo, and it's just why not? Why? I compared this film when I was talking to Frankie about it at first as it's the bad episode of a bad version of Simpsons clip show where they show you a bunch of scenes you love / remember, but what do you have to say about the episode in total overall? Like, well, I would just rather watch,
I mean,
the episodes
exactly.
those
I'd
scenes
rather
are
watch
from.
the episodes themselves. I'm probably not going to rewatch the clip show episode.
And it's crazy because we've been through so many highlights across, or it's like a museum of Aliens, and Alien 3, and Alien Resurrection now. That was the most
Well,
Yeah.
strangest part to
Maybe
me.
a mausoleum.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, because this is the thing. It's Alien is unfortunately not going away, so I guess it's alive for now. Because this film's, is it safe to say this film's doing well? It is, right?
It's apparently going to make 100 million opening weekend.
So the fans
Doing well enough for now.
The fans have spoken. This is the kind of stuff they're looking to see, and a mausoleum, as well put by Rags, of prior Alien films is precisely what you should be making, I suppose, if you want success. So that's depressing. And to further that point, the baby has a little engineer face. And I was like,
Yeah.
what the
Which was
fuck are we
really
doing now?
weird.
But with like
Why?
meth head teeth. You
And,
know, he looks like a
Really
tweaker
weird.
engineer.
Rain is so like, what the hell am I looking at? That before she can really do anything, it burns through the floor and ends up in the, I think, like the storage bay or something. So she collects her device for freezing shit, and she tries to get down to it, but by the time she gets to the egg, it's gone. And this thing, in a matter of seconds, is a full adult. It's grown from a baby into a full adult, and it is, for lack of a better term, Slender Man but naked. That's what's going on. And you first see Andy and Kay both spotted it, and when it showed, I think I can understand people finding it scary, but when I saw it, I just burst out laughing. I couldn't fucking hold myself. I was just like, what is
I think
that? Like,
I think it's like when they first see it, when it's kind of perched in the hallway, I was like, oh, that's scary. But then the more I saw it, the more I was like, yeah, no.
no.
I
I thought it was so funny looking. And the scene is just not satisfying to watch for me at all. He slaps Andy out of the way, and he's just out of commission for the rest of the film. He's gone.
Hi, Andy.
Andy's out. And then with Kay, he crawls up to her, starts giving her a good sniff, good little lickaroony, and then goes for presumably her tipples. I don't really. It's just you know what I mean? Like,
Well,
some
yeah,
of it.
it starts out like she goes into her like bra or whatever. She feels up her tit and she starts lactating black goo.
Yes,
for
that is a
some
thing that
reason.
happens.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess it wants to feed on the black
The fabled
goo.
chocolate milk mommy milkers.
Forbidden
Well, here's the thing:
chocolate
they
milk.
definitely implied that it's going to try and breastfeed, but then when we cut back to it, it looks like it's biting her neck. It
Yeah.
almost feels like
No.
they.
That's what
They,
it looked
like-
like to me.
Now,
they kinda-
that was some titty sucking.
Well,
Y'all,
she's
I
like,
know that's
she's like dead.
yeah.
That's not what happens when you suck on titties.
I didn't think
No.
that's what happens when you. I
No,
hope
it's
not.
like
He
it's one of those-
sucked the life out of her.
they set it up so clearly what it was going to do, and then they kind of hid it in a way so there could be plausible deniability. Like, I don't know, maybe
think
it
I get what
wasn't
you're
sucking
saying,
her
yeah.
titty.
Because maybe they were like, "Is that too gross?" So people gonna freak out.
I think that's what they did, but they should have committed because it was the only thing I found
Well, they
interesting
showed
at
the-
all.
the
They
mural
showed
thing.
like the evil, squelchy, terrible.
Exactly.
They come in like the birth scene of it, like ugh, that's already like.
Can't
ew.
show a titty though. Can show,
Yeah, you
like,
can't show a titty. You
blood
can show the
squirting out
chest
of her fucking
burster.
crotch.
You can show all the acid bone finger and all that shit, but don't show
Yeah.
a nipple.
But Mahler, you
Don't show
mentioned
that.
the painting is very clearly what they were going for.
Yeah.
Like that's how it was scripted. I feel like it might have been a studio note to like, can we position it in a way where like maybe that's not what's happening?
Dumb as fuck. So she's got the complete advantage on it, and she unfortunately doesn't have her gun ready, so she fumbles with it until she finally has it ready, activates it, and then it hits it out of her hand, and it starts spinning around in the whole room, essentially freezing everybody, and she wanders into the other room, freezing to death, and has a slow scene where she has to climb into a spacesuit to prepare to defeat the enemy. Have you guys ever seen that in anything? Ever? Maybe?
Well,
Who knows? Probably nothing. So,
probably nothing.
Slenderman breaks in. He's really mad. Whenever he has a chance to kill her, he hits her because she's got immense plot armor. She can't die. And then she kicks his little egg with the acid inside it. It breaches the hull, forces them both out into space, but she's connected to a hook. He stabs his tail into the ship, so he doesn't get torn out completely, but he's getting disintegrated. To the point where he jump scares her. This whole sequence is so fucking awful. And eventually, I think she says, "Die, motherfucker," and I was just like, oh.
Listen,
just
he
end.
has not been around long. I can verify that he has not fucked his mother a single time.
And he gets thrown off into space. The ship she's on narrowly avoids being destroyed by falling into a ring, and that's that. Is there anything any of you want to say about this? I was just waiting for it to end.
I hated the jump scare at the end where it grabs her. I
Yeah,
fucking hated it
really
so
That
much.
was a
That
Five
one,
Nights at
like-
Freddy's jump scare. He fills the screen with his face, and he's just yelling, going, "Bah!" And it's just like,
And she can hear it because you have to be able to hear it.
Yeah, of course.
You know, and how no one can hear you scream in space, that kind of thing. Well, actually, you can. You literally can hear you scream in space. So that's fun.
I thought this sequence was so stupid that I actually kind of found it fun because it was so preposterous.
Why
and
why
so
did she
ridiculous.
Why did you spend so much time in the cargo thing, not pulling the lever and just like looking around as if
I
that would
don't
change
know.
anything she'd be doing? Why didn't she let it go from above, from the ship? Like the thing is in there. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. Oh God, get the fuck out of it. Yeah. Just release the cargo hold when the baby falls in there and be done with it. And then leave. Why didn't they do that? Why did she go down in there with the freeze gun to go get it? Like, no, just jettison the cargo. Why are we here?
Why are we here? It's a great question.
I also found it quite annoying how the movie doesn't really care about oxygen in rooms. Like the vacuum of space is opened up in the hull or whatever, and there's never any thought to like whether people can breathe or anything of the sort. It's just fine.
I thought what was going to happen was the blood slowly starts to like the blood slowly starts to eat through the cargo floor, and then it like sucks the alien through the little hole, and that's how it gets killed, and it would be like this graphic, gross, gory thing.
You haven't seen Resurrection, right?
I think I'm aware of that being a thing.
Oh, because why not? They've stolen everything else, just to fucking throw it in. I mean, this whole sequence was just Resurrection.
Sense in that, like, I don't know. It's because I was like, oh, by the time it kills the thing, it will have spread out wide, and then she falls through it, but the cable catches, and something. I don't know. What the door to the. How is the entire thing not depressurized? Isn't the door at the top still open? That's where the cable is, isn't it?
Whatever, she repressurized it.
Because the cargo, the ship has a door in the floor that you can get into the cargo with. It's got that ladder. I thought that her cable was going through that door. So if the bottom of the pod depressurizes because the acid, won't that suck everything in the whole ship out? It'll depressurize everything. How did all of the people How did that not happen? And how did that not happen?
It's a good question.
For another time.
Because
Remember,
All right.
he wants a trilogy,
Because it-
Rags, so he'll explain it.
Okay.
it should be that there's essentially no air anywhere in the building or in the space
Yeah,
station.
because there's an opening for the cargo hold and the ship itself. That's how she got in. And I don't
Yeah.
recall her. She didn't close it because that's how the alien got in. He crawled in through that hole. So when the blood hit the bottom, and she did that purposefully, she purposefully took that acid and tipped it over, so she successfully depressurized the entire ship. But luckily, the movie just doesn't count that. It literally cheats so that doesn't happen.
So anyway, one last middle finger before the film ends. If you guys remember, Alien ends with Ripley doing a report. She says, final report of the commercial starship Nostromo, third officer reporting the other members of the crew, Kane, Lambert, Parker, Brett, Ash, and Captain Dallas are dead. Cargo and ship destroyed. I should reach the frontier in 6 weeks. With a little luck, the network will pick me up. This is Ripley, last survivor of the Nostromo, signing off. A real good way to end the film. And you like and appreciate all that was lost in everything that she went through.
Yeah, saying all the
music,
names of the people.
great.
Yeah.
This film's ending, the credits refuse to come up, and instead we have Rain say, this is a cryolog for the mining hauler Crabellid. I set course for the Ivaga system without knowing if I'll ever reach it or what fate is to find me. But whatever comes, I'll face it. This is Rain Carradine, last survivor of the Crabellid, signing off.
Fuck you.
What the fuck? Last survivor of
hell.
a ship you weren't even a part of. This is just a bunch of people that went to go and steal a thing. You're not... There is no crew of the hauler Crabellid. What the fuck are you talking
Your
about?
employee records will be like, wait, what are they doing
What
up
are
here?
you talking? It's such... It's literally just copying Alien. There's no reason she would say this. She doesn't
didn't even say the names of the
No,
people.
she doesn't name the people who died.
She's like, fuck them, I'm the last survivor.
It's
Fuck
so...
them, I'm the last survivor, I made it, bitch.
The fact that she takes the time to say, by the way, whatever happens to me, I'm ready. It's like, who the fuck are you? What?
Oh,
Nobody
you're so fucking
cares. Like, what?
badass. You're so cool.
No one asked.
No one fucking...
No one cares.
It's such an amazing, awful copy of Alien. There's reason behind every last fucking word in the final set of the report Ripley gives. In this one, it's just a weird... The cryolog for the mining hauler Crabellin? What are you talking about? Who cares?
Who gives a shit about the Crabellin?
We didn't even know that was the name of the ship. Nobody cares.
They didn't even have any cargo. You just stole it and took it up and...
You're a bunch of thieves that tried to steal... I found it so fucking frustrating. I was like, God damn it, you just stole everything in this movie. None of it's yours. And of what is yours, it's shit. And then the credits come up and I was very relieved.
Yeah, that's it. It's
Except, just one last little final note: the music.
Claptrap does this annoying dance, yeah. And I'm like, dear God, haven't we suffered enough? Can't you just leave? Can't you just go away?
The music that plays in the end credits of Alien is fucking amazing, and it ends on a really nice kind of haunting note. And this does that lame siren sound effect from the Prometheus trailer. Kind of uses that as the end credits music. It's very obnoxious. Didn't care for it.
I think it was like yet a reminder. It's like, remember that your boy Ridley Scott signed off on this one. He likes it.
I mean, yeah, I was struggling to figure out exactly if I thought this was worse or better than Covenant in the first place. So, you know, whatever, he likes it lines up. But
I guess I'm just saying, like, the idea of, yes, it really ties in with Alien and Aliens.
Yes.
It's like, what about Prometheus, huh? What about Alien Covenant, huh?
You
so,
guys really like those, right? You guys like that?
final verdicts, everybody. What do you think of the film?
Well,
Man, there's like so little in it that's like can even be complimented, and even then, there's a big asterisk next to those compliments.
it does a really great job copying the aesthetic that other people made a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I say that not to denigrate it, but it like in terms as we said those many hours ago or days ago, however long we've been here, when we complimented at the beginning how good everything looks aesthetically, the buttons, the knobs, the TV screens, the sound effects, the ship interiors, the like the laboratory terminals, all that stuff look really good. A lot of work was unfortunately used for this script, these characters, this screenplay. What a travesty. But that's Andy has a few good lines and is well
He also has the
acted.
worst line in the film, though. So,
Yeah,
you
that's
know.
true.
No,
But
that
he
was retard
programmed to
Andy.
have that
Good
line.
Andy has all
Oh
the good
yeah,
lines.
yeah, good Andy. Yeah, Chat Andy died on the
Yeah, like-
Romulus.
I just like the characters.
When the
are
alien bumped
so
into him.
Thin. The characters are like paper thin, and
Worthless.
so then
Yeah.
all you have left is like plot and theme. It's like, well, a plot, theme, and world building. It's like, well, world building. It's kind of dire, isn't it? Really, like this film is kind of hard to. It's basically impossible to reconcile with aliens. The plot is just ridiculous and stupid. And I mean, theme. What's it about? Like, don't leave people behind. Yeah,
Don't
okay.
leave people behind.
Well,
It's bad to leave people behind.
It really is a film that is
Well,
being
so-
carried
and the only
hard
person
for
that
by
didn't get left
production
behind
value.
isn't the person.
I happen to know that, according to the director himself, part of the theme in relation to Romulus and Remus is the nature of siblings and what is our responsibility to our siblings. And the film makes you think about that.
No, it
Oh,
doesn't.
God.
No, it
Does it?
doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Waller, you liar.
Hey, what do you mean? I'm quoting someone, all right?
It does
And
not
it's-
make me think about that.
In
You
what
take
way
it
does
back.
this make me think about what would the siblings? Who was
Well,
who were the
because
siblings?
she has a robot brother who she's like, oh boy, I'll leave you behind. But you know what? I feel bad about it. And then by the end of the film, she's like, I won't leave you behind.
Oh, they were supposed to. Okay.
They're siblings.
Romulus kills Remus.
He's
It's
so
like
full
any
of
story
shit.
about two brothers that don't kill each other, and you try to say, "Oh, this is like Cain and Abel," and it's like, no, I feel like the killing of,
It's like Cain and Abel. It's about brotherly love.
I feel like one of them killing the other is kind of the whole thing.
Technically,
That's
she
why
did
no one
kill
names their
him.
kid
She killed.
Cain.
She killed Andy when she gave him the module, and then she killed Super Andy when she took the module out.
Now, I suppose this film kind of like naturally invites comparison to Prey, in the sense that it's the the idea of like a back to its
Back to
roots
formula.
reboot of sorts.
Back
But
to
Prey
formula.
Prey is better than this film. Like,
Prey is better than
um,
Prey has one amazing character, Tabe.
Prey is better.
And even all of the little secondary characters, they are all better than the characters in this.
But
Prey is better than this,
I
easily.
see Prey, this, Ghostbusters, Afterlife, and what's the new one? Frozen
the
Empire,
fi-
whatever.
Yeah, and the first Omen too. That's another one.
That's probably another one.
People
Yeah,
been
there's
praising that.
this era of you know what?
In
we
between,
tried
in between cools.
there's that era aspect, but do you remember it felt like we were in an era of Covenant was a part of this, like doing, hey, you like your shit, here's a new wacky thing that completely uproots
like your
everything you
shit.
thought that it was about and has a bunch of retard characters and makes no sense. You know, I would say The Predator fits into that, so does Terminator Genesis, so does obviously Covenant. There's this whole selection where it's just like, good God, you are annihilating these franchises. Stop. Now we seem to be in an era where they're putting out acceptably fan servicey, safe-ish films. When I say safe-ish, it's kind of, it feels like
I
a
know
weird
what
thing
you
to
mean,
say. It's they know this will be crowd pleasing, as it obviously is, but there's like nothing creative in it, and they're still awful. And it actually makes me wonder which I would actually prefer to see. Do I want to see Romulus 2, or do I want to see the end of Ridley Scott's insane prequel trilogy? It's like, I don't know. They both be awful,
yeah,
probably.
it's a bit hard to tell, but it really does seem like at this point, all you need to do is essentially, as long as you get the aesthetics right, that's already got you like really far in terms of getting people on your side when it comes to a project. I mean, the reality is that's kind of like what the sequel trilogy managed to tap into at the start anyways. Oh, look, it's like TIE fighters and X-Wings, and look at these droids, and things kind of look practical, and it reminds you of the OT, but
Yeah.
glossy and, new. Which I suppose is interesting that came out around the same time as all of these crazy reimaginings and remixes of like, oh yeah, let's like upend and completely demolish this series. But I would say that we are very much firmly in the era of, yeah, we're going back to our roots, back to our roots, back to our roots, which is funny because it feels like the gaming industry went through this and it already led to its natural conclusion, which is, no, you're not. You're not doing that. It reminds me of, you know how like with Call of Duty World War II, they were like, yeah, boots on the ground, it's boots on the ground, because they needed to tell people that to get them excited after Infinite Warfare and like Black Ops 3 and stuff.
Yeah, and even
And
Advanced Warfare, yeah, with the jumping or
with the jetpacks and stuff. They're like, back to our roots, but it doesn't mean anything really. Like,
No.
you can say that all you want, but like, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. And in a lot of instances, it's not really back to its roots at all. It'll be like the most surface level comparison to the original creation. But in terms of the substance, it's like you didn't get it. You didn't understand it. And this feels like a clear example of that. Of, yeah, you've got all of like the retro sort of like lo-fi 70s technology and everything like that. And oh, they're on a ship or a space station. They're in this one location, and it's just a bunch of this collection of characters against aliens. But like, it's nowhere near as good.
Yeah, you did it shit. You took that premise and you did it really badly.
That's the key, right? Because I saw this sentiment, it's driving me nuts. Someone made a tweet, it's quite popular, and it said, love how fans just do nothing but complain. On one hand, you get something new, fresh, crazy, and experimental, like Prometheus and Covenant, and the fans like, ew, no, we want familiar, we want safe. And then they get Alien Romulus, and then they're like, ew, no, we want something new, we want something creative, fresh, and experimental. You guys cannot be
pleased. The common denominator is a bad script.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean,
that's literally the issue. Both of these.
Why?
It's not a concept.
Those are only two options.
Well or not?
Covenant or Romulus, pick. You're like, I don't want either of those.
Two movies that could possibly be made.
It's no different than when they would say the same thing. They'd be like, fucking AVP or Alien Resurrection. You're like, I don't want either of those either. Like, why? What is this dichotomy of everyone making shitty films?
Whole dichotomy that's being presented of like, oh well, you know, they did both things on a superficial level, and you didn't like them. So what can they do? It's like, I don't know if it was good. That's it. I just want good scripts. That's all I want.
Let me have my good scripts.
But it's getting hyper praise. This I've seen.
Yeah, so you can expect that this will happen to more of your franchises that you're familiar with, that like have sort of languished, I suppose, for a while. This is the formula. The formula is have it look like the old film in terms of the aesthetics, but obviously glossed up because you probably got more money and visual effects and stuff like that. Back to basics. Present it as that, even maybe have it be like an interquel, right? And then just do that and you'll make money. So you should expect more, probably more, a sequel to Alien Romulus. It's probably going to happen.
Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't. And people adore this shit. They want him to get way more sequels, prequels, midquels, one. At this point, Alien is just a complete disaster of a franchise. You got 9 significant entries that relate to Alien, and 2 of them the only ones that are worthwhile. But what's so odd is that those 2 happen to be 2 of the greatest films ever made. They're not just good.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, how did this happen?
It's like Terminator.
Yeah, unfortunately, which will be next.
Yeah, that's what they'll do. Yeah, it won't be Dark Fate. It'll be like, I don't know, Terminator 1.5 or something. It'll be like the adventure that Sarah Connor never talked about. You know, in between 1 and 2, where she got hunted down.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did a story of kind of like an offshoot of 3, where it's one of John's big lieutenants called Big Bob, and he's a kid.
Yeah, it won't be Big Bob. It'll be Big Sarah.
Big Sarah, and
Sandy, or
Sandy.
Big Melissa.
Sure,
yeah.
Big Bertha. she's getting chased by the T7 billion and a T. You know, not Arnie. It wouldn't be Arnie at this point. He's just too fucking old. It would have to be some new.
I don't think we'll have to do it anymore either.
Person, new actor, and he's got to just recreate T2. Do it again.
Exactly.
Nice and safe. Yeah. Nothing that ruins anything. Just stay away. And it's going to be boring, lame, and it's going to copy a bunch of shit from the first 2.
Stuff that film Twitter will and put it in the trailer. Like, oh, look at this dramatic lighting. oh boy, look at this shot. It looks symmetrical. And then that's
Look at
it.
the shot. It's
And they'll talk about
And
how,
then
Terminator 1 and 2 are amazing.
look at the bird. It's
and,
like her.
It'd be like, doesn't your film get in the way of the continuity of Genesis and Dark Fate? And they'll be like, you know what? No, those are like timelines. They happened. It's just that ours is different.
Those are realms.
Yeah, they're realms.
Timelines,
Different
universes.
dimensions. They
thing
happen.
is, no matter what.
And I
it will
respect
never-
those that made those films. I truly do. But here's mine.
But it will never be as well. They'll be too scared to say that it's better than Terminator or Terminator 2. They'll be too scared because they know in their soul that that's not true.
Well, I don't know how long it'll take, but I am hoping that Romulus will eventually be seen for what it is. This is pathetic. This film.
Well, I think that the best case scenario for Romulus is that everybody will say it's good right now, but they will never talk about it or rewatch it ever again. When people like want to rewatch Alien, they'll watch Alien, they'll watch Aliens, and they probably won't rewatch Romulus. That's it. I just don't see a good future for it in terms of like, I just don't see that there needs to be that substance with the characters in order to. I think that's such an important part of like the longevity of a film,
Yes.
and I don't see that happening here.
Somebody said something that Fede Alvarez basically just made Don't Breathe and just jacked a bunch of recognizable shit from Alien and made a movie.
I mean, certainly there are scenes that Don't Breathe. Don't Breathe is just among the shit that he pulled from. I agree with that. This doesn't feel like there's an original bone in this fucking movie's body. Like that's one of the biggest takeaways everyone's had of it, which I feel like it has a lot of, oomph to it as a point when you don't. It feels like every film has different problems and different things, but that seems to be a very common takeaway. When
I'm seriously wondering, like, how like you kind of get the impression, like. It really is just as long as the cinematography is good for like a certain sect of moviegoers. That's like the only
That's
thing that
it.
matters.
Yeah. Wow, this scene looks
As long as it
neat.
has good lighting and
Oh.
cinematography. That's like the most important thing that in a film.
Plus, it's like there's the curse of it being a horror film. People, all the character writing and shit is just secondary. Like people don't think about that if the visuals are good, because it's a horror movie. Like, why do we need to care? Why they need to be so deep?
Yeah, I see
regardless-
monster movie good.
Well,
Yeah,
the big takeaway I
regardless
have
of it
from
being
that
part of the Alien franchise.
is, we are not the same on why we like Alien and Aliens, everybody. Apparently a lot of people liked it just for the visuals, just for the cinematography, just for the... Which, by the way, I'm not degrading in any way, shape, or form. It's fantastic, incredible, historically fucking impactful cinematic work. But please don't forget how incredibly strong the scripts for Alien and Aliens are. And script is the
help them
foundation,
last, yeah.
fellas.
It is. You know it. You know it in your heart.
Deep down.
It's just
You know
hard
it's
not
very true.
like whenever I rewatch these films, I almost want to just be like, oh, that line does so much work. There, does this, sets up that, it's matching this. It's, they knew what they were doing. By gum.
Remember when we watched it together the other day, there was a line where they are gonna investigate the signal in Alien. They're gonna investigate the signal on the planet, and they don't recognize the signal or what kind it is. They're not exactly certain what the signal is. And so Ripley asks very casually, "Is it human?" And nobody thinks that's an odd question to ask. And I thought that was very interesting, how her suggestion that it might not be a human signal is simply just like a possibility that might be like legitimately entertained, and no one like ridicules her for being like, "What, you mean like aliens or something?" It's just something that she says. It's just a little line, and it's really subtle, and it's got no fanfare or anything. But I'm like, oh, the reaction that everyone has to that thing she says is already kind of interesting.
And second Alien, to be honest with you, is like to present to us this very much sci-fi world, but that everyone in it doesn't treat it that way, in the sense of they're all like, this is normal, everything's normal. Walking around treating the world, discussing shit as though it's a day at work. It's so good.
An Alien is truly exceptional in that regard. Just there's so many movies that can't achieve that. Like when they're like, most of the dialogue in Alien is stuff like bickering about their pay and stuff like that. There's no like talk about like our anti-gravity system and how any of this is
Wait
working.
to see the sun.
Yeah. They're just like They're just normal people talking about work shit.
Yeah,
It's almost
ready
like an office drama.
I even like the
ready to have lunch before we, pack down again. Ready to go home and get some money and, clock out.
when Harry Dean Stanton like gestures to Parker to bring up the bonuses, he does that. He's like, "Oh yeah, see that's a thing." Like it gives us a big sense of they've been talking about this for a while. Huh? They're trying to kind of push it into the conversation all the time. But Dallas just seems unimpressed. Like, you guys can try this forever. It's never gonna work. Sort of attitude. You just get a sense of history from the characters, from the way that they speak about everything. And it's, I guess, impossibly fucking difficult to replicate. Because
apparently it's impossibly difficult to replicate.
Man, all the dialogue about the sun in the first act of this film is killing me.
Oh, boy, I love the sun.
Oh my god, is that?
round
Yes,
and
that
it's
is our
hot.
sun. They say Ivanka has the most incredible sunsets. They do. I have seen them in my dreams. I cannot wait to see them with you.
Was it actually Ivanka, or you just was that what it was called?
It was Ivaga.
Okay.
Ivaga, yeah.
Ivanka's funnier though.
Whatever. That's Alien Romulus. We were dramatically unfucking impressed. Disappointed. I thought it was gonna be kinda lame from the trailer, but had acceptable stuff in it. Like, I thought there would be at least one fucking character I would have liked. I was wrong.
Oh, speaking of trailer, when I showed up to the movie and they play all the trailers before the movie, and I hate it. I want to go away. I'm here for a movie. So, but they played all the trailers for everything coming out, and every trailer was super like the same. Like, they were all formulated in a laboratory together with the music and the sound effects and the pacing and everything.
Yeah.
What a
Especially the
miserable
pacing.
experience. Yeah, what a miserable experience it was to basically watch the same trailer for like 4 different movies back to back. Ugh. There's just nothing creative, nothing interesting. And you know how Alien is a very quiet movie? There's not a lot of music in it. There's not a lot of sound effects in it. Well, the ones that we have are mostly diegetic and part of the world. And this movie was all about like modern surprise. I'm not going to call it horror. Modern surprise movies, where the crescendoed music and the
Let's make the surprise genre.
I hate
Startled
the surprise
you.
I
genre.
am so startled right now.
So startled.
I'm so startled.
And then guinea pig just shows up. The big guinea pig. You gotta get away from it. And then it's a guinea pig in a bee costume. It's very scary.
So startling.
It has been said, and I guess I just want to address it real quick. After a selection like Guardians 3, Dead Reckoning Part 1, Deadpool, Wolverine, Fallout, and this, that I saw a comment and it got some engagement on the old subreddit, which at this point is half made up of people who don't even know who we are. I'm not sure how this has happened, but that's the way it works.
Yeah.
Saying all the EFAP guys seem to care about is the story.
Oh no! Can you
got
imagine?
me.
So,
Oh, no.
I'm not even for the funny thing. I'd be like, we definitely are a podcast that is desperately trying to sort out and focus on the writing. I will admit there is more to films than the writing. There's plenty more. However, that is absolutely the focus of this podcast. We've said since it began that we have not got that down. That is not, like, broadly speaking, in the industry, writing has not been solved whatsoever. So, before worrying about a lot of other stuff as much, we're trying very desperately to bring people back to please care about the writing to the point where you might even have a completed script before you start filming. Please.
What?
At a bare minimum. But here's the thing, Mahler. Here's how you judge whether all the other aspects are good or not, is whether they serve the story.
Well, so that's actually where I was going to go next with that. Whenever we
Good
talk about
cinematography is cinematography that serves the story.
Yeah. I mean, it's not. You want to say more than just it's pretty. You want to be able to say, well, see how they shot this to have this there and that there. The composition implies this. It reflects this. It's supposed to blah blah blah. You don't just say it's pretty.
You don't just have pretty things, but it would be nice to have pretty plus.
Well, in the same vein, you want to have a film where you say, you know what, I had fun. It's like, okay, but like, what else was there? You know. how did it make you have fun? What do you think was so well constructed about it that gave you those experiences, and how can we replicate them / improve in future / avoid pitfalls, that sort of thing? Analysis, clean flams. So yeah, I mean, it's we got what's on the rest of what's on the menu for the rest of this year? We got Joker 2's coming, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
fully
That's-
a due. So
Robert
we'll
Eggers'
see.
Nosferatu.
Right.
That's coming out.
Oh, that could be
Looking
cool.
forward to
Maybe.
that.
That could be cool.
Yeah.
It's not over. we got this, guy.
Oh yeah, the horror has just begun.
Beetlejuice, that could be not horribly cringe. Right?
I'm hesitant about that.
Sonic 3 with Shadow the
Sonic
Hedgehog.
3, yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
It's about time.
And then, of course,
Very
as everyone's
exciting.
highlighting, Rings of Power on the way. Fuck yes.
Very
Let's
exciting.
go.
oh yes. Thank goodness there were battles in the trailer. That's yay, battles.
Oh yeah, Craven the Hunter, that's coming out.
Oh yeah, Craven the Hunter.
See? Rhino.
You got the movie about the
Quite
creepy
Rhino.
neighbors or whatever. The Blumhouse one.
But you got to be more specific.
I think
Oh.
it's Speak No Evil, right?
Yeah, Speak No Evil.
Oh,
Oh,
the
no.
Crow remake. Yes.
Oh my god! I
Yes, the
desper-
Crow remake. Save
I
cinema.
desperately. Oh, that's gonna be so bad.
Man. Well, anything
Everything's
you guys want to
going
say
great.
before
Oh, the
we...
Lion King prequel comes out this year as well, Mufasa.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
Mufasa.
Oh, good lord.
Mufasa, yay.
Have you guys seen the trailer?
Yeah,
No,
for
I've
that?
avoided it.
I
I
have.
haven't watched
I
it.
saw it before Prometheus Revengeance or whatever we watched today.
It's
From
so bad.
Romulus. Oh yeah, it looks terrible. It looks
It looks
actually
awful.
shit.
Horrendous.
At least
Man.
they decided maybe we should give the characters expressions, so they kind of have a little expression now.
Man, they've made so much
But
progress.
they're still shit.
Interesting. They're learning to give their characters expressions.
Truly, cinema has been achieved. Okay, well, before we go, hey, Capital O Opinions, what have you been up to? Where are you at? What's happening there, buddy?
We do streams on our channel on Sundays, so there will be one tomorrow. We've done a couple recently. We talked about Silence of the Lambs, excellent movie. We talked about the original Snow White and fun stuff like that. So we do a mix of talking about new movies as they come out, if they're worth talking about, and classics.
Romulus.
So, like,
Yeah, you gonna do one for Rombomulus?
I don't know. I told Hugh don't bother seeing it, so maybe
Oh my
not.
goodness. Wow, you're not even going to give him a chance.
Wow, you forced him to adopt your opinions instead of being...
You're right. I'm a tyrant.
You've put the
Um,
Capital O Opinions module into his head. How could you?
Yes. And now he's new and improved. Yeah. So come
Don't knock
hang
him
out
over.
for those. One of these days, I'll get you guys to come join again
Yeah.
for another movie, and it shall be a good time. So you can check that out.
Alrighty. Jay Longbone, what have you been up to? Where can they find you doing stuff?
I just came out with a video about Advent Preach responding to defending Destiny, going on a fucking spaz freak out. Yeah, I did
Fans of
that,
Alien
and-
Romulus, welcome.
Oh yeah, and I'm gonna stream Monday. I'm gonna talk shit about all like the D3 trailers that came out and like, a few other new trailers that came out. Crack on them. Yeah, I usually make like reactions and stuff, but I've been slowing down a little bit because I'm just working on different things. But yeah, still got stuff coming out.
I imagine you will be going nuclear on The Crow when it comes out.
Yes.
That makes sense. Yeah, there you go. Links in the description as well for Gary, who got to hang out with us for a bit there. He's I think he's got a video coming for, he mentioned, for Alien Rhombus. So excitement.
Steal all our ideas, yeah.
Excitement. Yeah, what a bastard. So Fringy Rags, anything you guys want to mention before we head off?
I guess next week is gonna be a big week.
Yes, it is.
Big week for us. A lot of stuff going on. It's gonna be our.
Oh, yes.
What?
On that
Yeah.
note, I just remembered. So this is 299. We've already recorded 299. Like it's so we were discussing how this would work, chat, and we figure the best thing to do will be to release this in the EFAP canon as episode 299. 300 will happen next week, Saturday. It's going to be a big old anniversary stream, of which I need to do some big old preparations for. Hopefully we'll see you both there as well. And then after that, we will drop 301, which has already been recorded, which is our coverage of Hot D episodes 7 and 8, which would have been out, not for the fact that, as I've mentioned on streams before, we recorded the entire thing, and then I didn't realize my microphone wasn't being picked up the entire time, so we had to redo it, which was frustrating to say the least, but we got it done. It ended up being 2 hours longer, the re-recording. Don't know how that happened exactly, but like, here we are. So that exists, and it will be out after 300, even though we make reference in it that the anniversary's on the way. You know, hey, EFAP, just like Alien, has some canon mishaps, all right? It's just, you have to assume the character's drunk or retarded. It's fine. There you go. It'll make complete sense. So yes, that's on the way. The anniversary's on the way. And there's so much other stuff being worked on. We can give you more information as time goes on. But of course, once the anniversary's over, we will be heading toward Halloween, which is going to be a big old busy time of the year for us as well. Setting up plenty for that. Plenty of fun surprises for you, Chatterino. But you know, first things first. But yes, anything else you wanted to guys mention? I forgot to make that clear. It's a little bit complicated, but there we are.
During our discussion, I didn't notice, but someone sent me a message. James sent me a message in the Discord talking about the film. He said, Alien Isolation has a way better explanation. It's set 15 years after the first movie. The entire premise is that Ripley's daughter, Amanda, is going to a station because a salvager finds the black box of the Nostromo, which makes sense because it'd have its own signal. And because of that, finds the original signal that leads to the planet, which is how Weyland-Yutani would have found it. So,
I'm not as familiar with Isolation, but I can guarantee it's better than Romulus. I could know nothing about it and guarantee it's better.
Yeah, I'll just take it on. Just in confidence, say yeah, it's better. Yeah.
Well, before we head out, is there anything else? Just making sure we're not missing anything.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Yeah, that's the big thing.
Time is incredibly short. We're still recording Super Chat catch-ups. There's 2 ready to go. I will try and get them out, but we're also just looking for opportunities because me, Rags, and Fringy have had to do a bunch of recordings for other things, especially catching up with the numbers and sorting out all of Hot D. It's all caught up with, but we're on the cusp now of a 26-hour extravaganza as well as prep for it. So we're doing everything we can to get everything done for you. We'll keep giving updates, though, and obviously thank you all very much for your support, for hanging out, and hopefully you enjoyed... that 5 hours of talking about how great our Alien Romulus is.
Yeah, woo! Alien!
Oh, it's so great.
I love Alien movies.
Thank you to our guests for hanging out as well. Appreciate it. But for now, we shall be heading off. Good night, good morning, good afternoon, for whatever applies, and we will see you next time.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
See you later, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
God be with ye.